Tonight, you are invited into a gentle place of rest with God. As this video plays, you can let go of the day and allow your mind to become quiet, knowing you are not alone. You do not need to try to sleep or make anything happen. Simply listen, breathe, and rest in the calm presence of God. His peace surrounds you, His love watches over you, and His nearness brings safety to your heart. As you remain here, your worries will soften, your body will relax, and sleep will come naturally and deeply. This time is set apart for you to rest, to feel held, and to sleep peacefully through the night. God is with you now, and you can trust that you will sleep well as you listen. I am with you. Rest now. Sleeping with God. Tonight, you are invited into rest with God. Not a striving kind of rest. Not a rest you have to earn, but a gentle resting that begins simply by being here. As you listen, you can allow yourself to stop holding the day together. You have arrived at a quiet place where nothing is demanded of you. You do not need to prepare your heart or organize your thoughts. You do not need to find the right words or the right posture. God is not waiting for you to do this well. He is already near, already attentive, already present with you in this moment. Let the sounds around you soften. Let the room become still. If your mind is busy, that is all right. If your body feels tense, that is all right too. Nothing about you needs to change before you can rest here. God meets you exactly as you are. Tonight, you are not sleeping alone. Even if the room is quiet and dark, even if the world feels distant, you are not by yourself. God is with you in the silence. He is with you as you begin to slow down. He is with you as your awareness gently turns inward. Allow the weight of the day to loosen its grip. You do not have to replay conversations. You do not have to solve problems or plan what comes next. Those things can wait. For now, you are safe to rest. This time has been set apart for peace. Feel the place where your body meets the bed. Notice the support beneath you. You are being held. You do not have to hold yourself together anymore. Let your shoulders release. Let your hands relax. Let your jaw soften. With every small release, your body is learning that it is safe to rest. God is not distant or distracted. He is not watching from far away. His presence is close, steady, and calm. He is with you in the quiet, not to correct you or question you, but to remain with you as you settle into rest. You may notice your breathing begin to slow. There is no need to change it. Just allow it to happen. Each breath is a gentle reminder that you are alive, that you are cared for, that you are not forgotten. God is as close as your next breath. As the night unfolds, you are free to let go. You do not need to carry your worries into sleep. You do not need to protect yourself by staying alert. God is watching over you. His care does not fade when your eyes close. If thoughts come, you do not need to follow them. You can let them pass like clouds moving across a quiet sky. There is no urgency here. There is no rush. Only rest. Listen softly to this truth and allow it to settle deep within you. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth move gently through your body. Let it calm your mind. Let it reassure your heart. God is with you, not only in this moment, but through the entire night ahead. You are allowed to sleep. You are allowed to rest deeply. You are allowed to trust that you are being cared for, even as you drift. If being here is bringing you peace, you are welcome to stay connected. You may choose to subscribe, share this space, or leave a quiet comment so others who need rest can find it too. There is no obligation, only an open invitation. Now, return to the stillness. Return to the quiet presence surrounding you. I am with you. Rest now. Learning to breathe in the presence of God. As this quiet moment continues, allow your awareness to gently turn toward your breathing. There is nothing you need to change, nothing you need to correct, and nothing you need to improve. Simply notice that each breath arrives on its own, steady and faithful, as a quiet gift given to you in this moment. Your breathing is not something you have to manage right now. It has been happening all day without your effort, and it will continue through the night without your attention. As you rest here, you are free to observe it softly, without judgment, without expectation. God is already present in this simple rhythm of life. With each slow inhale, you receive what you need. With each gentle exhale, your body releases what it no longer needs to hold. You do not have to decide what stays or what goes. Your body knows how to let go when it feels safe enough. This is the beginning of that safety. Notice how your breath moves through you. Perhaps it rises in your chest or expands your belly. Perhaps it feels shallow or uneven. Whatever you notice is perfectly acceptable. There is no correct way to breathe here. God is not asking you to breathe differently. He is simply with you as you breathe as you are. As your attention rests on the breath, your nervous system begins to recognize that it is no longer required to stay alert. The signals of the day slowly quiet. Muscles that have remained tense without you noticing may begin to soften. Your shoulders may feel heavier. Your hands may feel warmer. This is your body responding to peace. Each breath becomes an invitation to remain present without effort. You do not need to focus intensely. You can allow your awareness to be wide and gentle, like a soft light resting on the surface of the breath. Nothing is being forced. Nothing is being rushed. Imagine your breath like a slow tide moving in and out. It comes without asking permission and leaves without resistance. There is no urgency in its movement. There is no demand placed upon it. In the same way, you are not required to hurry towards sleep. Rest unfolds naturally when you allow it to come. God is close within this rhythm. He is not interrupting your breathing or directing it. He is not standing outside of it. He is present within it, sustaining it quietly. Every breath you take is a reminder that you are being held in existence by a love that does not grow tired. As you inhale, you may sense a gentle fullness. As you exhale, you may sense a subtle release. Thoughts may still appear, and that is all right. You do not need to push them away. You can let them pass by as your awareness returns to the steady movement of breath. There is no need to analyze what you are feeling. There is no need to name sensations or evaluate progress. This is not a task to complete. This is simply a place to rest. God does not measure your stillness. He receives you as you are, moment by moment. With each breath, your body learns again that it is safe to slow down. Your heart rate may gently ease. Your mind may begin to lose interest in its usual loops. You may notice spaces between thoughts growing slightly longer. These spaces do not need to be filled. You are not responsible for staying awake or falling asleep. Both are allowed here. God remains with you, whether your awareness is clear or fading. There is nothing you can do to move outside of His presence. If at any point your attention drifts, that is completely natural. You can return gently to the breath without effort or criticism. The breath will be there for you, steady and patient, just as God is steady and patient with you. Allow your breathing to carry you deeper into rest, not by force, but by permission. Let your body do what it was created to do when it feels safe and supported. As you continue breathing quietly, allow these words to settle within you, not as something to think about, but as something to receive. I am with you. Rest now. Let the words move slowly with your breath. Let them rise gently as you inhale. Let them soften and settle as you exhale. There is no need to repeat them perfectly. Their meaning is already true. God remains with you in this calm rhythm. He does not step away as your body relaxes. He does not leave as your awareness begins to soften. His presence is constant, even as your mind grows quieter. You are allowed to let go a little more now. You are allowed to trust the simple movement of breath to guide you deeper into rest. Nothing important will be lost if you stop holding on to it. God is capable of carrying what you release. Stay here, breathing gently, supported by the steady presence of God. I am with you. Rest now, releasing the weight of the day. As this quiet time continues, allow your attention to gently move away from the day that has just passed. You do not need to revisit it or make sense of it. You do not need to judge what went well or what felt heavy. Tonight is not asking you to carry any of that forward. The hours behind you may have been full, demanding, or emotionally crowded. There may still be moments lingering in your thoughts, unfinished conversations, decisions that felt uncertain, or feelings that never had space to settle. You do not have to sort through them now. This moment is not for understanding. It is for release. Imagine the day as something you can set down, not push away, not erase, but gently place outside of your awareness for now. You can return to it another time when you are rested. Right now, it is safe to let it rest as well. God does not ask you to explain what you are letting go of. He does not require you to name every burden or justify why it feels heavy. He already knows. He receives what you release without question, without disappointment, without urgency. As you lie still, notice where your body has been holding the day. Perhaps there is tightness in your shoulders, or pressure behind your eyes, or a quiet tension in your chest. You do not need to force these sensations to leave. Simply notice them and allow them to soften at their own pace. With each slow breath out, imagine a small portion of the day loosening its grip. Not all at once, just enough. The body understands how to let go when it feels supported. God is providing that support now. There's no need to replay events or rehearse responses. What is unfinished does not need to be completed tonight. What was painful does not need to be relived. You are allowed to pause the story of the day right here. God is present as you release these moments. He is not standing apart, waiting for you to finish. He is close, steady, and attentive, quietly holding what you no longer need to carry. You may notice your thoughts beginning to slow, not because you are controlling them, but because they no longer need to stay alert. The work of remembering, analyzing, and preparing can rest. There is nothing required of you right now. If a memory surfaces, You do not need to follow it. You can acknowledge it gently and let it pass, knowing that it is safe with God. Nothing important will be lost by resting. Nothing meaningful will be forgotten. Allow the weight of the day to continue easing away, little by little. Let your body grow heavier as your mind grows lighter. This is the natural movement toward rest. You are not failing by letting go. You are not being careless. You are trusting that God is capable of holding what you release. He has been carrying you through the day, and He will continue to carry what remains. Stay here for a few quiet moments, allowing the day to settle into the care of God. You do not need to rush this process. It unfolds gently, just as rest unfolds gently. Listen quietly to this truth as it settles within you. I am with you. Rest now. Let these words reassure your heart as you continue to release what no longer needs your attention. God remains with you as the day fades further into the background and the night opens into peace. I am with you. Rest now. You are safe to let go. You are safe to rest. God is gentle light in the night. As this quiet time continues, allow your awareness to settle into the darkness around you without resistance. Night has arrived, not as something to fear, but as a space prepared for rest. You do not need to push the darkness away or fill it with effort. God is present here, gently illuminating the night from within. Darkness does not mean absence. It does not mean danger. In this moment, the night becomes a place of shelter, where striving ends and rest begins. God meets you here, not with brightness that overwhelms, but with a soft and steady light that calms rather than awakens. You may imagine this light as warm and quiet, surrounding you without pressing in. It does not demand attention. It does not distract. It simply exists, steady and faithful, making the darkness safe. This light does not come from outside of you. It rests with you, close and reassuring. Your eyes do not need to see it clearly. Your mind does not need to understand it. The presence of God does not require clarity to be real. Even in the deepest night, His nearness remains unchanged. As you rest here, allow the idea of darkness to soften. The night is no longer something you must endure. It becomes a gentle covering, a time when the world grows quiet and you are permitted to stop holding everything together. God is with you in this darkness, not searching for flaws, not examining your thoughts, not asking you to explain yourself. He is present as a calm companion, attentive and unhurried, offering peace without words. Notice how your body responds as you allow the night to be what it is. Muscles may relax further. Your breathing may grow slower and deeper. There is no need to stay alert. Nothing here requires your vigilance. If fear has ever visited you at night, you do not need to confront it now. You do not need to reason with it or overcome it. The gentle presence of God is enough. Fear loosens its hold when it is no longer alone with you. You may imagine the darkness as a wide and quiet field, and God as a steady light within it, not moving, not flickering, simply remaining. Wherever you rest within this space, you are within reach of His care. The night does not hide you from God. It does not separate you from love or safety. Even now, He sees you clearly, not with judgment, but with tenderness. You are known in the dark just as fully as you are known in the light. Allow yourself to rest in this truth. You do not need to keep watch. You do not need to anticipate what might happen next. God is present in the stillness, and His presence is enough. As the darkness deepens, let it cradle you rather than concern you. Let it signal to your body that it is time to release the final layers of tension. Sleep approaches not as something to force, but as something to receive. Stay here with this gentle sense of safety. Let the night be quiet. Let your thoughts slow further. Let awareness soften around the edges. And listen quietly to these words as they settle into the calm space within you. I am with you. Rest now. Let the light of God remain with you as your awareness continues to fade. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be held. You are safe here, even in the dark. I am with you. Rest now. Allow yourself to drift, knowing the night is held by God, and so are you. You are not alone. Right now, as this quiet time continues, allow yourself to notice the gentle truth that you are not alone in this moment. Even if the room is silent, even if the world feels far away, you are not resting by yourself tonight. God is here with you, close enough that nothing needs to be said. Loneliness often grows louder at night. When distractions fade, the heart can feel more exposed. Memories, longings, and unanswered questions sometimes surface in the stillness. You do not need to push these feelings away. You can let them be seen without letting them take over. God is present with you in this quiet, attentive, and steady. There is no requirement to speak or to explain what you feel. You do not have to name the ache or understand where it comes from. God does not need clarification. He knows the places within you that feel tired, the places that have carried too much on their own. He sits with you there, without urgency, without judgment. Notice how different it feels to be accompanied without conversation. There is no pressure to respond, no expectation to perform. Just a calm, faithful presence that does not leave when words stop. This kind of companionship does not demand energy. It offers rest. If you imagine God near you now, let that image remain simple. Perhaps He is seated beside you in the quiet. Perhaps His presence feels like warmth, or stillness, or a gentle awareness that you are not forgotten. You do not need to see clearly. The sense of being accompanied is enough. Your body may respond to this realization in subtle ways. The chest may soften. The breath may deepen slightly. Muscles that have stayed alert may finally feel permitted to relax. You are no longer holding yourself up alone. You are being held in presence. You do not need to protect yourself from the night. You do not need to stay awake to keep watch. God is with you, and His attention does not fade as yours begins to soften. Even as your awareness drifts, His remains steady. If thoughts of isolation appear, you do not need to argue with them. You can let them pass through gently, knowing they do not tell the full story. The fuller truth is quieter but stronger. You are accompanied. You are seen. You are not resting alone. Let this understanding settle slowly, not as an idea to think about, but as a feeling to rest into. Companionship does not rush. It stays. It waits. It remains even when you no longer notice it. You are allowed to receive this presence without earning it. You do not need to be strong or composed. You do not need to appear peaceful. God is with you in exactly the state you are in right now. As the night deepens, allow yourself to lean into this quiet companionship. Let it replace the need to stay alert. Let it replace the effort of self-protection. There is nothing here you need to defend against. Stay here for a few moments. resting in the awareness that you are not alone. Let your body continue to soften. Let your thoughts grow less important. Let presence take the place of effort. Listen quietly to these words as they settle within you. I am with you. Rest now. Allow the truth of this to move gently through you. You do not need to hold on to it tightly. It will remain even as your awareness fades. I am with you. Rest now. If this quiet companionship is bringing you comfort, you are welcome to stay connected. You may choose to leave a gentle comment, share this space with someone who needs it, or remain here with us by subscribing and turning on notifications. This is simply an invitation, offered softly, without pressure. Now return to the stillness. Return to the calm presence beside you. I am with you. Rest now. Letting the body begin to rest. As this quiet time continues, allow your awareness to gently shift from your thoughts to your body. You do not need to scan or analyze. Simply notice that your body is here, supported, no longer required to move or respond. This is a moment when the body can begin to rest in ways it may not have been able to during the day. Throughout the hours behind you, your body has worked faithfully. It has carried you through tasks, emotions, and decisions, often without being noticed. Even now, it does not ask for praise or attention. It only needs permission to stop holding tension. Tonight, you can give that permission. Notice the places where your body meets the bed or chair beneath you. Feel the steady support that is already there. You are not holding yourself up. You are being held. Gravity is doing its quiet work, allowing your body to settle without effort. You may sense areas of tightness or fatigue, perhaps in your neck, your lower back, your legs, or your hands. You do not need to direct these sensations to change. Simply allow them to be acknowledged. When the body feels seen, it often begins to soften on its own. God is present not only with your thoughts, but with your physical body as well. He cares for every part of you, including the places that feel sore, restless, or worn down. There is nothing about your body that needs to be hidden from Him. As you continue to rest, imagine that the weight of your body is slowly increasing, not in a heavy or uncomfortable way, but in a grounding way. The bed beneath you becomes more noticeable. The surface supporting you feels more secure. Your body no longer needs to stay light or alert. Breathing continues quietly in the background, steady and reliable. You do not need to follow it closely. It is enough to know that it is happening, gently guiding your body further into rest. You may notice small adjustments happening on their own. A shoulder settling lower, a leg relaxing outward, a hand becoming warmer. These changes do not need to be managed. They are signs that your body recognizes safety. God is with you as this happens. He does not rush the process. He does not expect immediate stillness. He allows your body to unwind at its own pace, with patience and care. If your mind briefly notices a sensation and then moves on, that is fine. There is no need to stay focused. Awareness can drift and return naturally. Rest does not require constant attention. As your body continues to soften, you may feel a gentle heaviness spreading. This heaviness is not exhaustion. It is the feeling of being supported fully enough to let go. It is the body preparing itself for sleep. You do not need to remain aware of every part of yourself. You are allowed to lose track of details. You are allowed to sink into comfort without monitoring the process. God remains attentive even when you no longer are. Let the muscles of your face relax. Allow your brow to smooth. Let your tongue rest easily in your mouth. These small releases signal to the body that the day has ended. Nothing more is required from you tonight. Your body does not need to be productive or responsive. It is allowed to rest simply because it exists. Stay here for a few quiet moments, letting your body grow heavier and more settled. Let the support beneath you feel steady and reliable. You are not going to fall. You are not going to be lost. You are safely held. As this settling continues, allow these words to move gently through you, not as something to repeat perfectly, but as something to receive. I am with you. Rest now. Let that reassurance reach the places in your body that feel most tired. Let it quiet the areas that have remained tense out of habit. God is present with every part of you. You do not need to keep track of time. You do not need to stay aware of the room around you. Your body knows how to move towards sleep when it feels safe enough. Remain here, allowing rest to deepen naturally. I am with you. Rest now. You are safe to let your body sleep. Trusting God with unfinished thoughts. As this quiet time continues, allow your awareness to notice how the mind naturally begins to slow when it no longer has to finish everything. You may become aware of thoughts that feel incomplete, ideas that did not find resolution, or plans that were left open at the end of the day. You do not need to close them tonight. You are not required to reach clarity before you rest. The mind often believes it must stay alert to protect what is unfinished. It may try to hold ideas in place, replay moments, or prepare for what comes next. Tonight, you are gently invited to set that effort aside. God is capable of holding what you release. You do not need to keep watch. Notice that the thoughts themselves do not disappear when you stop attending to them. They simply lose their urgency. They soften. They drift. You can allow this to happen without concern. Nothing important will be lost because you chose to rest. You may imagine placing your unfinished thoughts into the care of God, not as a dramatic gesture, but as a quiet handoff. There is no explanation required. No list needs to be made. God understands what you are giving without you having to name it. Some thoughts may return briefly, as if checking to see whether you are still holding them. You do not need to push them away. You can acknowledge them gently and allow them to pass again. This is a natural part of letting go. There is no rule that says everything must be resolved before sleep arrives. Rest does not require completion. It only requires trust. And trust does not need to be perfect to be real. Even a small willingness to let go is enough. God does not ask you to solve tomorrow tonight. He does not require you to predict outcomes or prepare responses. The future is not fragile. It does not need to be protected by your alertness. It can wait until you are rested. As your thoughts loosen their grip, you may notice more space between them. These spaces do not need to be filled. They are places of quiet where rest begins to deepen. You can allow your awareness to rest in these spaces without effort. If concerns about responsibility arise, you can let them soften as well. Trusting God with unfinished thoughts is not avoidance. It is an act of faith. It is a recognition that you are not the only one responsible for what lies ahead. God remains present even when your mind becomes less organized. He does not need your thoughts to be clear. in order to care for you. His presence does not depend on your mental effort. You may notice a gentle sense of relief as you stop carrying what does not need to be carried tonight. This relief does not come from answers. It comes from permission. Permission to rest before everything makes sense. Allow this permission to settle into your body. Let it ease the tension that comes from trying to stay prepared. Let it signal to your nervous system that it is safe to power down. Your thoughts can return tomorrow if they need to. For now, they can rest. They do not need to accompany you into sleep. God is capable of watching over what you release. As the mind continues to quiet, awareness may begin to feel less focused, more diffuse. This is not something to resist. It is a natural movement toward rest. You are allowed to follow it. Stay here, letting unfinished thoughts drift further into the background. You do not need to check on them. You do not need to remember them. They are held securely, even without your attention. Listen quietly as these words settle within you, not as instructions, but as reassurance. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth ease the need to keep thinking. Let it replace effort with trust. God is with you, holding what you no longer need to hold. I am with you. Rest now. You are free to rest, even with unfinished thoughts. God, watching over you as you sleep. As this quiet time continues, allow yourself to notice that you no longer need to stay alert. The work of watching, monitoring, and staying aware can gently come to an end. You are not responsible for guarding the night. God is already doing that for you. There is a deep comfort in knowing that while you rest, God remains awake. Not in a restless or anxious way, but in a calm and steady presence that does not tire. You do not need to keep one part of yourself awake just in case. You are free to let your awareness soften completely. Throughout the night, your breathing will continue. Your heart will continue its steady rhythm. Your body will move through sleep naturally. All of this happens without your effort. God sustains it quietly, moment by moment, without interruption. You may imagine God watching over you with gentleness, not as a guard filled with tension, but as a peaceful presence that knows everything is under care. Nothing slips past his attention. Nothing requires your vigilance. If you have ever felt the need to stay alert in order to feel safe, you can allow that habit to rest now. The night does not require your protection. The quiet around you is not a threat. God is present in the stillness, attentive and calm. Notice how different it feels to release the responsibility of staying aware. The mind does not need to track sounds or movements. The body does not need to be ready to respond. Safety does not depend on your readiness. It is already established. As your awareness begins to fade in and out, you may notice moments where you drift slightly and then return. There is nothing wrong with this. These gentle waves of awareness are signs that your body is moving naturally toward sleep. God remains with you through each of these transitions. He does not step away when your attention softens. He does not leave when thoughts become less clear. His presence remains constant, even as your awareness becomes less defined. You do not need to worry about losing control. Sleep is not a loss. It is a return to trust. It is the body and mind accepting that they are safe enough to let go. The night stretches ahead quietly, without demands. There is nothing waiting that requires your immediate response. You are not missing anything important by resting. God is fully capable of holding the hours while you sleep. If sounds arise around you, you do not need to interpret them. They can pass through your awareness without meaning. Your body knows how to remain at rest. God knows how to keep you safe. Allow your awareness to continue softening. Let thoughts blur at the edges. Let the sense of time become less important. You do not need to know what moment it is or how long you've been resting. God is watching over you with patience and care. There is no anxiety in His attention. There is no urgency. Only steady presence. As you move closer to sleep, allow these words to settle gently within you, not as something to focus on, but as something that remains true even when you stop listening. I am with you. Rest now. Let that assurance replace any remaining need to stay aware. Let it ease the final layers of vigilance from your body and mind. I am with you. Rest now. You are safe to sleep. God remains with you through the night, entering silence without effort. As this quiet time continues, allow yourself to drift towards silence without trying to reach it. Silence does not need to be created or achieved. It is already here, waiting gently beneath the surface of your awareness. You do not have to move toward it. You can simply allow yourself to sink into it. There is a kind of silence that arrives when the mind no longer feels responsible for staying active. It is not empty or cold. It is soft and spacious, like a wide open field at night. Nothing needs to happen there. Nothing needs to be said. You may notice that thoughts are becoming less distinct. They may appear briefly and then fade before fully forming. This is not something to correct. It is a natural sign that your mind is letting go of effort. You are allowed to let this happen. If a thought does appear clearly, you do not need to engage with it. You can let it float by without meaning or urgency. There is no need to follow it to its conclusion. Silence does not require the absence of thought. It only asks that thoughts no longer be in charge. Your awareness may feel wider now, less focused on any one thing. This is not a loss of control. It is a gentle expansion into rest. The mind no longer needs to narrow its attention. It can soften and spread out, like light dimming naturally at the end of the day. God is present within this silence, not speaking loudly, not filling the space with instruction, simply remaining. Silence is not the absence of God. It is often where His presence feels most steady and close. You do not need to listen for anything specific. You do not need to wait for insight or reassurance. Being here is enough. Silence itself is supportive. It holds you without asking anything in return. Notice how your body responds as the mind grows quieter. Breathing may feel slower. Muscles may relax further without you noticing when it happens. Your sense of the room around you may begin to fade. This is your body and mind moving together toward rest. There's no need to mark progress. You are not moving toward a goal. Rest is not something you arrive at. It is something that happens when effort falls away. You are already in the process. If you feel yourself drifting in and out of awareness, you can let that happen. There is no need to stay awake or to stay listening closely. God does not require your attention to remain present with you. Silence may feel unfamiliar at first, especially if the mind is used to constant activity. You can allow it to be unfamiliar without resisting it. Over time, the unfamiliar becomes comforting. The quiet becomes a place of ease. You are not required to stay conscious of this silence. You are allowed to lose track of it. You are allowed to forget you are listening. Sleep often begins in these moments, when awareness no longer needs to hold on to anything. God remains with you, even as your awareness fades. His presence does not depend on your ability to notice it. He does not leave when silence deepens. He remains steady, holding the space as you rest. Let the silence continue to widen. Let it surround your thoughts without pushing them away. Let it hold your awareness without effort. There is nothing you need to do to stay here. As you rest in this quiet, allow these words to pass through gently, without requiring your attention. I am with you. Rest now. Let the meaning of these words remain even as the words themselves begin to fade. They do not need to be remembered to be true. I am with you. Rest now. You are safe within the silence. You are held within the quiet. And you are free to drift wherever rest carries you next. Stillness as a gift. There is nothing you need to reach in this moment, because stillness is already being given to you. It is not something you create, and it is not something you achieve. It arrives quietly when effort steps aside, like a gentle covering placed over you without announcement. Stillness is not a task your mind must complete. It is not a state you must hold on to. It is a gift that settles naturally when you are no longer trying to manage yourself. You do not need to be calm in order to receive it. You receive it so that calm may come. Your body already understands this kind of stillness. It remembers how to rest without instruction. Long before words, long before responsibilities, your body knew how to soften into sleep. That wisdom is still within you, waiting patiently for permission to return. Notice how there is less to hold now. Thoughts feel farther away. Sensations blur gently at the edges. The sense of time becomes less important. You are not losing awareness. You are allowing it to loosen its grip. God does not ask you to remain alert in His presence. He does not require your attention to be sharp or focused. He welcomes you into rest exactly as you are, even as your awareness begins to drift. Stillness is not empty. It is full of quiet support. It holds you without pressure. It allows you to stop monitoring yourself. You do not need to check whether you are resting correctly. Rest is already happening. If you notice moments where everything feels slightly distant, you do not need to pull yourself back. Those moments are doorways into deeper rest. You are allowed to pass through them without hesitation. God remains with you as stillness deepens. His presence does not fade when your thoughts slow. He does not step back when your awareness softens. He stays steady and calm, even as you begin to forget where you are. There is no reason to stay awake for anything now. Nothing here requires your response. Nothing needs to be protected or prepared for. You are safe to let go of effort entirely. Stillness does not ask for understanding. It does not ask for faith to be strong. It simply invites you to rest where you are, trusting that you are being held. Let this gift settle fully around you. Let it carry you without resistance. You do not need to help it. You do not need to stay present for it. It will remain even as you drift into sleep. Listen softly as these words pass through your awareness without asking you to remember them. I am with you. Rest now. Let the truth of that remain, even as the words themselves fade. God is with you beyond thought, beyond effort, beyond awareness. I am with you. Rest now. If this space has become a place of rest for you, you are gently invited to stay connected. You may choose to subscribe, share this video, or leave a quiet comment so others who need peace can find their way here as well. There is no pressure, only an open invitation. Now there is nothing left to do. Stillness has been given, and you are free to sleep. God is near, without you, reaching you. Do not have to move toward God tonight, because He has already drawn near to you. Before you became quiet, before your thoughts began to slow, before this moment of rest, His presence was already here. There is nothing missing that you need to supply, and there is no distance you need to close. So many times, closeness is treated as something that must be achieved, as if you need the right focus, the right feeling, or the right words to invite God in. You can let that way of thinking soften now. God does not arrive because you concentrate well enough. He is present because He chooses to be. Resting in this truth means you are no longer responsible for finding God. You are no longer responsible for holding on to awareness or maintaining a sense of connection. Nearness is not fragile. It does not break when your attention wanders. It does not fade when your mind grows tired. Allow yourself to notice how effortless this is. You are not doing anything special to be here. You are simply allowing what is already true to remain true. God is with you, not as a result of effort, but as a constant reality underneath everything else. Your body may sense this before your mind does. There may be a subtle easing, a quiet sense of support, or simply a lack of urgency. You do not need to interpret these sensations. You do not need to look for signs. Presence does not require proof. God's nearness does not depend on how clearly you perceive Him. Even when your awareness becomes vague or unfocused, His presence remains unchanged. He is not closer when you feel calm, and He is not farther away when you feel distracted. He is steady in all states. If your mind begins to drift, you do not need to pull it back. Drifting is not leaving. It is simply the natural movement toward rest. God is not lost in that movement. He stays with you as consciousness softens. You are not required to stay awake in order to remain with God. He does not need your vigilance. He does not need you to keep paying attention. His nearness is not sustained by your effort. It is sustained by His faithfulness. Let this realization take the pressure off your mind. You do not need to check whether you still feel close. You do not need to remind yourself of anything. You can allow yourself to forget, knowing that forgetting does not create separation. God is near in the quiet moments between thoughts. He is near in the heaviness of your body as it relaxes. He is near even as awareness fades in and out. There is no moment when you slip beyond His presence. As you rest here, notice how little is required of you. No posture, no words, no inner reaching. Just permission to be where you already are, held within a presence that does not come and go. You may feel yourself sinking further into rest, not because you are doing something right, but because there is nothing left to hold up. When effort falls away, rest naturally deepens. God remains with you through that deepening. There is no need to grasp this understanding. You can let it remain gently in the background, supporting you without being the focus of your attention. nearness does not need to be remembered to be real. As your awareness grows softer, allow these words to pass through you without effort. I am with you. Rest now. Let their meaning remain, even if the words themselves fade. God is near beyond language, beyond thought, beyond awareness. I am with you. Rest now. You are safe to let go of reaching. You are safe to rest where you are. Being with God, without words. Silence does not separate you from God. It often brings you closer than language ever could. In this moment, you are not asked to speak, to form prayers, or to search for the right phrases. Words can rest now. They have carried enough today. There is a way of being with God that does not depend on sound or thought. It is a quiet companionship, a shared stillness where nothing needs to be explained. You are allowed to be here without narration, without inner commentary, without shaping what you feel into sentences. Your mind may be used to talking, planning, interpreting. It may try to find something to say or something to do. You can let that habit soften. God does not require conversation to remain present. He is comfortable with silence, and He welcomes you into it. Notice how restful it feels when you no longer have to choose words. There is no pressure to say the right thing. No concern about being understood. No need to clarify your heart. God already knows you fully, beyond what words could ever convey. As the silence deepens, you may sense a gentle closeness that feels simple and unforced. This closeness does not come from effort. It arises naturally when nothing stands between you and rest. You do not need to hold on to it. You can let it surround you quietly. If thoughts appear, they do not need to turn into prayers. They can remain as passing impressions, drifting through without meaning or urgency. Silence does not demand emptiness. It only asks that nothing be carried with strain. Your breathing continues softly, unremarkable and steady. The body settles further, no longer needing cues or guidance. There is no technique here, no practice to maintain. Just the ease of being present without commentary. God is present in this wordless space, not waiting for you to speak, not interpreting your silence as absence. He remains attentive and near, content to be with you without instruction or exchange. You may notice that without words, awareness becomes gentler. There is less effort to understand what is happening, less need to define the moment. This gentleness allows rest to deepen on its own. Being with God without words does not mean something is missing. It means something is complete enough to rest. You are not withholding anything. You are allowing yourself to be held without explanation. If your awareness drifts, that is not a loss. It is a natural movement towards sleep. God does not leave when attention softens. He does not step away when language fades. His presence remains steady, even as your thoughts thin. You are not required to stay conscious of this silence. You are allowed to lose track of it. Rest does not depend on remembering where you are. God remains with you, even when you forget. Let the silence continue to hold you. Let it quiet the last need to communicate. There is nothing left to say, and nothing left to ask. This is a place of quiet companionship. As you rest here, allow these words to pass through gently, without becoming something you need to repeat or hold. I am with you. Rest now. Let the meaning remain, even as the words fade. God is with you beyond language, beyond sound, beyond thought. I am with you. Rest now. You are free to remain in silence, you are free to drift into sleep. God staying when thoughts fade. Even as your thoughts begin to soften and lose their sharp edges, God remains with you. There is no moment when fading awareness causes His presence to withdraw. You do not have to stay mentally clear in order to stay connected. God does not require your attention to remain near. As the mind grows tired, it naturally begins to loosen its hold on ideas. Thoughts may come more slowly now, or they may arrive only as fragments before drifting away again. This is not a problem to fix. It is a sign that rest is deepening. You may notice moments where awareness slips gently, as if you are floating between wakefulness and sleep. You do not need to pull yourself back. You are not going anywhere unsafe. God is present within this drifting, steady, and unchanged. Many people worry that if they stop paying attention, they will lose something important. Tonight, you are invited to discover that nothing is lost when thoughts fade. God is not held in place by your focus. He does not disappear when your mind quiets. Allow yourself to rest in this truth. You do not need to remain aware of your breathing, your body, or these words. You are allowed to let go of tracking what is happening. God remains with you, even when you stop noticing. As thoughts thin out, space begins to open. This space does not need to be filled. It does not require explanation. It is simply where rest lives. You can allow yourself to drift into it without hesitation. God's presence is not louder than your thoughts, and it is not quieter either. It does not compete for your attention. It stays gently underneath everything, like a steady foundation that does not shift when activity slows. If a thought briefly returns, you can let it pass without engagement. There is no need to follow it or complete it. The mind no longer needs to stay active. You are safe to let thoughts dissolve before they finish forming. You may sense your body growing heavier as awareness becomes less defined. Muscles remain relaxed. Breathing continues without effort. The sense of time begins to fade. All of this is natural as sleep approaches. God is with you through each of these changes. He does not become distant when consciousness softens. He does not require you to remain present in order to remain near. His faithfulness does not depend on your wakefulness. You are allowed to stop monitoring yourself. You are allowed to forget where you are. Nothing bad happens when awareness slips. God is still here, holding you through the transition into sleep. Let your thoughts continue to fade at their own pace. There is no need to hurry or resist. Rest is unfolding exactly as it should. As your awareness drifts further, allow these words to pass through gently, without needing to hold on to them. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain steady, even as everything else becomes quiet. God stays with you beyond thought, beyond awareness, beyond effort. I am with you. Rest now. You are safe to let your thoughts fade. You are safe to sleep. Resting, while being fully known. There is a deep kind of rest that comes from realizing you are completely known and still completely safe. Nothing about you is hidden in this moment, and nothing needs to be revealed. God knows you fully without requiring explanation, and that knowing does not disturb your rest. It supports it. So much effort during the day is spent being understood, being clear, being careful about how you are seen. Tonight, that effort can fall away. You do not need to present yourself in any particular way. You do not need to manage impressions or clarify intentions. God already knows the truth of who you are, gently and completely. Being fully known does not mean being examined. It does not mean being evaluated or corrected. God's knowing is not intrusive. It is tender. It rests with you rather than pressing against you. You're not exposed in a way that feels unsafe. You are known in a way that allows you to soften. Notice how freeing it feels to stop explaining yourself, even internally. You do not need to rehearse your reasons or justify your feelings. God understands the places within you that words never quite reach. You are allowed to rest without translating yourself. As you lie here, you can let go of the need to be coherent. Thoughts do not need to line up neatly. Feelings do not need to make sense. God's understanding does not depend on clarity. He knows you beneath confusion, beneath fatigue, beneath silence. You may sense a gentle easing in your chest or shoulders as the pressure to be understood releases. This easing is not something you create. It happens naturally when you are no longer carrying the work of self-explanation. You are not responsible for being known. You already are. God does not misunderstand you when your thoughts blur. He does not misread you when emotions are unclear. His knowledge of you is steady and kind, not fragile or conditional. You do not have to stay mentally sharp to remain fully seen. If memories or feelings surface briefly, you can let them be present without engaging. God already understands them. You do not need to resolve them or frame them correctly. They can rest too. As your awareness continues to soften, you may feel less defined, less separate. This is not a loss of self. It is a movement into safety. When you are fully known, you do not need to stay guarded. God's presence surrounds you without asking anything in return. You are not required to respond, to improve, or to become different. You are allowed to rest exactly as you are, known and accepted. You may notice your body growing heavier, your breathing slower, your thoughts less distinct. These changes do not distance you from God. They often bring you closer to the place where trust deepens naturally. There is no part of you that needs to stay awake to be understood. God knows you even as you drift. He remains attentive even when your awareness fades. His knowing does not sleep, even when you do. Allow yourself to rest in this gentle truth. You are fully known, and you are fully safe. Nothing needs to be held back. Nothing needs to be explained. As you continue to drift, let these words pass through softly, without effort. I am with you. Rest now. Let the meaning remain, even if the words dissolve. God's knowing remains steady, holding you as you move deeper into rest. I am with you. Rest now. You are known. You are safe. And you are free to sleep. Loved, without needing to respond. Love can be received without effort, without movement, without reply. In this moment, you are not being asked to give anything back. You are not required to feel grateful, faithful, or aware. God's love reaches you quietly, without conditions, and it remains even when you do nothing at all. So often, love feels tied to response. A smile returned, a word spoken, an action completed. Tonight, that pattern can rest. God is not waiting for your reaction. He is not measuring your openness. His love is already present, resting over you like a calm and steady covering. You do not need to feel a certain emotion in order to be loved. You do not need to recognize the love clearly or name it correctly. Love does not depend on your awareness. It continues whether you notice it or not. Allow your body to receive without engaging. There is nothing to figure out and nothing to give back. You are not expected to match what is being offered. You are simply allowed to receive it in stillness. As you rest, notice how different it feels to let love arrive without responsibility. There is no pressure to respond in the right way. No fear of doing too little. No concern about doing too much. You are free to remain passive, supported, and at ease. God's love does not become smaller when you grow quiet. It does not pull away when you stop responding. It stays steady, not needing affirmation or acknowledgement. You are not asked to keep the connection alive. God does that for you. If your awareness drifts, love does not follow you away. It stays with you. If sleep begins to approach, love does not pause. It continues beyond thought, beyond feeling, beyond consciousness. This kind of love does not interrupt your rest. It deepens it. It allows your body to soften further, knowing there is nothing left to earn or protect. You are already held. There is no test hidden in this moment. No expectation waiting beneath the surface. You are not being evaluated on how well you receive. Love is not withdrawn when you stop noticing it. Let yourself rest without answering. Let yourself remain quiet without apology. You are not withholding anything. You are simply allowing yourself to be cared for without effort. God remains present, offering love that does not require participation. You do not need to stay awake to accept it. You do not need to understand it. It remains steady, even as your awareness grows faint. As you drift further into rest, allow these words to pass through gently, without becoming something you need to repeat. I am with you. Rest now. Let that assurance settle beneath everything else. Love remains even as thoughts dissolve and awareness softens. I am with you. Rest now. If this quiet place of rest has become meaningful for you, you are gently invited to stay connected. You may choose to subscribe, share this space, or leave a simple comment so others who are longing for rest can find it too. There is no pressure, only a quiet invitation. Now, there is nothing left to respond to. You are free to remain still. You are free to sleep. God sitting with you in the quiet. There is a calm presence beside you that does not need to speak in order to be felt. In the quiet of this moment, God is not distant or observing from afar. He is with you in a way that feels settled and unhurried, sharing the stillness without asking anything of you. This kind of closeness does not interrupt your rest. It does not pull you back into awareness or require your attention. It simply remains, steady and gentle, like someone sitting nearby who does not need conversation to stay. You do not need to acknowledge this presence or respond to it. There is no expectation to notice it clearly or to hold on to it. God does not come and go based on your awareness. He stays, quietly accompanying you as you rest. Notice how different it feels to be with someone who does not need anything from you. There is no pressure to engage, no need to explain yourself, no requirement to be interesting or alert. You are allowed to simply be here, exactly as you are. As your body continues to soften, you may feel less defined, less separate. This is not something to resist. It is the natural result of being safe enough to relax fully. God remains present as boundaries soften, as effort fades, as awareness drifts. If your mind briefly notices the quiet companionship and then moves away, that is fine. You do not need to return to it. God does not require your attention to remain with you. His presence is not fragile. There is no need to sit up or become more aware in order to be accompanied. You are not missing anything by resting deeply. God is content to remain with you even as you move towards sleep. The quiet between you is not empty. It is full of calm understanding. Nothing needs to be communicated. Nothing needs to be resolved. This shared stillness is enough. As the night continues, allow yourself to lean into this sense of quiet companionship. Let it replace any remaining need to stay alert or engaged. You are not alone, and you do not need to act as if you are. God stays with you as your awareness grows softer. He does not step away when your thoughts thin or when sleep approaches. He remains steady, attentive, and peaceful. There is no need to remember this moment. You are allowed to forget it as you drift. God's presence does not depend on memory or recognition. It remains even when you no longer notice. Let the quiet continue to deepen around you. Let your body remain heavy and supported. Let your mind rest without direction. And allow these words to pass through gently without asking you to hold on to them. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath everything else, steady and unchanged. I am with you. Rest now. You are accompanied in the quiet. You are safe to sleep. No need to be awake for God. Sleep does not take you away from God. It draws you deeper into trust. You do not need to remain awake, attentive, or aware in order to stay close to Him. God does not require your consciousness to remain present. He remains with you even as your awareness begins to fade. There can be a quiet fear that rest means absence, that drifting into sleep might somehow interrupt connection. Tonight, that fear can soften. God is not held in place by your wakefulness. He does not leave when your thoughts slow or when your senses grow dim. You are not disappointing God by growing tired. You are not neglecting Him by allowing yourself to sleep. Rest is not a failure of attention. It is an expression of trust. It says, you believe you are safe enough to let go. As your body settles further, you may notice moments where your awareness dips briefly and then returns. There is no need to correct this. These gentle shifts are signs that sleep is approaching naturally. God remains with you through each one. You do not need to stay mentally present to remain spiritually held. God's care does not depend on your ability to focus. He does not ask you to stay awake out of obligation. He invites you to rest because He is faithful. The night does not require your vigilance. Nothing here demands your response. You are not missing something important by letting go. God is fully capable of watching over what matters while you sleep. If there is a habit of staying alert out of responsibility, you can allow that habit to rest now. You are not the one who must keep everything together. God does not grow tired. His attention does not fade. As you move closer to sleep, you may feel less anchored to the room, less aware of your surroundings. This is not something to resist. It is the body and mind accepting that they are safe enough to let awareness soften. God remains with you, even when you no longer notice Him. He does not need your acknowledgement. He does not require your participation. His presence is steady, quiet, and constant. You are allowed to fall asleep without finishing a prayer. You are allowed to drift without holding on to a thought. God does not measure your devotion by how long you stay awake. He welcomes your rest. Sleep is not a place where God cannot reach you. It is not a place of distance. It is a place where effort ends and trust deepens. God stays with you there. As your awareness continues to soften, allow these words to pass through gently, without effort. I am with you. Rest now. Let that assurance remain, even as the words blur. God remains present beyond wakefulness, beyond awareness, beyond effort. I am with you. Rest now. You do not need to stay awake for God. You are safe to sleep, being held without effort. There comes a moment when the body no longer wishes to support itself. And tonight, you are allowed to enter that moment without resistance. You do not need to keep yourself upright, aware, or composed. You do not need to hold your posture or maintain any sense of readiness. This is the place where effort gently dissolves, and being held replaces holding. Throughout the day, your body has carried weight in ways you may not have noticed. It has supported emotion, responsibility, movement, and attention. Even when you were still, something inside remained engaged. Now, that engagement is no longer necessary. You are permitted to stop holding yourself together. Imagine what it feels like to be fully supported, not just physically, but completely. There is no need to brace, no need to stay slightly tense in case something happens. The support beneath you is steady, and the presence around you is even steadier. Being held does not require your participation. You do not need to lean into it or accept it properly. It is already happening. God is holding you in a way that does not demand awareness or response. You are not required to notice it clearly for it to be real. As this sense of being held deepens, you may notice your body growing heavier, not in discomfort, but in relief. The weight you feel is not exhaustion alone. It is the feeling of surrendering effort, of allowing gravity and presence to do what they have always been doing quietly. Your muscles no longer need to remain subtly engaged. Even the smallest tensions can soften now. The jaw can rest. The hands can become loose and warm. The legs can settle without needing to shift. These changes do not need to be directed. They happen naturally when holding is no longer required. You are not falling. You are not losing control. You are being supported more fully than before. Being held is not a collapse. It is a transition into trust. God's presence does not push or pull. It does not lift you abruptly or move you somewhere else. It simply remains steady and close, allowing you to rest into it at your own pace. There is no rush here, no urgency, no expectation. If your awareness becomes faint, that is not a problem. Being held does not depend on your attention. God does not let go when your thoughts drift or when your senses grow quiet. His care is not interrupted by sleep. You may notice moments where you feel as though you are floating or sinking or simply disappearing into comfort. These sensations do not need to be named or understood. They are signs that effort is leaving the body and trust is taking its place. Nothing needs to be guarded anymore. You do not need to protect yourself from dreams, from the dark, or from the unknown. Being held means you are no longer responsible for what happens next. God is capable of holding what you release. Even your breathing becomes something you do not need to attend to. It continues on its own, slow and reliable. Your heart continues its rhythm. Your body knows how to rest when it is safe enough to do so. You are not being tested in this moment. There is no right way to be held. You cannot do this incorrectly. You are not expected to remain conscious of what is happening. You are allowed to drift, to forget, to let awareness thin and blur. God remains present even when you no longer notice Him holding you. His presence does not weaken when you stop paying attention. It remains firm and gentle, like a foundation that does not shift. There is a deep relief in realizing you do not have to support yourself through the night. You do not have to stay partially awake just in case. You do not have to remain vigilant. Being held means you are free to rest completely. Let this sense of support continue to spread through your body. Let it reach the places that have stayed guarded out of habit. Let it reassure the parts of you that learn to stay alert in order to feel safe. Tonight, safety does not depend on effort. As you sink further into rest, allow these words to pass through you softly, without becoming something you need to repeat or remember. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth settle beneath everything else. Let it replace the last impulse to hold yourself together. I am with you. Rest now. You are being held. You are safe to let go. And you are free to sleep deeply. Nothing to prove in God's presence. There is a quiet relief that comes when you realize there is nothing you need to prove tonight. No role to perform. No standard to meet. No version of yourself you need to maintain. In this moment, you are not being evaluated or measured. You are simply allowed to rest as you are. Much of the tension carried through the day comes from needing to be something for someone, to be strong enough, kind enough, faithful enough, capable enough. Even in spiritual spaces, that pressure can follow you, whispering that rest must be earned. Tonight, that whisper can grow quiet. In the presence of God, there is no performance. There is no comparison. There is no expectation that you arrive with clarity, gratitude, or certainty. God does not ask you to justify your rest or explain why you need it. He already knows. Notice how your body responds to this permission. When there is nothing to prove, muscles no longer need to stay subtly engaged. The chest can soften. The breath can deepen without instruction. The face can rest without holding an expression. Your body understands when it is no longer being watched. You are not required to be productive with this time. You are not expected to grow, improve, or reflect. Growth and understanding have their place, but this moment is not for that. This moment is for resting without purpose. God's presence does not function like an audience. He is not observing you to see how you respond. He is not keeping record of how well you rest. His presence is not conditional on your awareness or effort. It remains steady, whether you are alert or drifting. If there has been a habit of self-evaluation, you can allow it to loosen now. You do not need to check whether you are resting deeply enough or letting go correctly. There is no right depth to reach. Rest unfolds in its own way, at its own pace. Nothing about you needs to be hidden in order to be accepted. At the same time, nothing needs to be displayed. You are not required to bring your best self into this moment. You are welcome here, exactly as you are, even if you feel incomplete or unclear. As awareness continues to soften, you may notice that the inner voice that critiques and measures grows quieter. This voice often stays active out of habit, not necessity. Tonight, it can rest. You do not need it to keep you safe here. God does not withdraw His presence when you stop trying. He does not step back when effort fades. In fact, this is often where rest becomes deepest. When striving ends, trust quietly takes its place. You are not failing by letting go. You are not being careless. You are responding to an invitation to rest without conditions. God is not disappointed by your need for sleep. He welcomes it. As the sense of having nothing to prove settles in, you may feel lighter, less guarded. There is no need to monitor yourself or correct your inner state. You are allowed to drift without supervision. Your worth is not being assessed in this moment. It is not tied to awareness, intention, or devotion. You are not earning God's presence by resting. You are resting because His presence is already secure. Let this understanding sink beneath thought. It does not need to be remembered. It does not need to be affirmed. It simply supports you quietly as you move deeper into rest. You may notice that thoughts feel less personal now, less demanding. They may appear and fade without drawing you in. This is the mind releasing the need to stay involved. You are safe to let this happen. God remains with you as effort falls away. He does not require you to stay engaged in order to remain near. His presence does not fluctuate with your state of consciousness. As your awareness continues to thin, allow these words to pass through gently, without becoming something you need to hold. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath everything else, steady and unchanging, even as your mind grows quiet. I am with you. Rest now. There is nothing to prove. There is nothing to earn. You are free to sleep, remaining in nearness as sleep deepens. Sleep begins to deepen when you no longer feel the need to stay oriented to the moment. Awareness grows softer now, not disappearing, but loosening its hold. The edges of thought blur gently, and time becomes less defined. You are not moving away from presence. You are settling more fully into it. There is a quiet continuity here that does not break as sleep approaches. God's nearness does not pause at the threshold of unconsciousness. It does not stop when your thoughts slow or when words no longer register clearly. His presence remains steady as the night carries you forward. You do not need to mark the moment when sleep begins. There is no clear line to cross. Rest unfolds gradually, like light dimming at the end of the day. You are allowed to drift without noticing when it happens. God remains with you through every stage of this soft transition. Your body continues to relax in subtle ways. Breathing becomes slower and less noticeable. Muscles stay loose without instruction. The sense of effort fades further into the background. There is nothing you need to monitor or adjust. Everything is unfolding naturally. As sleep deepens, the mind releases its attachment to sequence and meaning. Thoughts no longer form complete patterns. Images may appear briefly and then dissolve. You do not need to follow them. They do not require interpretation. They are simply signs that the mind is resting. God is present within this gentle fading. He does not require clarity or attention to remain near. He does not leave when awareness softens. His presence is not something you fall out of when sleep arrives. It is something that continues quietly, even when you are no longer aware of it. You are not losing connection by sleeping. You are entering a form of trust that does not rely on effort or awareness. Sleep itself becomes an expression of faith, a willingness to let go completely, knowing you are held. There is no need to stay awake for reassurance. Nothing here demands your response. You are not expected to listen carefully. or remember what comes next. You are allowed to forget where you are and what you were doing. God remains attentive even when you are not. As the night deepens, your sense of self may feel less distinct. This is not something to resist. It is the natural easing of boundaries that comes when the body and mind feel safe enough to rest fully. You are not disappearing. You are being carried. God's nearness does not become distant as your awareness fades. It becomes quieter, more subtle, like a steady presence that does not need to announce itself. You are surrounded by care that continues without interruption. If there are brief moments of waking and drifting again, you do not need to orient yourself. You do not need to wonder where you are or what time it is. You can allow yourself to sink back into rest without effort or concern. There is nothing left to prepare for. Tomorrow does not need to be considered now. The night is not asking you to stay alert. You are free to give yourself fully to rest, knowing that nothing important is being neglected. God remains with you as sleep deepens beyond awareness. His care does not fade when consciousness does. He holds the night steady while you rest within it. Let this understanding remain quietly beneath everything else. It does not need to be remembered. It does not need to be held. It supports you even as thought dissolves. As you move further into sleep, allow these words to pass through gently, without effort. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain steady, even as awareness thins. God's presence continues beyond thought, beyond feeling, beyond wakefulness. I am with you. Rest now. If this place of rest has become meaningful for you, you are softly invited to stay connected. You may choose to subscribe, share this space, or leave a simple comment so others who long for rest can find their way here too. There is no pressure, only a gentle invitation. Now there is nothing left to notice. Nearness remains, and you are free to sleep deeply, drifting deeper, without awareness. Awareness no longer needs to stay present for rest to continue. You are moving into a depth where noticing fades naturally, without effort, without resistance. There is no moment you need to witness, no threshold you need to mark. Drifting happens quietly, on its own, as safety becomes complete. At this depth, there is nothing to follow and nothing to hold. Thoughts no longer form clearly enough to invite attention. Sensations blend together softly. Even the sense of being a listener begins to dissolve. This is not something to control. It is what happens when rest deepens beyond awareness. You do not need to remember where you are or what you were listening to. Memory is not required here. God does not depend on your awareness to remain with you. His presence continues steadily, even as consciousness loosens its grip. The body rests more fully now, heavy and still. Muscles remain relaxed without instruction. Breathing continues quietly, unnoticed and unmonitored. There is no effort anywhere. Nothing is being held up from inside. Drifting deeper does not mean you are going somewhere unfamiliar. You are simply settling further into what is already holding you. There is no direction to move in. There is no place to arrive. Rest unfolds inward, not forward. If awareness flickers briefly and then fades again, there is no need to respond. You do not need to return to listening or reorient yourself. Everything remains exactly as it should be. God remains with you, whether you notice or not. At this level of rest, even the idea of letting go becomes unnecessary. there is nothing left to release. Effort has already fallen away. The body and mind are resting because there is no reason not to. You are not missing anything by drifting this deeply. There is nothing important happening that requires your attention. The night is not asking you to stay involved. You are allowed to disappear into rest completely. God's presence does not change as awareness fades. It does not grow distant or unclear. It remains steady beneath consciousness, holding you in a way that does not need to be perceived. The sense of self softens now. Boundaries blur gently. You do not need to know where you end and the night begins. This is not loss. It is safety so complete that separation no longer matters. Nothing interrupts this drifting. Sounds, if they exist, do not register. Sensations do not pull you upward. Thoughts do not return with meaning. Rest deepens uninterrupted. You are not required to stay asleep or stay aware. Both are allowed. There is no correct state to maintain. God remains with you in every state, unchanged. The hours ahead do not need to be tracked. Time no longer needs to be felt. The night is being carried for you. You are not responsible for moving through it. As drifting continues, awareness may fade almost completely. This is not something to notice. It simply happens. You are safe within it. God does not leave you when you are unaware. He does not withdraw when consciousness disappears. His presence remains constant, steady, through every unseen moment. There is no need to protect this rest. Nothing threatens it. Nothing competes with it. You are being held too securely for interruption. Let drifting continue without observation. Let sleep deepen without awareness. There is nothing left to do. As these final words pass through softly, they do not need to be remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain, even when words and awareness are gone. I am with you. Rest now. You are drifting deeper without needing to know it. You are held, and rest continues safely. God remaining while you sleep. Even now, as sleep settles more deeply, God has not gone anywhere. Nothing changes in His presence when your awareness fades. The quiet of sleep does not create distance. It allows you to rest while being held in a care that does not pause or weaken. You are not required to stay conscious in order to remain connected. God does not depend on your thoughts, your attention, or your memory. While you sleep, His presence remains steady, calm, and complete. There is no moment in the night when you are without Him. Sleep carries you gently into a place where effort no longer exists. Thoughts no longer need to form. Sensations no longer need to be noticed. Even the sense of time dissolves. Through all of this, God remains unchanged, attentive without tension, near without intrusion. Your body rests now in ways it cannot during the day. Muscles remain loose and still. Breathing continues softly, guided without awareness. The heart keeps its rhythm, unhurried and reliable. All of this unfolds without your involvement, supported quietly through the night. God does not watch over you with concern. His care is not reactive or alert. It is peaceful because nothing is out of order. While you sleep, there is no problem waiting to arise, no danger approaching, no responsibility left undone. You do not need to wake in order to be protected. You do not need to remain partly aware to stay safe. Sleep does not remove you from care. It places you more fully within it. If awareness briefly surfaces and then fades again, nothing has changed. God has not moved closer or farther. His presence remains constant through every shift, every stage of rest, every unseen hour. The night passes quietly under his care. Hours move without urgency. Nothing requires your attention. You are not missing anything by sleeping. Everything that matters is already being held. There is no moment when God steps away because you are unaware. He does not withdraw when consciousness softens. He remains present beyond thought, beyond feeling, beyond recognition. You are allowed to sleep without remembering Him. You are allowed to rest without intention. God does not require acknowledgement to remain faithful. His care does not depend on being noticed. Your dreams, if they come, are held gently. Your rest, whether deep or light, is protected. Even moments of stillness without dreaming are carried in safety. Nothing slips beyond His attention. There is no need to remain anchored to listening. You do not need to hear these words. You do not need to stay with them. God remains with you, even when sound fades completely. The body continues to rest deeply, unmoving and supported. The mind remains quiet, free from demand. Everything necessary continues without effort. God remains while you sleep. He remains when you are unaware. He remains through the entire night, unchanged and unbroken. As sleep deepens further, allow these words to pass through gently, without becoming something you need to remember. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beyond words, beyond awareness, beyond sleep itself. I am with you. Rest now. You are sleeping, and God remains with you through every moment of the night. Breathing carried through the night. Breathing no longer needs your attention as the night continues to hold you. It happens quietly now, steady and sufficient, without needing to be guided or noticed. You do not have to follow it, count it, or shape it in any way. The body knows exactly how to breathe while you rest. There was a time earlier when awareness may have touched the breath, gently noticing its rhythm. That work is finished now. The breath has returned fully to its own wisdom. It rises and falls without effort, carrying life through you while you sleep. You are not responsible for keeping this rhythm steady. You are not required to remain aware of it to ensure safety. Breathing continues because it is sustained, not because it is managed. God remains present in this quiet continuation, holding what no longer needs your care. As sleep deepens, breathing becomes softer, less distinct. It blends into the background of rest, like a gentle current beneath still water. You do not need to know when one breath ends and the next begins. Nothing depends on that awareness. The body relaxes further as it realizes there is nothing left to oversee. Muscles remain loose. The chest moves subtly. The belly rises and falls in a way that does not draw attention. Everything continues without interruption. God carries this rhythm through the night without urgency. There is no moment when breath becomes uncertain or fragile. You are not at risk when you are unaware. The breath does not falter because you have let go. It becomes more reliable when effort disappears. You may not feel the breath at all now, and that is perfectly fine. Absence of sensation does not mean absence of life or care. It simply means rest has deepened beyond perception. God remains with you in this depth, steady and attentive. The night does not ask you to participate in staying alive. You are allowed to be fully passive. Breathing does not need encouragement. It continues because it is held within a care that does not pause. If awareness briefly returns and then fades again, breathing remains unchanged. It does not depend on observation. It does not require supervision. You are safe to drift without concern. There is no need to adjust your position or check your comfort. The body will make any necessary changes on its own, quietly and without waking you. You do not need to assist it. Breathing through the night is not something you accomplish. It is something that happens because you are sustained. God's presence supports every unseen moment, every gentle rise and fall, every quiet exchange of air. You are not required to remember this in the morning. You are not required to notice it now. The breath will continue, whether you are aware or not, steady and unremarkable. As rest deepens further, even the idea of breathing may fade. The mind does not need to track it. The body does not need instruction. Everything necessary is already in motion. God remains with you as this happens. He does not step away when awareness disappears. He does not withdraw when the breath becomes invisible to you. His care continues through every quiet hour. There is nothing you need to do to stay alive through the night. You are being carried. The breath is being carried. The night is being carried. Let go of any remaining need to be aware. Let the body rest completely in what it already knows how to do. Nothing is required from you now. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard clearly. They do not need to be remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath breath, beneath sleep, beneath awareness itself. I am with you. Rest now. Breathing is carried through the night. You are held, and rest continues without effort. The body sleeping in peace. The body no longer needs to respond to anything as sleep settles fully in. There is no signal to react to, no message to interpret, no reason to move. The body has entered a state where peace is not something it feels, but something it lives within quietly. During the day, the body stays prepared. It adjusts, reacts, compensates, and holds tension without being asked. Even when you rest, a part of it often remains slightly alert. That work has ended now. The body has been given permission to sleep without readiness. Notice how stillness feels different at this depth. It is not effortful. It is not something you maintain. It is simply what remains when the need to respond has dissolved. The body rests because nothing requires it to do otherwise. Muscles remain soft and heavy, not because they are instructed to relax, but because there is no longer a reason to hold. The shoulders do not brace. The hands do not grip. The legs do not stay prepared to move. Everything settles naturally into ease. The body is not guarding itself against the night. It does not need to protect its boundaries. Sleep has become a place of safety rather than vulnerability. There is no anticipation of interruption. There is no expectation of disturbance. Breathing continues quietly, supporting the body without effort. The chest and abdomen move gently, almost imperceptibly. The rhythm does not call attention to itself. It does not need to be noticed to remain steady. God is present with the body in this piece, not watching for faults or changes, but simply remaining. His presence does not stimulate or awaken. It allows the body to remain undisturbed, held in calm continuity. At this depth of rest, even discomfort loses its voice. Sensations that once asked for adjustment soften into neutrality. The body is no longer scanning itself. It has found a place where it does not need to monitor its condition. There is no need to shift position unless the body chooses to do so on its own. Movements, if they happen, are small and unconscious. You do not need to wake to care for the body. It knows how to care for itself now. The nervous system has settled fully. Signals of threat are quiet. There's no reason for sudden response. The body recognizes that it is safe enough to remain deeply still. Sleep here is not fragile. It does not require silence, darkness, or perfect conditions to continue. It is stable because the body feels protected from the inside out. Nothing easily pulls it back to alertness. God does not interrupt this peace. He does not ask the body to remain aware of him. His care allows the body to forget, to sink, to rest, without reference to anything else. There is no need to stay connected to the idea of peace. The body does not think about it. It lives it. Peace is no longer an experience to notice. It is the environment the body is resting in. As the night continues, the body remains settled. It does not anticipate morning. It does not hold on to the day that has passed. Time has little meaning here. The body sleeps in the present without reference. Even if there are moments of deeper stillness or subtle shifts in sleep, the body remains calm. There is no startle. There is no tightening. Sleep flows smoothly without disruption. God remains with you as the body sleeps in peace. His presence does not fluctuate with sleep cycles. He does not step away during deeper stages of rest. His care remains steady and quiet. There is nothing left for the body to manage. It is not responsible for staying safe, staying ready, or staying aware. All of that has been released. Let the body continue sleeping exactly as it is. There is no need to adjust or assist. Peace does not need improvement. It is already complete. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard. They do not need to be remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath the body, beneath sleep, beneath awareness. I am with you. Rest now. The body is sleeping in peace, and nothing needs to change. Mind quiet, beyond thought. The mind has moved beyond the need to think. Thoughts no longer gather or form paths to follow. They do not need to be completed or resolved. The mind has entered a place where silence is not something it creates, but something it rests within naturally. Earlier, the mind may have slowed gradually, releasing worries and images one by one. Now even that movement has ended. There is no effort involved in being quiet. Quietness has become the natural state, like still water that does not need to be calmed. At this depth, there is no inner conversation to listen to, no questions waiting to be answered, no story unfolding. The mind is not empty in a way that feels missing. It is full in a way that feels settled. You do not need to notice this silence. You do not need to stay present with it. The mind does not require observation to remain at rest. Silence continues, whether it is recognized or forgotten. God is present within this quiet, not speaking, not directing, not asking for awareness. His presence does not stimulate thought. It allows thought to remain unnecessary. The mind rests because nothing is being demanded of it. If a fragment of thought briefly appears, it does not develop. It dissolves before it can draw attention. There is no need to push it away. The mind no longer engages with what passes through. The sense of time has softened further. There is no sequence to follow. Moments do not feel separate. The mind no longer tracks where it has been or where it is going. This is not confusion. It is rest beyond structure. You are not required to keep the mind quiet. You are not responsible for maintaining stillness. Quiet remains because effort has already ended. There is nothing to return to. God does not leave this silence when awareness fades. He does not step away when the mind grows still. His presence remains steady beneath thought, beneath memory, beneath identity. The mind has stopped asking whether it is resting correctly. It has stopped evaluating its own state. There is no longer a watcher within the mind. Watching itself has dissolved. This depth of rest does not need protection. It is not fragile. Sounds do not pull the mind back. Sensations do not invite attention. The mind remains settled because it no longer needs to respond. You are not missing anything in this quiet. There is nothing important happening elsewhere that requires your attention. The mind is safe to remain still. As sleep continues, the mind rests without content. There is no dreaming yet, no imagery forming, just quiet presence without form or direction. God remains with you in this depth, not as a thought to remember, but as a presence that holds even when remembering is impossible. His care does not depend on the mind being active. There is no need to wake or adjust. The mind does not need correction. Silence does not need reinforcement. Everything is already as it should be. Let the mind continue resting beyond thought. Let it remain unoccupied and untroubled. There is nothing it needs to do. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be understood. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain even when words and thought have disappeared. I am with you. Rest now. The mind is quiet beyond thought, and rest is complete. Sleep without dreams or worry. Sleep settles into a calm depth where the mind no longer creates images or stories. There is no dreaming to follow and no worry to revisit. The night becomes smooth and uninterrupted, like a wide, quiet sea without waves. You are not traveling anywhere. You are resting where you are. At this depth, the mind does not need to process the day or prepare for tomorrow. It has released its habit of movement. Nothing stirs beneath the surface. There is no pull upward into thought, no emotional echo asking for attention. The body recognizes this steadiness and remains still. Breathing is slow and regular, so gentle it barely registers. The heart keeps its rhythm without effort. Everything essential continues quietly, without drawing awareness back. Dreams do not need to appear for rest to be complete. The mind is allowed to remain blank, undisturbed by images or memories. There is no need for meaning, symbolism, or understanding. Rest does not require content. Worry has no place to land here. It does not find a thought to attach to or a feeling to awaken. Without activity in the mind, worry loses its path. It fades naturally, without resistance or struggle. You do not need to protect yourself from dreams or thoughts. Nothing is forming that could disturb you. Sleep remains even and deep, unbroken by inner movement. This quiet is stable and kind. God remains present through this stillness, not directing sleep, not shaping it, simply sustaining it. His care does not introduce images or awaken emotion. It allows rest to remain smooth and uninterrupted. If the body shifts slightly or the breath changes subtly, sleep continues without interruption. There is no awakening, no startle. Everything adjusts gently, without awareness. The night passes quietly here. There are no moments to notice and no changes to mark. Time moves without being felt. You are not aware of sleeping, and you do not need to be. God does not withdraw when the mind is empty. He does not step away when dreams do not come. His presence remains constant, steady beneath the stillness. There is no effort required to stay in this sleep. Nothing needs to be held in place. Rest continues on its own, supported without interruption. You are not missing anything by sleeping this deeply. The night does not require participation. Everything that matters is already being carried. As sleep continues, there is no return of worry. No image interrupts the calm. No thought pulls you back. The quiet remains complete. God stays with you through every undisturbed moment. His care does not depend on awareness or experience. You are held whether you know it or not. There is no reason to wake. Nothing is calling you back. Sleep is free to continue as long as it needs to. Let the night remain smooth and unbroken. Let rest deepen without content or concern. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beyond thought, beyond dream, beyond awareness. I am with you. Rest now. Sleep continues without dreams or worry, and the night remains calm and safe. God holding every hour. The night continues to move forward, even though you are no longer aware of it. Hours pass gently, without being counted or noticed. There is no need for you to accompany time as it moves. God is holding every hour for you, steady and uninterrupted, while you rest without involvement. Each hour of the night has its own quiet rhythm, and none of them require your attention. You do not need to pass through them consciously. You do not need to remain lightly awake to feel safe within them. God is present in every unseen moment, carrying the night with calm faithfulness. The body remains deeply at rest as time moves forward. Breathing continues softly. The heart keeps its rhythm. Muscles remain relaxed and still. Nothing changes that requires response. Nothing emerges that calls you back to awareness. You are not drifting through the night alone. Even when consciousness is absent, even when sleep is deep and unbroken, God remains with you. He does not lose track of time. He does not step away between hours. His care does not pause. There is no fragile moment in the night where safety weakens. No hour that is less protected than another. Early night, deep night, and the quiet hours before morning are all held in the same steady presence. You are not more vulnerable at any point. You do not need to worry about waking too early or too late. You do not need to monitor the passing of time. God is holding the flow of the night without urgency. Everything unfolds at the right pace without your participation. If sleep deepens further, that is welcomed. If sleep shifts naturally, that is also held. There is no wrong place to be within the night. God remains present through every variation of rest. The mind does not need to keep track of where you are in the night. It does not need to know how much time has passed. Forgetting time is part of resting deeply. God remembers what you do not need to remember. Each hour passes quietly, without announcement. There is no sound to mark the change. Nothing alerts you as one moment gives way to the next. The night moves smoothly, like a river, flowing without turbulence. God's presence does not grow tired as the hours pass. His attention does not wander. He does not need rest in the way you do. He remains constant while you sleep, holding the night steady. You are not responsible for waking at the right moment. You are not responsible for carrying yourself through the night. God remains attentive to what you release. You are free to remain uninvolved. The body remains supported as the night continues. It does not prepare for morning yet. It does not anticipate change. It rests fully in the present hour, unaware of the next. If there is a brief moment of stirring or shifting in sleep, it passes without awakening. God remains with you through those subtle transitions. Nothing interrupts the holding of the night. The hours are not empty. They are filled with quiet care. You do not need to experience them to be supported by them. God holds every unseen moment equally. There is no countdown to morning that you need to track. Morning will come when it comes. Until then, you are free to rest without awareness of what time it is. God does not forget you during the long stretches of sleep. He does not overlook you during the quietest hours. His care remains intimate and complete. As the night continues, there is no reason to return to awareness. Nothing is waiting for you. Everything necessary is already being carried. Let the hours continue to pass without notice. Let the night remain smooth and uninterrupted. You do not need to accompany it. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath time, beneath sleep, beneath awareness. I am with you. Rest now. God is holding every hour, and you are resting safely through the night. Stillness, deeper than sleep. Beyond sleep itself, there is a deeper stillness where nothing moves and nothing needs to move. This is not a place you enter by effort, and it is not a state you try to reach. It is simply what remains when even sleep has finished doing its work. You are resting within a quiet that has no edges and no direction. Here, there is no sense of falling asleep or waking up. Those ideas no longer apply. Awareness has thinned to the point where it does not organize experience anymore. There is no observer watching rest happen. Rest simply is. The body remains completely at ease, not heavy in a way that draws attention, not light in a way that invites movement. It is settled into a balance where nothing presses and nothing pulls. Breathing continues, but it is no longer something that could be noticed. The rhythm exists without reference. The mind is not dreaming, not thinking, not even quieting itself. It is moved beyond activity altogether. There are no images forming, no fragments of story, no impressions drifting through. Silence is no longer something surrounding you. It is what you are resting within. This stillness does not feel empty. It feels complete. There is nothing missing and nothing extra. There is no sense that something should be happening. The need for experience itself has fallen away. God remains present in this depth, not as something perceived, but as the ground that holds everything. His presence does not announce itself. It does not create sensation or awareness. It simply remains, steady and unchanging, beneath even the deepest rest. There is no passage of time here that could be followed. Moments do not move forward or backward. The night does not progress in a way that needs tracking. Everything exists in a continuous quiet without sequence. You are not required to stay in this stillness. You are not required to leave it. There is no choice being made. There is no movement to allow or prevent. Stillness holds you without asking permission. If there were ever a fear of disappearing in rest, it has no meaning here. There is nothing lost in this depth. You are not dissolving into nothing. You are resting within something that is stable, secure, and held. The sense of self has softened beyond identification. There is no need to know who you are or where you are. Identity does not need to be maintained. God knows you fully without requiring you to know yourself in this moment. Nothing interrupts this stillness. Not sound, not thought, not sensation. Even the idea of interruption has faded. There is no surface for disturbance to touch. This depth does not require protection. It does not need guarding or monitoring. God's presence is sufficient. There is no vulnerability here, only rest that is complete and untroubled. If awareness were to return briefly and then fade again, nothing would change. Stillness does not depend on continuity of consciousness. It remains whether you notice it or not. The body continues to be sustained without effort. The mind remains at rest without content. Everything necessary continues quietly beneath awareness. God does not step away at this depth. He does not withdraw when awareness disappears. His presence is not something you fall out of. It remains constant, deeper than sleep itself. There is nothing to anticipate and nothing to remember. Morning does not pull at you yet. The night does not push you forward. You are resting in a place that does not move. Let this stillness continue without observation. Let it remain unmarked and unnamed. There is no reason to return to awareness. As these words pass through gently, they do not need to be heard. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain even where words and awareness no longer reach. I am with you. Rest now. Stillness deeper than sleep holds you, and nothing needs to happen. Nothing interrupting your rest. Rest has become steady enough that nothing disturbs its flow. There is no sudden change to react to. No signal strong enough to pull you back into awareness. Sleep continues smoothly, uninterrupted and secure, as if held within a quiet boundary that does not shift. The body remains still, not because it is held rigid, but because there is no need to move. Muscles stay relaxed. The breath continues softly. There is no startled response waiting beneath the surface. Everything remains calm and settled. Sounds, if they exist at all, do not reach the center of rest. They fade before becoming meaningful. They do not ask for interpretation. They do not demand response. Your body knows how to remain asleep even when the world continues quietly around you. The mind does not engage with passing sensations. It does not attach meaning or memory. There is no inner movement that invites wakefulness. Rest remains deeper than any distraction. God's presence continues to hold this space steady. There is no opening for disturbance to enter. Nothing slips through unnoticed. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Protection does not require action here. It is already complete. If the body shifts slightly in sleep, it does so without awakening. Movements are small, automatic, and unremembered. Rest resumes immediately, smooth and unbroken. There is no need to stay alert in case something happens. Nothing is approaching. Nothing is being prepared for. The night does not contain surprises that require readiness. You are not being tested. The nervous system remains calm. There is no surge of attention. No reflex pulls you upward. Sleep remains stable and deep, held within quiet care. God does not allow gaps in this rest. His presence does not fluctuate through the night. He does not step away at any moment. Rest continues without interruption, because nothing has the power to disturb it. You do not need to hold on to sleep. It does not slip away easily. It remains because the body and mind are safe enough to stay there. Nothing pulls you back into awareness. Time passes without notice. The night moves forward quietly. There is no internal clock pulling you upward. You are free to remain fully asleep. If there is a brief moment of lighter sleep, it does not lead to waking. It passes gently and returns to depth without effort. God remains with you through every subtle shift. Nothing interrupts this rest. Not thought, not sound, not memory, not worry. Everything that once demanded attention has fallen away. The body remains supported. The mind remains quiet. The night remains calm. There is no point at which rest becomes fragile. God's care continues beneath everything, steady and complete. You are not required to notice it. You are not required to stay connected. It remains regardless. As sleep continues undisturbed, there is nothing left to attend to. Everything that matters is already being held. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath awareness. I am with you. Rest now. Nothing interrupts your rest, and the night remains safe and calm. Held until morning comes. The night continues quietly, carrying you forward without asking anything of you. You do not need to know where you are in the hours before morning. You do not need to sense time passing or anticipate what comes next. You are being held steadily, without interruption, until the light of morning arrives in its own time. Sleep now has a continuity that does not break. It does not depend on conditions remaining perfect. It does not rely on silence, darkness, or stillness to survive. It continues because you are safe enough to remain at rest. Nothing pulls you upward. Nothing calls you back. Your body stays deeply settled through the night. Breathing remains soft and even. The heart continues its rhythm without effort. Muscles stay loose and unguarded. There is no need to turn, adjust, or respond. Everything essential unfolds quietly. God's presence does not change as the night moves toward morning. He does not grow distant in the later hours. He does not step away when sleep is deepest. His care remains steady from the first moment of rest until the day begins again. You are not required to wake early in order to be ready. You are not responsible for preparing yourself for what comes next. Morning will arrive gently, without force, when rest has done its work. Until then, you are free to remain completely uninvolved. If there are moments of lighter sleep, they pass without concern. If sleep deepens again, it does so smoothly. There is no wrong place to be within the night. God holds every variation of rest equally. The world outside continues to exist, but it does not reach you here. Responsibilities do not follow you into this depth. Thoughts about tomorrow do not intrude. You are not being drawn forward prematurely. Rest remains intact. God does not wake you abruptly. He does not rush the night. His care allows sleep to complete its full cycle, uninterrupted and sufficient. You are not being hurried toward morning. There is no moment in the night when you are left alone. Even when awareness is completely absent, even when you are unaware of yourself, God remains with you. His presence does not require recognition to be real. The hours before dawn are often the quietest. They pass gently, without sound or movement that matters. You are carried through them without effort, protected without awareness, held without condition. Your body continues to restore itself while you sleep. Systems balance. Tension releases fully. Nothing needs to be guided or corrected. Rest works quietly, exactly as it should. God remains attentive while you remain asleep. He does not forget you. He does not overlook these unseen hours. His care is continuous, intimate, and complete. You do not need to stay asleep intentionally. You do not need to hold on to rest. Sleep remains because there is no reason for it to end yet. Morning will come when it is time. Until then, you are held. Held through the deepest hours. Held through silence. Held through stillness. As these final words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain through the rest of the night, beyond thought, beyond awareness, beyond sleep. I am with you. Rest now. You are held until morning comes, and you rest safely all the way through, remaining at rest without awareness. Rest continues even when awareness is no longer present. There is no need to notice it, confirm it, or remain connected to it in any way. Sleep has settled into a depth where consciousness is not required for safety, comfort, or peace. Everything that needs to happen is already happening without you. At this level of rest, the mind does not register sound as meaning. Words pass through without forming memory. There is no effort to listen and no need to respond. The body and mind remain settled, undisturbed by what continues quietly around them. You are not missing anything by sleeping this deeply. There is no message waiting for your attention. Nothing important is unfolding that requires awareness. The night is not asking you to participate. It is simply holding you. The body remains still and supported, resting without tension. Breathing continues softly, steady and reliable, without ever becoming something you need to follow. The heart maintains its rhythm without instruction. Everything essential continues quietly in the background. God remains present even when you are unaware of Him. His presence does not fade when consciousness fades. It does not depend on recognition or thought. He remains with you fully, holding what you have released. There is no need to wait to check where you are or how you feel. There is no need to monitor comfort or position. The body knows how to remain at ease without waking you. Any small adjustments happen naturally and without memory. Rest does not pause when awareness disappears. It deepens. The absence of thought and sensation is not emptiness. It is fullness without noise, calm without form. You are not drifting away. You are resting more completely. Time continues to move forward without being felt. Hours pass gently, without announcement. There is no sense of waiting for morning or moving toward it. The night holds its shape without asking you to notice it. God does not step away during these unseen hours. He does not withdraw when awareness is gone. His care remains steady, constant, and uninterrupted. You are not alone in this depth, even though you are unaware of yourself. There is no vulnerability here. You are not exposed by sleeping deeply. You are protected more fully because effort has ended. Nothing depends on you staying aware. Nothing requires your vigilance. The mind does not dream actively at this depth. Images do not form. Stories do not unfold. There is no inner movement pulling you upward. Rest remains smooth and uninterrupted. If awareness were to return briefly and then fade again, nothing would change. Rest would continue. God would remain. Safety would not shift. There is no fragile balance to maintain. The night does not contain moments that require you. It does not hold surprises waiting to wake you. You are not being tested or watched for response. You are simply being kept. God's presence remains beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath even the idea of rest. His care does not need to be experienced to be real. It continues whether you know it or not. There is no instruction for you to follow now, no posture to maintain, no breath to guide, no thought to release. Everything that could be done has already been done. The body continues restoring itself quietly. Systems balance. Tension releases fully. Healing unfolds in ways you do not need to witness. Rest is enough. You do not need to remain asleep intentionally. You do not need to stay unconscious. Whatever state you are in is already held. God remains with you through all of it. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard. They do not need to be remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath awareness, beneath sleep, beneath everything. I am with you. Rest now. You remain at rest without awareness, and the night continues to hold you safely. God working while you sleep. While you sleep, nothing is paused. Rest does not stop movement. It allows a deeper kind of work to continue quietly, without effort, without awareness, without interruption. This work does not require your understanding or participation. It unfolds gently while you remain at rest. God does not wait for you to be conscious in order to care for you. He does not require attention to act. As your awareness stays absent, His presence remains active in a way that does not disturb sleep. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. Everything moves at the pace of peace. The body continues its quiet processes beneath sleep. Systems rebalance. Tension releases further. Places that have held strain for a long time begin to soften without instruction. This is not something you initiate. It happens because rest has made space for it. Healing does not always arrive as sensation. Often, it arrives as silence, as the absence of strain, as the quiet correction of what has been carrying too much. You do not need to feel it for it to be real. You do not need to notice change for it to occur. God works in this depth without awakening you. His care does not stimulate thought or emotion. It does not introduce images or memories. It remains subtle, steady, and non-intrusive, allowing sleep to continue undisturbed. You are not required to cooperate consciously. There is no prayer you need to form, no belief you need to maintain, no intention you need to hold. Rest itself is enough. Sleep is not passive here. It is receptive. The mind remains quiet, free from processing or evaluation. There's no effort to resolve anything. No memory is revisited. No future is imagined. In this stillness, God works beneath thought, where nothing resists. Time passes without awareness as this gentle work continues. There's no urgency. Nothing needs to be completed before morning. Everything unfolds in the right order, without pressure. The body remains deeply relaxed, heavy and still. Breathing continues softly. The heart maintains its rhythm. These steady patterns support restoration without calling attention to themselves. God does not fix you as if something is wrong. His care is not corrective in a harsh way. It is restorative, bringing balance where imbalance has existed, ease where effort has lingered, calm where strain once lived. There is no need to monitor progress. You are not responsible for outcomes. Healing is not something you achieve. It is something you receive without effort while you rest. If there are places within you that have carried weariness for a long time, they are not overlooked. God does not work only on what is obvious. His care reaches what you cannot name, what you have forgotten, what you never learned to attend to. Sleep remains smooth and uninterrupted as this happens. There is no reason to wake, no signal that something is changing. The night continues quietly, holding you in safety. God remains present through every unseen moment. He does not step away between hours. He does not pause his care when awareness is gone. His presence remains constant, gentle, and complete. You do not need to trust actively for this to continue. You do not need to believe harder or surrender more. Rest itself is the surrender. Sleep itself is the trust. The mind stays unoccupied. The body stays still. The night stays calm. Everything required for restoration is already in place. Nothing is being demanded of you now. There is no task to complete, no role to fill, no responsibility to hold. You are free to remain deeply asleep. God continues working while you sleep, not loudly, not visibly, but faithfully. His care does not draw attention to itself. It allows rest to remain undisturbed. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath awareness. I am with you. Rest now. God is working while you sleep, and you remain safely at rest. The body restoring in silence. Rest has reached a depth where the body no longer asks for attention. There is no discomfort calling out, no signal asking to be adjusted or corrected. The body has entered a quiet place where restoration unfolds without sensation, without instruction, without awareness. Silence surrounds this process, not as emptiness, but as space. A space where nothing interferes and nothing interrupts. The body does not need encouragement here. It knows how to return to balance when it is not being watched or managed. Muscles remain loose and heavy, not collapsing, not holding, simply resting where they are supported. Areas that carried tension through the day soften further now, not because they are told to relax, but because there is no longer a reason to remain tight. Breathing continues steadily, barely noticeable. Each breath arrives and leaves without effort. The chest and abdomen move gently, without drawing attention back to the body. The rhythm is quiet and sufficient, sustaining everything beneath awareness. The nervous system has settled fully into calm. Signals of urgency have faded. There is no readiness to react, no reflex waiting to be triggered. The body recognizes that it is safe enough to restore itself deeply. Restoration does not always feel like something happening. Often, it feels like nothing at all. This nothingness is not absence. It is the condition that allows healing to continue undisturbed. God remains present with the body in this silence. His care does not stimulate sensation or awaken awareness. It allows the body to remain undisturbed, supported without being observed. Cells renew quietly. Systems rebalance. Small corrections take place without drawing notice. The body does not need to announce what it is doing. It works best when it is not interrupted. There is no need for the body to hold memory now. It does not revisit strain or pain. It does not anticipate effort or movement. It remains in the present without needing to know it is doing so. Silence deepens further, not because sound disappears completely, but because sound no longer registers as meaningful. The body remains asleep, even if the world continues faintly around it. God does not rush this restoration. He does not force change or demand progress. His care allows the body to take exactly the time it needs, moving gently and naturally. You are not required to wake to feel better. You are not required to notice improvement. Healing does not require awareness to be effective. It continues quietly while you sleep. If there are places within the body that have been carrying weariness for a long time, they are not forgotten. Restoration reaches them without pressure, without drawing attention, without stirring consciousness. The body does not prepare for morning yet. It does not anticipate movement or effort. It remains in a state where nothing is expected of it. This is where restoration happens most deeply. There is no need to protect this silence. Nothing intrudes. Nothing competes. The body remains at rest because there is no reason to do otherwise. God's presence does not change as restoration continues. He does not step away when awareness is absent. His care remains steady, constant, and sufficient. The body continues restoring itself beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath thought. Nothing is required of you. Everything necessary continues on its own. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath the silence, supporting the body quietly. I am with you. Rest now. The body is restoring in silence, and rest continues safely through the night. The soul at peace, beneath sleep. Beneath the quiet of sleep, something deeper remains at rest. It is not something you need to sense or define. It does not announce itself. It simply rests, undisturbed, beyond thought and feeling, held gently in peace. This peace is not an emotion that rises and falls. It is a steadiness that does not change with circumstances or awareness. Even as the mind sleeps and the body remains still, the soul rests in a place where nothing pulls and nothing presses. There is no work for the soul to do tonight. It does not need to reflect, repent, or reach for understanding. It does not need to remember anything or prepare for what comes next. It is allowed to be still without purpose. God remains present at this depth, not speaking, not instructing, not asking for response. His presence does not disturb the soul's rest. It allows the soul to remain untouched by worry, memory, or expectation. The soul is not restless beneath sleep. It does not wander or search. It does not carry unresolved questions. It remains quiet because it is held, not because it has solved anything. There is no pressure here to feel something spiritual or meaningful. Peace does not need to be experienced to be real. It remains whether it is noticed or forgotten. As the night continues, the soul rests beneath all surface movement. It is not affected by dreams, sounds, or changes in sleep stages. It remains steady and calm throughout. God does not withdraw when awareness is absent. He does not step away from the soul when the mind sleeps. His presence remains constant, creating a place where the soul can rest without interruption. This depth does not require effort or belief. The soul does not need to trust actively. It rests because it is held securely, not because it is chosen correctly. Nothing in the night disturbs this peace. There is no inner conflict waiting to rise. There is no unresolved tension pulling upward. The soul remains quiet, settled, and whole. The soul does not need to be protected from anything here. It is not vulnerable in this stillness. it is safe enough to remain completely at rest. There is no need for the soul to speak or respond. Prayer does not need to form. Words are unnecessary. Presence is enough. As sleep continues, this peace remains unchanged. It does not deepen or lessen. It does not come and go. It simply is. God remains with the soul in this depth, not as an idea to remember, but as the ground that holds everything. His care does not depend on awareness or acknowledgement. There is nothing the soul needs to do to stay here. It does not need to hold on to peace. Peace holds it. The night continues quietly above this depth. Time moves without being felt. The soul remains untouched by the passing hours. You do not need to awaken to return to this peace. It remains with you, whether you are aware or not. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath everything. I am with you. Rest now. The soul rests at peace beneath sleep, and nothing disturbs it. Healing. Without awareness, healing continues even when you are not aware of it. There is no moment you need to notice, and no sensation you need to feel for restoration to take place. In this depth of sleep, healing unfolds quietly, without effort, without instruction, without participation. Nothing is being asked of you. Awareness is not a requirement for renewal. Understanding is not necessary. The body, the mind, and the soul do not need direction in order to be cared for. They respond naturally when rest is complete and uninterrupted. There is no task for you to perform in this process. You do not need to focus, believe more strongly, or hold a specific thought. Healing does not wait for cooperation. It moves gently beneath sleep, reaching places you could not access while awake. The body continues its quiet work without sensation. Small adjustments happen without drawing attention. Balance is restored without announcement. Nothing calls you back into awareness to witness it. This work remains silent because silence allows it to continue. The mind remains still, not analyzing or revisiting anything. There is no evaluation of progress, no checking to see whether something is changing. The absence of monitoring allows restoration to move freely. God does not require your consent in the form of words or intention. Your rest is enough. Sleep itself becomes the space where His care unfolds most gently. Nothing is forced, nothing is rushed. Healing here is not dramatic. It does not arrive with emotion or intensity. It comes as quiet correction, as subtle easing, as the gradual release of what has been held too tightly for too long. You do not need to feel it for it to be real. There is no pressure to wake and confirm that something has changed. Healing does not need validation. It does not depend on memory. It continues whether you are aware of it or not. The night remains calm as this happens. Sleep is not interrupted. The body stays heavy and still. Breathing continues softly, supporting every unseen adjustment without calling attention. God remains present throughout this quiet work. His care does not disturb sleep. It does not awaken thought or emotion. It supports restoration without introducing effort. You are not responsible for outcomes. Healing is not something you accomplish. It is something you receive simply by resting. There is nothing more you could do to help it along. If there are areas within you that have carried weariness for a long time, they are not overlooked. Healing reaches them without needing to be invited consciously. Nothing is forgotten in this depth. The mind does not need to interpret what is happening. It remains free from explanation. Silence is not a lack. It is the condition that allows renewal to continue without resistance. God does not hurry this process. He does not demand quick results. His care moves at the pace of peace, allowing everything to settle fully before moving on. You do not need to remain asleep intentionally. You do not need to stay unaware. Whatever state you are in, healing continues beneath it, steady and unbroken. There is no risk in letting go completely. Nothing essential depends on your awareness. Everything necessary is already being held. As the night continues, restoration remains active beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath thought. You are not required to witness it. Let everything continue exactly as it is. There is nothing to adjust, nothing to check, nothing to add. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath awareness, beneath sleep, beneath healing itself. I am with you. Rest now. Healing continues without awareness, and rest remains deep and safe. Held in gentle restoration, rest has moved into a place where restoration feels gentle rather than active. There is no sense of effort or process, only a quiet holding that allows everything to return to balance at its own pace. Nothing is being corrected forcefully. Nothing is being pushed to change. You are simply being held while renewal unfolds softly. This kind of restoration does not announce itself. It does not create sensation or demand attention. It happens beneath sleep, beneath silence, in a way that does not disturb or awaken. You do not need to know where it begins or ends. The body remains still and supported, heavy in a way that feels secure. Breathing continues without effort. The heart maintains its rhythm quietly. These steady patterns allow restoration to continue without interruption. God's presence is not directing this restoration from outside. He is present within it, holding every part of you gently, without pressure or urgency. His care does not overwhelm. It steadies. There is no part of you that needs to be ready for this. No part that needs to respond or cooperate. Restoration does not require your awareness. It does not require belief or intention. It unfolds naturally because rest has made room for it. If there are places within you that have felt worn down or overextended, they are not being forced into change. They are being allowed to soften, gradually and safely, without being noticed. The mind remains quiet, not evaluating or interpreting what is happening. There's no checking for progress, no measuring of improvement. Silence continues because nothing needs to be known. The night holds this gentle work steadily. Time passes without urgency. There is no schedule to keep and no outcome to reach. Everything unfolds in the right order without being hurried. God does not withdraw his care while this happens. He does not step away during the quiet hours. His presence remains constant, steady beneath sleep, allowing restoration to continue uninterrupted. You are not required to stay asleep for this to continue. You are not required to remain unaware. Whatever state you are in, you are being held in the same gentle care. Nothing in the night interrupts this process. Sounds do not intrude. Thoughts do not return with force. Sleep remains smooth and undisturbed. There is no risk in resting this deeply. Nothing essential is being neglected. Everything that needs attention is already receiving it without effort. Gentle restoration does not create change you need to react to. It allows what is ready to settle and what is tired to rest. There is no abrupt shift or sudden sensation. God remains with you as this unfolds, not asking for recognition, not demanding response. His care continues quietly, supporting everything that has been released. You do not need to wake to confirm anything. You do not need to feel different in order for restoration to be real. The absence of sensation does not mean absence of care. Let the night continue to hold you gently. Let restoration unfold without being noticed. There is nothing to add and nothing to remove. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath restoration itself. I am with you. Rest now. You are held in gentle restoration, and the night remains calm and safe. Nothing required for renewal. There is nothing you need to do in order for renewal to continue. No effort is expected. No awareness is needed. Renewal unfolds because rest has removed every demand. You are not responsible for initiating change or sustaining it. Everything that is renewing within you is doing so freely. At this depth of rest, the idea of effort no longer applies. The body is not working toward improvement. The mind is not participating in progress. Renewal happens because nothing is in the way. Silence and stillness create the space where restoration can move naturally. You do not need to cooperate consciously with this process. There is no instruction to follow and no posture to maintain. You are not being evaluated on how well you rest. Renewal does not depend on your participation. The body continues to settle deeper into balance. Systems regulate quietly. Tension releases where it no longer serves a purpose. These shifts happen gently, without drawing attention or creating sensation. The mind remains unoccupied, free from the habit of trying to help or understand. It does not check whether renewal is occurring. It does not form expectations. This absence of monitoring allows rest to remain uninterrupted. God's presence does not ask you to do anything in order to be cared for. He does not require effort as a sign of faith. Rest itself is enough. Renewal does not wait for activity. It flows naturally within stillness. If there has ever been a belief that healing or growth requires striving, that belief can rest now. Nothing needs to be accomplished tonight. Renewal does not demand progress. It happens quietly when resistance has ended. There is no task left undone. There is no responsibility being avoided. You are not neglecting anything by resting this deeply. Everything that matters is already being attended to. The night continues without urgency. Time passes without being felt. Renewal does not follow a schedule. It unfolds in its own rhythm, unpressured and unobserved. God remains with you through every unseen moment. His care does not pause while you sleep. It does not wait for your awareness to return. He remains constant while you remain at rest. The body does not prepare for morning yet. It does not anticipate movement or effort. It remains in the present, where renewal is allowed to continue without interruption. You are not required to stay asleep intentionally. You are not required to stay unaware. Whatever state you are in, nothing is being asked of you. Renewal continues regardless. There is no reason to wake and check how you feel. There is no reason to evaluate change. Renewal does not need validation. It does not need to be noticed to be real. The mind remains quiet, not searching for meaning or outcome. Silence continues naturally. Nothing pulls attention upward. Nothing invites engagement. God does not rush this process. He does not demand completion before morning. His care moves at the pace of peace, allowing everything to settle fully. You are free to let go completely. There is nothing to hold and nothing to manage. Renewal continues without effort, supported quietly beneath sleep. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath renewal itself. I am with you. Rest now. Nothing is required for renewal, and rest continues safely through the night. God remaining. Through the quiet hours of the night pass without drawing attention to themselves. These are the moments when the world feels most still, when movement has slowed and sound has softened into the background. You do not need to be aware of these hours for them to hold you gently. God remains present through all of them, steady and unchanged. There is a depth to the night where nothing new arrives and nothing asks to be addressed. Time moves, but it does so quietly, without urgency or demand. You are not required to accompany these hours or acknowledge their passing. They unfold without your participation. Your body remains deeply settled as these quiet hours continue. Breathing stays slow and unforced. The heart keeps its rhythm without effort. Muscles remain loose and heavy, supported without needing adjustment. Everything essential continues without interruption. The mind remains unoccupied, free from thought and image. There is no processing taking place. No memory is being revisited. No anticipation of morning is forming. Silence holds the mind gently, without pressure. God does not grow distant in these hours. He does not step away while everything feels still. His presence does not fade when there is nothing happening. He remains with you fully, attentive without tension, near without disturbance. These quiet hours are not empty. They are filled with steady care that does not announce itself. You do not need to sense anything for this care to be real. It remains whether you are aware of it or not. There is no reason to fear waking in the middle of the night. If awareness briefly stirs and then fades again, nothing has changed. God remains with you. Rest resumes naturally, without effort. The night does not hold hidden demands during these hours. It does not test you. It does not expect readiness. You are not required to remain alert or responsive. Everything remains calm and secure. God remains present beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath time itself. His care does not fluctuate with awareness or sleep stages. He remains constant through every unseen moment. The body continues restoring quietly. The mind remains at rest. The soul remains at peace. Nothing interrupts this gentle continuity. Nothing competes for attention. These hours do not need to be filled with meaning. They do not need to be remembered. They simply pass, carrying you safely toward morning without asking anything of you. You are not missing anything by sleeping through them. Nothing important requires your awareness. Everything that matters is already being held. God does not forget you in the stillest hours of the night. He does not overlook you when everything is quiet. His presence remains intimate and complete, even when you are unaware of yourself. There is no need to prepare for what comes next. Morning will arrive gently in its own time. Until then, you are free to remain fully at rest. The quiet hours continue without interruption. They do not end abruptly. They do not change suddenly. They simply move forward, smooth and steady, under God's care. As these hours pass, rest remains deep and unbroken. Nothing pulls you upward. Nothing calls you back. You are carried without effort. God remains with you through the quiet hours, holding everything you have released. His care does not need to be noticed to be real. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath time. I am with you. Rest now. God remains through the quiet hours, and you rest safely as the night continues. Rest that continues, without sound. Sound no longer carries meaning here. It does not arrive as information or interruption. It becomes part of the background, unable to reach the depth where rest is happening. The night holds you in a quiet, where even hearing fades into neutrality. The voice you may still hear does not ask for attention. It does not invite response. It moves gently, like air passing through a room without disturbing anything. Your body does not register it as something to follow. Your mind does not shape it into thought. Rest has settled deeper than sound. Even silence is no longer something to notice. There is simply an absence of disturbance, a steadiness that remains whether anything is heard or not. Sleep continues without needing ideal conditions. The body remains still and heavy, supported fully. Breathing stays slow and unremarkable. There is no reflex waiting beneath the surface. Nothing prepares to respond. Nothing pulls upward. Sound does not wake you because it no longer matters. It does not carry urgency. It does not bring meaning. It passes without entering awareness, leaving rest untouched. God remains present beneath all sound and silence. His care does not arrive through words. It does not depend on hearing or understanding. It remains constant even when nothing is registered. The mind stays unoccupied. There is no effort to listen, no curiosity to engage. Sound does not become thought. It dissolves before it can form memory. You do not need to protect this rest from noise. Nothing needs to be blocked or resisted. Rest is deep enough to continue on its own. The night does not require silence to remain safe. If there is a moment of lighter sleep, sound still does not pull you back. It remains distant and unimportant. Rest resumes its depth immediately, without effort or awareness. God does not adjust his presence based on what you hear or do not hear. His care remains steady beneath all conditions. You are not more held in quiet and not less held in sound. The hours continue to pass smoothly. Sound does not mark them. Silence does not mark them. Time moves without signal. You remain uninvolved. There is no need to wake if something is heard. There is no threat to respond to. The body knows it is safe enough to remain asleep. The nervous system stays calm. Rest does not depend on control. It does not need to be maintained. It continues because nothing is disturbing it. You are being held too securely for interruption. God remains with you beneath every layer of perception. His presence does not need sound to be known. It does not need silence to remain. It simply is. As the night continues, sound fades further into irrelevance. Awareness stays absent. Sleep remains smooth and deep, undisturbed by what passes around it. You do not need to return to listening. You do not need to follow these words. Rest is already complete without participation. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sound, beneath silence, beneath sleep itself. I am with you. Rest now. Rest continues without sound, and the night remains calm and safe. Held in healing until morning, the night continues to hold you gently as it moves toward morning. There is no moment you need to notice, and no change you need to feel. You are being carried through the remaining hours in the same steady care that has held you all night long. Nothing has shifted. Nothing has weakened. Everything remains calm and complete. Healing does not stop as the night deepens. It continues quietly, without urgency, without sensation, without drawing attention. There is no finish line to cross before morning arrives. Restoration unfolds in its own rhythm, supported by rest that does not break. Your body remains deeply settled, resting without tension. Breathing stays soft and even. The heart continues its rhythm without effort. Muscles remain loose and supported. There is no need to turn toward wakefulness yet. Nothing is calling you back. The mind stays quiet, free from thought and image. There is no anticipation of the day ahead. No planning. No remembering. Sleep remains smooth and uninterrupted, allowing healing to continue beneath awareness. God remains present through every remaining hour of the night. He does not step away as morning approaches. His care does not fade when the darkness begins to thin. You are held with the same gentleness from the first moment of rest to the last. There is no need to wake early in order to be ready. You are not required to prepare yourself for what comes next. Morning will arrive gently when rest has completed its work. Until then, you are free to remain completely at rest. Healing does not require awareness to be effective. You do not need to feel different in order to be renewed. You do not need to remember the night for it to matter. Everything that has been unfolding quietly will continue until it is complete. The quiet hours before morning pass without disturbance. There is no sound that matters, no movement that requires response. You are not being drawn upward prematurely. Sleep remains intact. God does not rush the transition into a new day. He does not pull you out of rest before it is finished. His care allows sleep to remain whole, uninterrupted, and sufficient. You are not alone at any point in this final stretch of night. Even when awareness is completely absent, even when you are unaware of yourself, God remains with you. His presence does not depend on recognition. The body continues restoring itself quietly. Systems settle fully. Balance is maintained. Nothing is interrupted. Nothing is overlooked. Healing remains gentle and complete. There is no need to hold on to sleep. It does not slip away easily. It remains because there is no reason for it to end yet. Morning will come when it is time, not before. If awareness briefly stirs and then fades again, nothing changes. You are still held. Healing continues. Rest resumes its depth without effort. God's care remains steady through the final unseen moments of night. He holds what you have released. He remains attentive while you rest. You do not need to stay asleep intentionally. You do not need to stay unaware. Whatever state you are in, you are being held in the same gentle care. As the night slowly gives way to morning, nothing is rushed. Nothing is abrupt. You are carried all the way through, safely and peacefully. As these final words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain with you through the rest of the night and into the new day. I am with you. Rest now. You are held in healing until morning, and you rest safely all the way through. Rest, continuing as night softens. Rest continues even as the night begins to soften around you. There is no signal to respond to, and no change that requires awareness. The deep quiet that has carried you remains steady, untouched by subtle shifts in darkness or time. Sleep does not thin as the night lightens. It remains whole, supported, and secure. Nothing asks you to move toward waking. There is no pull upward into thought. The body does not prepare to rise. The mind does not gather itself. Rest stays exactly as it is, uninterrupted and sufficient, because nothing has changed that matters. The softening of the night happens beyond your awareness. You do not need to sense it or pass through it consciously. God holds this transition quietly, ensuring that rest remains intact while the hours continue their gentle movement forward. Your body remains deeply settled. Breathing stays slow and unremarkable. Muscles remain loose and heavy, supported without needing adjustment. There is no reflex to stretch or turn. Everything essential continues without drawing attention. The mind remains quiet, not registering the subtle shift of time. There are no thoughts forming about the day ahead. No images rise. No inner conversation begins. Silence holds the mind without effort. Rest does not depend on the night staying the same. It does not rely on darkness remaining deep. It continues because safety remains unchanged. You are held in the same care, regardless of what is happening beyond awareness. God does not allow this softening to disturb you. He does not let it signal waking or invite anticipation. His presence remains steady, holding rest in place as the night gently changes. There is no need to prepare for morning yet. Morning is not arriving now. The hours before, it remained calm and unhurried. You are not being drawn forward prematurely. Sleep remains free to continue its full course. The body does not react to lightening air or distant changes. It remains at ease, unresponsive to anything that does not belong to rest. The nervous system stays calm. There is no alertness returning beneath the surface. You are not missing anything by sleeping through this softening. Nothing important requires your awareness. Everything that needs attention is already being cared for without you. God remains with you through this quiet shift, holding what you have released. His care does not fluctuate as night moves toward morning. You are not more alone now than you were earlier. You are not less protected. The night continues to hold you gently. Rest remains deep, smooth, and uninterrupted. There is no need to wake and no reason to stir. If awareness briefly flickers and then fades again, nothing changes. Rest resumes its depth immediately. God remains present, steady and unchanged. The hours continue to pass without announcement. There is no sound that matters and no sensation that calls you back. Sleep remains the natural state. You are allowed to remain unaware of where you are in the night. Time does not need to be tracked. The body and mind rest best when they are not involved. God does not hurry this process. He does not rush you toward waking. His care allows rest to remain complete, carrying you gently through every unseen moment. Nothing pulls you awake. Nothing presses for attention. The softening of the night does not disturb the depth of rest you are in. As these words pass through quietly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath the gentle movement of the night. I am with you. Rest now. Rest continues as the night softens, and you remain safely held in deep sleep. God holding the transition. Unseen. The movement from night toward morning happens quietly, without asking for your awareness. You do not need to cross this transition consciously. You do not need to sense it or respond to it. God holds the passage of time gently, ensuring that nothing disturbs the depth of rest you are in. Transitions often carry a sense of change or anticipation when you are awake. Here, that anticipation is absent. There is no signal that something new is beginning. The body does not stir. The mind does not gather itself. Rest remains steady, protected from interruption. God does not allow this unseen shift to create vulnerability. He does not step back as one phase gives way to another. His presence remains constant through the entire movement, holding both night and morning in the same quiet care. The body remains deeply at ease. Breathing continues softly, without variation. Muscles stay loose and supported. There is no increase in tension and no reflex to prepare for movement. Everything remains settled. The mind does not register the transition. It does not interpret changes in light or time. There is no forming thought that invites waking. Silence continues naturally, unbroken and complete. You are not required to pass through this change consciously. You do not need to witness anything in order to remain safe. God carries the transition for you, allowing sleep to remain uninterrupted. There is no gap in care between night and morning. Nothing opens. Nothing loosens. Protection does not thin. You are not more exposed during change. You are held more securely than awareness could ever manage. The quiet hours continue without urgency. Time moves without markers. You are not aware of how far the night has gone or how close morning may be. That knowledge is not needed. God does not hurry the passage. He does not rush you toward waking. He allows rest to remain whole, giving sleep the space to complete its work fully. The body continues restoring itself quietly beneath this transition. Balance is maintained. Systems remain calm. Nothing is disrupted by the unseen movement of time. If awareness briefly stirs and then fades again, nothing has changed. God remains with you. Rest resumes immediately, deep and smooth. The transition does not announce itself through sound or sensation. It does not press against sleep. It does not invite response. It passes beneath awareness, carried gently. You are not missing anything by sleeping through this moment. Nothing important requires your attention. Everything that matters is already being held. God remains present through every unseen shift. His care does not depend on your awareness. It does not require your participation. It remains steady and complete. The night continues to soften without disturbing you. Morning does not arrive abruptly. It waits until rest is finished. There is no rush and no demand. The body remains unprepared to wake because it does not need to be. Sleep remains the natural state. Nothing pulls you out of it. God holds this transition unseen, allowing you to remain unaware, protected, and at rest. You are not asked to cross anything alone. As these words pass through quietly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath time itself. I am with you. Rest now. God holds the transition unseen, and you remain safely asleep as night gently gives way. The body remaining at ease. Without announcing it, the body chooses to remain at ease. There is no inner signal telling it to prepare, no subtle tightening that suggests the night is ending. Ease stays in place naturally, as if the body understands there is still nothing required of it. At this stage of rest, the body is no longer responding to environment or time. Changes outside do not translate inward. Light does not register. Temperature shifts do not matter. The body remains settled in its own quiet balance, unmoved and untroubled. Muscles stay loose, not collapsing, not holding, simply resting where support already exists. There is no stretch forming beneath the surface, no reflex preparing for motion. The body has not begun to think about waking because it has no reason to. Breathing continues in the same gentle rhythm, unchanged by the passing hours. It does not grow lighter or faster. It does not signal transition. Each breath arrives and leaves quietly, sustaining rest without calling attention. The nervous system remains calm and inactive. There is no alertness returning beneath sleep, no subtle readiness forming. The body has not shifted into anticipation. It stays in a state where nothing needs to happen. God remains present with the body in this ease. His care does not stimulate or activate. It allows the body to remain undisturbed, held gently in a state where effort has no role. The body does not remember the day that is coming. It does not prepare for tasks or movement. It stays rooted in the present moment of rest, where nothing is demanded and nothing is missing. Even if there are faint changes in the world beyond sleep, the body does not respond. It remains insulated from signals that do not belong to rest. Ease continues uninterrupted. There is no need for the body to protect itself right now. It does not need to guard against waking too soon or missing something important. Everything that matters is already being cared for. God does not withdraw his presence as the night moves forward. He remains steady, allowing the body to stay relaxed without interruption. There is no moment when the body becomes responsible for itself again. The weight of the body feels even and supported. There is no pressure point asking for adjustment, no discomfort forming. Everything remains balanced and calm. The body is not holding tension unconsciously anymore. What once stayed tight out of habit has softened fully. There is no reason to brace. There is no reason to stay prepared. Sleep remains deep and stable. The body does not drift toward wakefulness. It does not hover near the surface. It stays settled where rest is complete. If there is a subtle shift in sleep stages, the body moves through it smoothly without waking. There is no startle, no tightening. Ease remains continuous. God remains with the body through every unseen moment. His care does not change as time passes. The body is not left alone to manage itself. There is nothing the body needs to do to stay at ease. It does not need to maintain this state. Ease remains because nothing disrupts it. You are not required to wake in order for the body to remain safe. You are not required to become aware. Everything necessary continues quietly. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath the body, beneath sleep, beneath time. I am with you. Rest now. The body remains at ease, and rest continues, deep and undisturbed. The mind, noticing nothing. Thought does not return as the hours move forward. The mind remains unengaged, uninterested in what time it is or what may come next. There's no curiosity rising and no awareness forming. The quiet that is settled stays complete, untouched by change. At this depth, the mind does not scan or interpret. It does not receive signals from the world outside or from the body within. Light does not register. Sound does not organize itself into meaning. Everything that once invited attention passes by without being taken in. The mind is not resting by effort. It is resting because there is nothing for it to do. No problem waits to be solved. No memory asks to be revisited. No plan begins to form. Silence is not maintained. It is simply present. This kind of rest does not feel empty or dull. It feels neutral and sufficient. The mind is not missing stimulation. It is free from the need for it. Awareness has stepped back completely, leaving no trace of strain. God remains present beneath this quiet, not stirring thought or directing attention. His presence does not awaken the mind. It allows it to remain inactive, supported without demand. There is no sense of waiting here. The mind is not anticipating morning or watching the night pass. Time has no shape and no relevance. Nothing is being measured or tracked. If a fragment of thought were to appear briefly, it would not develop. It would dissolve before forming words or images. There is no momentum to carry it forward. The mind has no interest in continuing it. The absence of thought does not create vulnerability. It creates rest. The mind does not need to stay partially alert to remain safe. God holds what the mind has released. The quiet continues evenly. There are no fluctuations pulling attention back. No internal movement invites engagement. The mind remains still because nothing disturbs it. God does not leave the mind alone in this stillness. His care remains steady, not as something perceived, but as the ground that allows the mind to rest without concern. There is no instruction the mind needs to follow, no state it needs to maintain. Rest is not fragile here. It does not depend on conditions staying perfect. The mind does not reflect on itself. It does not check whether it is resting deeply enough. Self-awareness has faded completely. Nothing is being observed from within. Sleep continues smoothly. The mind does not hover near wakefulness. It stays settled beyond thought, beyond image, beyond memory. If there is any change in sleep stage, the mind does not notice it. It does not react. Quiet remains continuous, without interruption. God remains with you through this complete absence of mental activity. His presence does not require thought to be near. He remains constant even when the mind is inactive. There is nothing the mind needs to return to. Nothing important is happening elsewhere. Everything that matters is already being held. The mind remains free to stay unnoticed, unoccupied, and at rest. Nothing draws it upward. Nothing calls it back. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath silence, beneath sleep, beneath thought itself. I am with you. Rest now. The mind notices nothing, and rest continues undisturbed. Peace, carrying you forward. Peace has become the quiet force that carries everything now. It does not push or pull. It does not announce direction or change. It simply holds the night in a steady flow, moving you forward without effort, without awareness, without interruption. This peace does not require your participation. It does not ask you to notice it or agree with it. It remains present beneath sleep, doing what it does best when nothing interferes. There is no need to manage it. It carries on by itself. The body remains deeply settled as this peace continues its gentle work. Breathing stays slow and even, unchanged by the passing hours. Muscles remain loose and supported. There is no reflex to move and no signal to prepare. Everything remains at ease. The mind stays quiet, not because it is being kept still, but because it has nothing to engage with. Peace has removed the need for thought. There is no curiosity forming and no awareness returning. Silence remains natural and complete. Peace does not hurry the night. It does not rush toward morning. It allows time to pass at its own pace, unmeasured and unnoticed. You are not being carried toward something demanding. You are being carried within rest itself. God remains present within this peace, not directing it from outside, but sustaining it from within. His care does not interrupt the flow. It steadies it. You are not required to recognize His presence for it to remain. There is no sense of movement that could awaken you. Peace carries forward without sensation. There is no transition to feel and no threshold to cross. Sleep remains smooth and unbroken. If awareness were to flicker briefly and then fade again, peace would not change. It would continue holding everything steady. You would not be pulled upward. Rest would resume its depth immediately. The night does not become lighter in a way that matters. Changes beyond awareness do not reach you here. Peace keeps the interior quiet, insulated from signals that do not belong to rest. You are not required to stay asleep intentionally. You are not required to remain unaware. Whatever state you are in, peace continues its gentle work without condition. There is no tension beneath this calm. Nothing is being resisted. Nothing is being delayed. Peace is not holding something back. It is allowing everything to remain exactly as it should be. God does not withdraw His care as peace carries the night forward. He remains with you through every unseen moment, holding what you have released, maintaining what you no longer manage. The body does not prepare to wake. The mind does not begin to form plans. Peace keeps everything settled, preventing premature movement toward the surface of awareness. You are not missing anything by being carried this way. Nothing important requires your attention. Everything that matters is already being held gently. Peace does not need reinforcement. It does not weaken with time. It remains steady because nothing challenges it. You are resting in a calm that does not fluctuate. The hours continue to pass quietly, guided by peace rather than urgency. There is no sound that matters and no sensation that calls you back. Sleep remains the natural state. God remains present beneath peace, beneath sleep, beneath time itself. His care does not depend on awareness. It does not need to be experienced to be real. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath peace, beneath sleep, beneath the gentle movement of the night. I am with you. Rest now. Peace carries you forward, and rest continues, deep and secure. God preparing the day, gently, without drawing you toward waking. Something is being quietly prepared for you. There is no signal to notice and no awareness required. The coming day does not press against your rest. It is being held at a distance, arranged gently, without needing your involvement. Preparation here does not mean planning or anticipation. It does not involve thought, effort, or intention. God is not asking you to consider what lies ahead. He is simply ensuring that nothing waits for you in a way that would disturb this rest. The body remains deeply settled, unconcerned with what comes next. There is no shift toward readiness, no subtle tightening, no movement toward the surface of awareness. Sleep continues undisturbed because nothing is being asked of you yet. The mind remains quiet, untouched by ideas of mourning or responsibility. No images of the day begin to form. No tasks appear. Silence holds everything in place, allowing rest to remain complete. God's preparation does not intrude. It does not create urgency. It does not awaken you early. His care works beyond awareness, arranging what needs to be arranged without disturbing what is still resting. You are not required to participate in this process. You do not need to trust actively or surrender again. Your rest is already enough. Sleep itself has become the place where everything unnecessary is set aside. The night continues softly while this unseen care unfolds. There is no contrast between rest and preparation. They coexist without tension. Nothing pulls you forward prematurely. God does not prepare the day in a way that steals from the night. He honors rest fully. He does not hurry you toward waking. He allows sleep to complete its work before anything else is asked of you. The body does not respond to this preparation. It remains at ease, unaware of anything being arranged beyond rest. Breathing stays slow and steady. Muscles remain loose and supported. The mind does not register change. There is no curiosity forming and no sense of expectation. Silence remains deep and unbroken. Nothing invites engagement. You are not being positioned to wake early. You are not being readied for effort yet. Preparation happens without pressure, without signal, without awakening awareness. God remains present with you as this unfolds, not shifting his attention away from rest. His care does not divide itself. He holds both rest and what comes next without strain. If awareness were to flicker briefly and then fade again, nothing would change. Rest would remain. Preparation would continue unseen. There is no moment where you are needed. The night does not feel shorter because something is being prepared. Time does not press. There is no sense of nearing an end. Sleep remains whole and sufficient. You do not need to wake to be ready. You do not need to think ahead. Everything that needs care is already receiving it without your effort. God's preparation is gentle because it respects the depth of rest you are in. He does not interrupt what is healing. He allows renewal to finish fully before the day begins. The body remains uninvolved. The mind remains quiet. The soul remains at peace. Nothing shifts toward activity yet. You are allowed to remain deeply asleep, while what comes next is quietly held. There is no hurry and no demand. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath what is being gently prepared. I am with you. Rest now. God is preparing the day gently, and you remain safely at rest. Nothing pulling you awake. There is no force drawing you upward from rest. Sleep remains steady, without tension or interruption, because nothing is calling for your attention. You are not being summoned back into awareness. The night continues to hold you without resistance. The body does not respond to changes beyond it. Light does not activate. Sound does not register. There is no internal cue preparing you to wake. Muscles remain loose and heavy, settled into support without the slightest urge to move. Breathing continues in the same slow, even rhythm. It does not become lighter or quicker. The body has not begun the subtle adjustments that come before waking. Everything remains in the same calm balance where rest feels complete. The mind does not reach for thought. It does not turn toward the day ahead. There is no forming awareness and no return of inner language. Silence remains unbroken, not because it is being protected, but because nothing disturbs it. Nothing pulls you awake from within. No worry rises. No anticipation forms. No unfinished thought calls out. The interior remains quiet and uninterested in change. God remains present in this steadiness, not allowing anything to disturb what is still resting. His care does not press against sleep. It supports it, holding everything gently in place. If the world outside shifts or stirs, it does not reach you. Those movements do not cross the boundary of rest. You are insulated from signals that do not belong to this depth of sleep. There is no need to brace against waking too early. You are not hovering near the surface. Sleep remains deep, settled, and secure. Nothing is loosening its hold. The nervous system stays calm and inactive. There is no readiness forming beneath the surface. No alertness returns quietly. The body recognizes that it is still safe to remain completely at rest. God does not allow urgency to enter this space. There is no moment when you are suddenly needed. Nothing is waiting that requires you to wake now. The hours continue to pass without announcement. Time does not press forward. There is no sense of nearing morning that matters. Rest remains the natural state. If awareness were to flicker for a brief moment and then fade again, nothing would change. Sleep would deepen immediately. God would remain with you, unchanged and steady. There is no effort required to stay asleep. You are not holding on to rest. Rest is holding you. Nothing tugs at you from outside or within. The body remains unprepared for action. The mind remains unengaged. The soul remains at peace. Everything stays exactly where it is meant to be. God's presence continues beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath time itself. His care does not fluctuate. You are not more alone as the night progresses. You are not less protected. Nothing pulls you awake because there is nothing that needs you yet. The day is not pressing in. Rest has not finished its work. You are free to remain deeply asleep without concern. There is no responsibility waiting just beyond consciousness. Everything that matters is already being cared for. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath stillness, beneath every quiet hour. I am with you. Rest now. Nothing pulls you awake. And rest continues, deep and undisturbed, remaining held as light changes. A subtle change happens beyond your awareness, and it does not reach you. Light may begin to shift somewhere outside, but it carries no signal for your body or mind. You remain held in the same depth of rest, untouched by what changes beyond sleep. Light does not arrive here as a call or invitation. It does not ask for attention. It does not shape thought or sensation. The body remains insulated from it, settled into ease without response. Your breathing continues in the same quiet rhythm, unchanged and sufficient. Muscles remain loose and supported. There is no tightening, no reflexive movement, no readiness forming beneath the surface. The body stays at rest because it recognizes there is still nothing required. The mind does not register brightness or direction. It does not interpret the shift as meaning. There is no curiosity forming and no awareness rising. Silence remains complete, not guarded, simply uninterrupted. God remains present through this gentle change, holding you in the same steady care. His presence does not compete with light. It does not withdraw as darkness thins. You are held with the same closeness, the same safety, regardless of what is happening outside awareness. There is no contrast here between night and morning. No boundary to cross, no moment to mark. The transition happens beneath sleep, carried quietly, so rest remains whole. The body does not begin the subtle preparations that come before waking. It does not stretch inwardly or adjust posture. It remains heavy, supported, content to stay where it is. The nervous system remains calm. There is no alertness returning, no scanning for cues, no readiness forming quietly. Everything stays settled because nothing disturbs it. God does not allow light to intrude on this rest. He does not let it become a signal or a summons. His care maintains the interior quiet so sleep can complete its work fully. You are not missing anything by sleeping through this change. Nothing important requires your awareness. Everything that matters is already being held without your involvement. If awareness were to flicker briefly and then fade again, nothing would change. Rest would remain. God would remain. Safety would remain complete. Light does not thin the peace you are in. It does not weaken stillness. It does not shorten rest. You are not being drawn forward before the night has finished holding you. The hours continue to move quietly, without pressure. Time does not announce itself. There is no urgency forming. Sleep remains the natural state. God's presence remains steady beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath the subtle shifting of the world. His care does not depend on darkness to remain. It does not fade as light changes. You are free to remain unaware. You are free to remain deeply asleep. Nothing asks you to respond. Nothing calls you back. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath stillness, beneath the gentle change of light. I am with you. Rest now. You remain held as light changes, and rest continues, deep and secure. Sleep, continuing without effort. Nothing is being held in place by you anymore. Sleep is no longer something you are doing or maintaining. It continues on its own, steady and reliable, because there is no resistance left within you. Effort has fully released, and rest has become self-sustaining. At this depth, sleep does not depend on position, silence, or darkness. It does not require protection or adjustment. It remains because your body and mind have settled into a state where nothing interferes. You are not holding sleep. Sleep is holding you. The body remains deeply at ease, not monitoring itself and not preparing to change. Breathing flows in a quiet rhythm that does not call attention. The heart continues its steady work without urgency. Muscles remain soft, supported, and uninterested in movement. There is no internal effort to stay asleep, no subtle grasping beneath the surface. The nervous system has released the habit of readiness. It no longer checks whether rest is safe. It knows, without thought, that nothing is required. The mind does not hover near wakefulness. It does not wait for cues. It does not listen for signals. Thought does not begin again quietly. Silence remains complete because because there is nothing to interrupt it. God remains present beneath this effortless continuation. His care does not require your participation. He does not ask you to stay relaxed or remain unaware. His presence supports rest naturally, without instruction or demand. There is no moment where you might suddenly lose sleep if effort stops. Effort has already stopped, and rest has remained. This is not a fragile state. It is stable because nothing challenges it. Time continues to move forward without being felt. The hours do not feel longer or shorter. They simply pass. You are not carried by will or intention. You are carried by calm continuity. If there is a subtle shift in sleep depth, it happens smoothly and without awakening. You do not need to cross from one state to another consciously. Rest adapts without involving you. The body does not prepare for morning yet. There is no gathering of energy or return of tone. Everything remains soft and unengaged. The systems of the body continue their quiet balance without effort. God does not withdraw as sleep continues on its own. He does not step back because you are no longer aware. His presence remains constant, steady beneath every unseen moment. You are not responsible for staying asleep long enough. You are not responsible for waking at the right time. Rest unfolds at its own pace, guided without urgency. Nothing pulls at you from the outside. Nothing stirs from within. The environment does not matter here. Rest remains insulated from change because it no longer depends on conditions. The mind does not attempt to take control again. There is no planning, no reviewing, no anticipation. Silence remains natural and unforced. God's care continues without interruption. He holds what you have released. He sustains what you no longer manage. You are not required to return to awareness for anything important. Sleep continues because it is complete, not because it is being protected. Nothing threatens it. Nothing competes with it. You remain settled where rest is deepest. There is no need to correct posture or check comfort. The body will do anything necessary on its own without waking you. You do not need to help it. You are allowed to remain fully passive. Nothing depends on your attention. Nothing requires your effort. Rest continues simply because there is no reason for it to end. God remains with you, beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath the effortless flow of the night. His care does not weaken when you stop noticing. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath sleep, beneath stillness, beneath effort itself. I am with you. Rest now. Sleep continues without effort, and you remain deeply, securely at rest. Rest complete. Before waking, completion does not arrive with a signal. It arrives quietly, as the absence of anything left undone. Rest has reached the place where it no longer needs to deepen or extend. It simply remains whole, settled, and sufficient, without calling you toward awareness. Nothing within you is preparing to wake yet. There is no gathering of energy, no subtle tightening, no shift toward readiness. The body stays soft and supported, content to remain where it is. Breathing continues evenly, unremarkable and calm, sustaining rest without effort. The mind remains unoccupied. It does not look ahead or reflect back. There is no sense of nearing an end. Silence holds everything in place without pressure. Nothing asks to be remembered. Nothing invites attention. Completion does not mean change. It means steadiness. It means that what was needed has been given fully. Rest has done its work without interruption, and nothing needs to be added or adjusted before waking comes naturally, later, in its own time. God remains present in this completion, not marking it or announcing it. His care does not shift as rest becomes whole. He does not withdraw or prepare to leave. He remains with you exactly as he has been, steady and near. There is no hurry toward the day. Morning does not press against this moment. The boundary between rest and waking has not been approached yet. You are not standing at an edge. You are resting in the middle of completion. The body does not sense a need to move. Muscles remain loose. Joints remain still. There is no internal cue to stretch or adjust. Everything remains comfortable without instruction. The nervous system stays calm and unresponsive. There is no alertness forming beneath sleep. No readiness returning quietly. Completion does not require vigilance. It allows everything to remain at ease. God does not require you to recognize this moment. Completion does not depend on awareness. It exists beneath sleep, beneath silence, beneath thought. You are not required to witness it for it to be real. Time continues without urgency. The hours do not matter here. There is no countdown toward waking. Rest remains the natural state, uninterrupted and sufficient. If awareness were to flicker briefly and then fade again, nothing would change. Completion would remain. Rest would continue. God would remain present and unchanged. There is no sense of loss here. Nothing is ending abruptly. Nothing is being taken away. Rest is not about to be replaced. It will transition gently when the time comes, without force. God does not pull you toward waking before you are ready. He does not interrupt what has become complete. His care allows rest to remain intact until waking happens naturally, later, without strain. You are not required to prepare yourself for that transition now. There is nothing to rehearse and nothing to remember. Completion does not need anticipation. The body continues to be held without effort. The mind continues to rest without content. The soul continues to remain at peace without disturbance. Everything stays aligned in quiet stillness. There is nothing more to receive in this moment, nothing more to release. Completion does not ask for action. It allows rest to remain undisturbed. God's presence remains beneath everything, steady and faithful. He does not step away as rest becomes complete. He remains with you through completion and beyond it. As waking eventually comes later, it will do so gently. Not now, not yet. For now, rest remains whole and uninterrupted. As these words pass through softly, they do not need to be heard or remembered. I am with you. Rest now. Let that truth remain beneath completion, beneath sleep, beneath the quiet fullness of this moment. I am with you. Rest now. Rest is complete before waking, and you remain safely held in peace. Waking still, wrapped in rest. Awareness begins to return in a way that does not disturb what has already been given. There is no sudden shift, no sharp boundary between sleeping and waking. Instead, consciousness reappears slowly, as if floating up through warmth, still wrapped in the calm that held you through the night. You do not need to open your eyes yet. You do not need to move or decide anything. Rest has not ended simply because awareness is present again. It remains around you, beneath you, and within you, like a quiet atmosphere that does not disappear when you wake. The body stays relaxed in this moment, between sleeping and waking. Muscles do not tighten. There's no urgency to stretch or sit up. Breathing remains slow and natural, carrying the same rhythm it held through the night. Nothing is asking you to change position or prepare for action. Awareness returns gently, without bringing thought with it. There is no immediate need to name where you are or what time it is. You are not required to remember plans or responsibilities. The mind is awake enough to notice, but not yet engaged. This is a place many people pass through quickly without realizing it exists. A place where you are awake, yet still deeply rested. Here, you are not pulled forward by the day, and you are not drifting backward into sleep. You are simply present, held in calm. God has not stepped away as awareness returns. His presence did not belong only to the night. He remains with you now, in this quiet waking, just as near and steady as before. You do not need to search for him again. You have not lost anything. There is no need to evaluate how you slept or how you feel. This moment does not ask for assessment. It asks only for gentleness. You are allowed to wake slowly, without judgment or expectation. The boundary between rest and waking remains soft. Nothing snaps into place. Nothing demands clarity. You are not late. You are not behind. The day has not begun in any way that requires you yet. If thoughts try to form, they do so faintly, without force. You do not need to follow them. They can wait. This moment belongs to quiet awareness, not to planning or problem solving. The body continues to feel supported. The surface beneath you holds without pressure. There is no need to test your strength or readiness. You are not required to prove that you are awake enough. God remains present in this in-between space, not urging you forward, not pulling you back. His presence allows this gentle transition to unfold without fear or rush. You are not crossing into something alone. This waking does not erase the peace of the night. It carries it forward. The calm you rested in has not been left behind. It has become part of how awareness returns, shaping the way you come into the day. There is no instruction to follow right now. No prayer you need to say. No thought you need to think. Simply being here is enough. Simply noticing without reacting is enough. If your eyes open naturally, let them open softly. If they remain closed a little longer, that is also fine. There is no correct timing. You are allowed to take the space you need. The world does not rush toward you in this moment. Sounds remain distant. Light remains gentle. Nothing intrudes sharply. Waking happens inside safety, not pressure. God does not withdraw his care as your awareness grows clearer. He does not require you to shift into effort. His presence remains the same steady ground beneath you, now as you wake, just as it was while you slept. Let this moment be unhurried. Let it belong to transition rather than action. You are allowed to stay here briefly, where rest and waking overlap without conflict. As you remain in this gentle awareness, allow these words to settle without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not end when sleep ends. It continues, holding you even as the day begins to take shape. I am with you. Rest now. You are awake, yet still wrapped in rest, and you are not alone. God with you as awareness returns. As clarity gently increases, nothing essential changes. Awareness becomes a little more defined, yet the safety you rested in remains exactly the same. You are not leaving God's presence by waking. You are discovering that it has been with you all along, waiting quietly without demand. There is no moment where you must reconnect or re-enter. God has not stepped aside during sleep, and He does not require an invitation now. As awareness returns, His nearness remains steady, familiar, and calm, like something that never left. You do not need to look for signs of Him. You do not need to feel anything special to know He is here. His presence does not depend on emotion or sensation. It is not louder when you notice it, and not quieter when you forget. It simply remains. As your mind becomes clearer, it does not need to rush forward. There is no reason to move immediately into thought. Awareness can exist without urgency. You are allowed to be awake and still resting at the same time. The body continues to feel supported. There is no immediate need to sit up or change position. Muscles remain soft. Breathing stays slow and unforced. You are not required to prove that you are ready for the day. God is not waiting for you to become productive in order to be present. He is not only near when you pray or focus. He is with you in this quiet awareness, before words form, before decisions begin. You are not behind because you woke slowly. You are not missing anything by taking this time. The day does not begin by force. It unfolds naturally, and God walks with you into it without pressure. As awareness returns, you may notice simple things: the feeling of the surface beneath you, the rhythm of your breath, the quiet of the room. These do not pull you away from rest. They anchor you gently in the present. God remains near in these small details. He is not separate from ordinary awareness. His presence does not compete with the physical world. It rests within it, steady and unobtrusive. You do not need to prepare yourself to face the day right now. Preparation does not begin with tension or worry. It begins with knowing you are not alone as awareness increases. If thoughts begin to appear, they do not need immediate attention. They can exist without being followed. You are not obligated to engage with every idea that arises. This moment still belongs to gentleness. God does not require you to feel confident or strong as you wake. He does not measure your readiness. He remains with you, whether you feel prepared or uncertain, calm or tired. There is no abrupt shift from night to day inside you. The transition is smooth because God carries it. Awareness does not arrive without support. It arrives held. You are not waking into responsibility alone. You are not stepping into the day without guidance. God is already present in what comes next, even if you have not thought about it yet. As your eyes open more fully, let them adjust slowly. Light does not rush you. Sound does not demand response. You are allowed to ease into clarity without strain. God's presence does not fade as your senses become more active. It does not retreat when your mind becomes clearer. It remains constant, a quiet foundation beneath everything you will do. There is no need to grasp this moment or preserve it perfectly. Calm does not disappear easily. It follows you forward when you do not force it away. If your body eventually wants to move, let it move naturally. If it remains still a little longer, that is fine. God is not measuring the pace of your morning. This awareness is not separate from rest. It grows out of it. You are not losing what you received during the night. You are carrying it with you. God remains with you now, not as a thought to maintain, but as a presence that does not require maintenance. You do not need to hold on to Him. He holds you. As this gentle clarity continues to grow, allow these words to settle quietly without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not end when you wake. It stays with you as awareness returns, as the day unfolds, as movement begins. I am with you. Rest now. You are awake. God is still with you, and you are not stepping forward alone. The body waking without tension movement becomes possible again without being required. The body begins to sense itself gently, not as a signal to rise or act, but as a quiet awareness of being present. There is no stiffness announcing the morning. There is no urgency asking the body to respond. Waking happens softly, without resistance. You do not need to move yet. The body does not rush toward motion. Muscles remain relaxed, free from the habit of bracing or holding. Nothing tightens in anticipation. Nothing prepares for effort before it is needed. Breathing remains slow and natural as awareness settles more fully into the body. Each breath supports this gentle return without changing pace. There is no sharp inhale, no shallow exhale. The rhythm stays calm, allowing the body to wake without stress. The body does not wake as a whole all at once. Sensation returns gradually, in layers. A sense of weight, a sense of contact with what supports you. These sensations do not demand action. They simply inform without pulling. There is no need to stretch immediately. No signal that something is wrong or unfinished. The body is not correcting itself. It is allowing readiness to emerge naturally, without force. God remains present within the body as it wakes. His presence does not activate or stimulate. It steadies. You are not waking into independence or self-reliance. You are waking while still being held. There is no pressure to sit up quickly or stand right away. The body is allowed to take the time it needs to transition. Readiness is not measured by speed. Gentle is enough. If the body chooses to move slightly, let it be small and unforced. A subtle shift, a soft adjustment. Nothing that strains or rushes. Movement can happen slowly, guided by comfort rather than habit. The nervous system remains calm as sensation returns. There is no surge of alertness, no sudden readiness for action. The body does not interpret waking as danger or demand. It stays at ease. God does not require the body to be strong or energetic immediately. He does not measure the morning by productivity. He remains present with you in this slow return, honoring the need for gentleness. You are not late because the body wakes slowly. You are not unprepared because you remain still. This moment belongs to transition, not performance. As awareness deepens in the body, notice how little effort is required to remain comfortable. Nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Ease continues to support you. The body does not carry the weight of the day yet. It does not anticipate tasks or responsibilities. It remains in the present, where waking happens without tension. If stiffness appears briefly, it does not need to be judged or resisted. It can soften in its own time. The body knows how to release without being commanded. God remains attentive to the body as it wakes. His care does not shift to expectation. He does not hurry you forward. He remains with you in each quiet moment of this transition. You are allowed to listen to what the body needs without pressure. Sometimes that need is stillness. Sometimes it is a small movement. Both are acceptable. There is no right pace. The body is not separate from peace. It wakes within it. Calm has not been left behind. It has become the environment in which waking occurs. As movement becomes more possible, let it come naturally. There is no need to plan it. There is no need to prepare for it. It will arrive when it is ready. God remains with you as the body wakes, not only in stillness, but in every gentle motion that follows. You are not leaving His presence as you move. Allow these words to remain softly without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth stays with you even as the body becomes more awake, more present, more ready in its own time. I am with you. Rest now. The body wakes without tension, and you enter the day held in peace. The mind clear and unrushed clarity arrives without pushing anything aside. The mind becomes present in a way that feels open rather than busy, awake without being crowded. There is no rush of thought announcing the morning. Awareness settles gently, leaving space instead of filling it. You are not required to begin thinking immediately. The mind does not need to organize, plan, or review. This moment does not ask for productivity. It invites simplicity. You are allowed to be awake without being engaged. Thoughts may appear softly, but they do not need to be followed. They can exist briefly and pass on their own. There is no obligation to respond to every idea that arises. The mind remains free to stay light. The clarity you feel is not sharp or demanding. It is smooth and unforced. The mind does not grip the day ahead. It does not reach forward into responsibility. It stays here, present and calm. God remains with you in this mental clarity, not as something to focus on, but as a steady presence beneath thought. You do not lose Him as the mind wakes. He remains just as near in awareness as He was in sleep. You do not need to evaluate how rested you feel. You do not need to assess whether the night was good enough. This clarity does not ask for judgment. It allows the mind to wake without measurement. The mind is not required to be strong or decisive yet. It does not need to know what comes next. It does not need to solve anything. This moment belongs to gentleness, not determination. As clarity increases, notice how little effort it takes to remain calm. You are not holding stillness together. It is supporting you naturally. There is no tension beneath awareness. If worries try to surface, they do not arrive with force. They are faint and incomplete. You do not need to engage with them. They can wait. This moment is not theirs. God does not pressure the mind to be ready for everything at once. He does not demand focus or clarity beyond what is present. He meets you exactly where you are, not where you think you should be. The mind remains spacious. There is room for breath, room for quiet, room for presence. Nothing crowds in. Nothing presses for attention. You are not late because your mind wakes slowly. You are not falling behind. The day does not begin with urgency. It begins with awareness that is allowed to unfold naturally. Clarity does not remove peace. It reveals that peace can exist within awareness. You are not choosing between rest and wakefulness. They coexist in this moment. The mind does not need to hold on to this calm. It does not disappear easily. Calm follows you when you do not force it away. It is not fragile. God remains with you as the mind becomes clearer, not stepping back as thought returns. His presence does not require mental quiet to remain. He stays near even as awareness grows. You are allowed to sit in this clarity without direction for a moment. There is no next step yet. There is only being present without strain. As attention slowly becomes more focused, let it happen naturally. You do not need to control the pace. The mind knows how to wake gently when it is not rushed. God continues to walk with you into awareness, not ahead of you, not behind you. You are not catching up to Him. He is already here. Let these words rest lightly in your awareness without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not fade as the mind becomes clear. It remains the foundation beneath every thought that will come later. I am with you. Rest now. The mind wakes clear and unrushed, and you enter the day held in calm. Peace, remaining into the morning. Peace does not disappear when the night ends. It remains quietly present as the morning takes shape, not as something you must protect or hold on to, but as a gentle continuity that carries forward on its own. You are not leaving calm behind. You are waking within it. The morning does not arrive with pressure here. It does not demand speed or readiness. Peace stays where it is, steady and unbroken, allowing the day to approach without urgency. Nothing pushes you forward. Nothing pulls you away from what you have received. As awareness becomes clearer, peace does not thin. It does not compete with light, sound, or movement. It does not retreat when the senses awaken. It simply remains, shaping the tone of this beginning without asking to be noticed. The body continues to feel at ease. Even as waking becomes more complete, there is no rush of energy that unsettles you. Muscles remain soft. Breathing stays natural. Peace does not require stillness to exist. It moves with you quietly. The mind remains calm as the day draws nearer. Thoughts may begin to form, but they do not crowd in. Peace gives them space without letting them dominate. You are not swept into planning or worry. Awareness stays balanced and gentle. God's presence remains the same now as it was through the night. He does not withdraw as the morning arrives. He does not require you to shift into effort to keep Him near. Peace remains because He remains. You do not need to decide how this day will go yet. Peace does not depend on outcomes or preparation. It exists before choices are made and before tasks are named. You are allowed to begin the day without carrying it all at once. If you notice sounds of the morning, let them be simple and distant. They do not carry urgency. They do not demand response. Peace filters what reaches you, allowing only what belongs to this gentle beginning. Light may enter the space around you, but it does not hurry you. It does not signal that rest has failed or ended. Peace remains intact, holding waking softly rather than replacing rest. You are not required to feel joyful or energized for peace to remain. Peace is not excitement. It is steadiness. It stays with you whether the morning feels quiet, slow, or ordinary. God does not measure this moment by productivity. He does not equate peace with accomplishment. His presence allows you to begin the day grounded, not driven. As you become more aware of the room around you, notice how peace stays present within that awareness. It is not confined to the night. It belongs to you here, now, in waking. There is no need to rush into motion to prove the day has started. You are allowed to linger briefly in this calm. The morning does not lose anything by beginning slowly. If responsibilities begin to come to mind, they do not need to be taken up yet. Peace allows them to wait. You are not avoiding anything by remaining gentle. You are beginning well. God remains with you as peace carries forward. He does not require you to recreate this calm later. It is not fragile. It will travel with you when you move without being forced. The transition into the day remains smooth because peace has not been left behind. It is simply widened to include waking, awareness, and movement. You are not stepping into the morning alone. Peace goes with you, not as something separate, but as the environment you are already in. Allow this calm to remain without effort. There is nothing to hold and nothing to resist. Peace stays when it is not challenged. As these words settle softly, they do not need to be remembered or repeated. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains with you as the morning unfolds, steady and unchanged. I am with you. Rest now. Peace remains into the morning, and you begin the day held and unhurried. God going with you into the day. The moment comes when movement feels possible, and you are not alone in it. As the day begins to open in front of you, God does not remain behind in the quiet of the night. He goes with you gently, without announcement, without requiring a shift in who you are or how you feel. You are not leaving His presence as you leave rest. You are not stepping out on your own as awareness grows and the day takes shape. God's nearness is not limited to stillness or silence. It moves with you, steady and calm, into whatever comes next. There is no need to gather yourself before the day begins. You do not need to become stronger, clearer, or more prepared in order to be accompanied. God is already with you in the state you are in right now, whether you feel rested or still a little slow. As your body begins to move, even slightly, His presence does not withdraw. He remains close in each simple action, sitting up, standing, taking the first steps of the day. None of these separate you from Him. You are not required to carry the weight of the day alone. Decisions, responsibilities, conversations, and tasks do not wait for you without support. God is already present in them, even before you think about them. There is no pressure to rush forward in order to meet the day properly. God does not hurry you. He does not push you toward productivity or demand immediate engagement. He walks at your pace, not ahead of you. As your senses become more active, notice how His presence remains gentle rather than overwhelming. It does not compete with sound or light. It does not require focus. It stays near without drawing attention to itself. You do not need to transition into prayer mode or spiritual effort to keep God close. You are not switching roles as you wake. You are the same person you were through the night, and God remains with you in the same way. If there is uncertainty about what the day will hold, you do not need to resolve it now. God does not require certainty in order to go with you. He is present even in questions and unknowns. As you begin to orient yourself to the day, allow yourself to do so slowly. There is no urgency in God's presence. He is not anxious about what lies ahead. His calm steadies each step you take. You are not stepping into responsibility without guidance. You are not facing demands without care. God's presence moves ahead of you gently, not to pressure you, but to prepare the way quietly. There is no part of the day that is outside His reach. The ordinary moments, the simple tasks, the places you go without thinking. God goes with you into all of it, without distinction. You do not need to feel strong or confident to be accompanied. God does not wait for readiness. He walks with you in whatever state you begin the day in. As the day continues to form, let yourself remain aware that you are not alone. This awareness does not need to be held tightly. It does not need repetition. It remains whether you notice it or not. God does not leave you when attention shifts to practical things. He does not withdraw when you focus on the world around you. His presence stays steady beneath activity and thought. You are free to move into the day without fear of losing peace. God carries that peace with you. It is not left behind with the night. It becomes part of how you walk forward. As this chapter settles into the background of your awareness, allow these words to rest quietly within you. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not end with waking. It goes with you into movement, into action, into the unfolding of the day. I am with you. Rest now. God goes with you into the day, and you do not walk forward alone. Breathing gently as the day begins, breath becomes noticeable again in a calm and unforced way. It does not ask to be controlled or shaped. It simply returns to awareness as something steady and reliable, carrying the same peace that held you through the night into the first moments of the day. You do not need to take a deeper breath or change its rhythm. There is nothing to correct. Breathing knows how to support you without instruction. Each inhale arrives quietly. Each exhale leaves without effort. The body remains at ease as this simple rhythm continues. Breath does not signal urgency here. It does not hurry the body into action or alert the mind to responsibility. It remains gentle, almost background, allowing you to stay grounded while awareness becomes clearer. As the day begins to form around you, breathing keeps you anchored in the present. It does not pull you forward into planning. It does not draw you back into sleep. It holds you where you are, awake and calm at the same time. God remains present in this simple rhythm. He does not require your breath to become a practice or a technique. He is with you in the natural flow, not asking you to focus or perform. Breathing is enough as it is. You are not required to pay close attention to each breath. It does not need to be monitored. Awareness can touch it lightly and then rest again. The breath continues faithfully, whether you notice it or not. As your body becomes more upright or begins to move, breathing adjusts on its own. It does not need guidance. It responds naturally, maintaining ease rather than effort. Nothing strains. Nothing rushes. Breath does not carry the weight of the day. It does not anticipate tasks or challenges. It stays simple and present, reminding the body that there is no immediate demand. The mind does not need to use the breath to stay calm. Calm is already here. Breathing simply reflects it. There is no technique required to keep peace present. God's presence remains steady with each quiet inhale and exhale. He does not come and go with your awareness of breathing. He remains whether the breath is noticed or forgotten. If thoughts begin to appear, breathing does not react. It stays even. It does not speed up or tighten. The body remains calm beneath whatever passes through the mind. Breath allows the transition from rest to movement to remain smooth. It carries continuity rather than disruption. You are not leaving one state abruptly for another. You are moving gently forward. You do not need to set an intention with your breath. You do not need to pray with it deliberately. God is already present within it, sustaining you quietly without demand. As you begin to engage more with the morning, breathing continues to support you without drawing attention. It remains a steady companion, not a task. There is no need to hold on to this awareness of breath. It does not disappear when attention shifts. It continues in the background, reliable and calm. God remains with you as breathing carries you into the day. His presence does not depend on stillness or focus. It moves with you naturally, just as breath does. You are allowed to begin the day slowly, one breath at a time, without pressure. Nothing is asking you to accelerate. There is room for gentleness. As this awareness settles softly, allow these words to rest without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth stays with you as breathing continues, steady and quiet, into whatever comes next. I am with you. Rest now. Breathing remains gentle as the day begins, and you move forward, held in calm. Nothing rushing. You forward. The sense of time does not press against you as the day opens. There is no invisible force pushing you ahead or urging you to begin before you are ready. Morning arrives without urgency, and you are allowed to meet it at a pace that feels steady and kind. You do not need to get ahead of the day to be safe within it. Nothing is waiting to overwhelm you the moment you move. There is space here, wide enough for gentleness, wide enough for calm to remain intact as awareness becomes fuller. The body does not feel chased by the hours ahead. There is no tightening in response to schedules or expectations. Muscles remain relaxed. Breathing stays natural. The body understands that there is time enough to begin slowly. The mind does not need to rush into organization. Thoughts do not have to line up immediately. Planning can wait. Decision-making can wait. This moment is not meant for efficiency. It is meant for steadiness. God does not hurry you forward. He is not anxious about what you will do today or how quickly you will do it. His presence carries patience, not pressure. He walks with you at a pace that allows peace to stay close. You are not behind because you move gently. You are not failing to begin because you are unhurried. The day does not require speed to unfold well. It unfolds best when it is met with calm. If reminders of responsibility begin to surface, notice how they do not need immediate response. They can exist without pulling you forward. You are not ignoring them. You are simply not being driven by them yet. The morning does not need to be conquered or managed. It does not arrive as something to control. It arrives as a space to enter, one step at a time, without strain. God remains present in this spaciousness. He does not withdraw when you take your time. He does not equate worth with productivity. He values your well-being more than your pace. There is no requirement to think several steps ahead. You are allowed to remain where you are for this moment. Awareness does not need to leap forward to be effective. Calm presence is enough. The body remains supported as you continue to wake. There is no internal clock demanding acceleration. You are free to move slowly, to pause, to breathe, to remain steady. God does not measure your morning by how quickly you begin. He does not judge this quiet start. His presence affirms that slowness can be faithful and gentleness can be strong. Nothing is chasing you from behind. Nothing is waiting to collide with you ahead. The path into the day remains open and clear, without pressure from either direction. If you notice a habit of rushing beginning to stir, you do not need to resist it forcefully. Simply allow it to soften. The morning does not require that habit to function. Peace remains close as you stay unhurried. It does not disappear when movement begins slowly. It remains because it is not dependent on speed or stillness. It belongs to how you are moving forward. God stays with you in this unforced beginning. He does not step ahead to hurry you along. He remains beside you, attentive and calm, allowing the day to open naturally. You are allowed to trust that what needs to be done will come at the right time. You do not need to anticipate everything now. The moment you are in is enough. As the morning continues to unfold, let this sense of spaciousness remain. There is room for calm. There is room for care. There is room for you to be present without strain. Allow these words to settle softly, without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains with you as you move forward without being rushed, steady and supported. I am with you. Rest now. Nothing rushes you forward, and you begin the day held in quiet freedom, carrying God's nearness into movement. Movement begins in a way that feels natural rather than abrupt. There is no sharp transition from stillness into action. The first motions of the day arrive gently, almost quietly, as if they are being invited rather than commanded. You are not leaving calm behind as you begin to move. You are carrying it with you. Each small action unfolds without strain. Standing, walking, reaching, or turning do not pull you away from the sense of being held. The body moves without tension, guided by ease rather than habit. Nothing rushes ahead of you. Nothing lags behind. God's nearness does not remain in the place where you rested. It goes with you into motion. His presence is not fixed to stillness or silence. It travels with you naturally, without effort, without needing attention to stay close. You do not need to pause your movement to remain aware of God. You do not need to hold a thought or repeat a phrase constantly. His presence remains steady beneath your actions, just as it remained beneath your sleep. As you move, notice how little effort it takes to stay grounded. The body does not feel disconnected from calm. Breath stays even. Muscles stay soft. Movement does not introduce urgency or pressure. God does not ask you to move perfectly or deliberately. He does not evaluate the way you begin the day. He is present in ordinary motion, not only in moments of focus or prayer. Nothing about movement distances you from Him. The mind does not need to become busy as movement begins. Awareness can stay simple. You are not required to think several steps ahead. You are allowed to remain present with each small action as it happens. If your attention shifts briefly to what comes later in the day, you do not need to resist it forcefully. Simply let it pass without following it too far. God remains with you, whether attention is focused or scattered. Movement does not break peace. Peace adjusts to motion. It stretches gently to include walking, standing, and preparing without losing its steadiness. You are not choosing between calm and action. They coexist. God's nearness does not become quieter as the day becomes more active. It remains the same steady presence, not competing with sound or sensation. You are not required to notice Him constantly for Him to remain close. You are not stepping into motion alone. Each movement happens within care that does not hurry or push. God does not urge you to move faster. He does not pull you forward. He stays with you at your pace. The body responds well to this gentle beginning. There is no jolt of energy that unsettles you. There is no heaviness that resists movement. Everything remains balanced and supported. God does not require you to separate sacred moments from ordinary ones. Movement itself is not less spiritual than stillness. His presence remains just as available as you begin to engage with the day. If there is a moment of pause between movements, let it be there. If movement continues smoothly, allow that as well. There is no correct rhythm you must follow. God remains with you in both. The sense of being held does not disappear as attention shifts outward. It remains beneath what you see and hear. You are not leaving anything important behind as you move forward. You do not need to gather courage before taking the first steps of the day. You are not stepping into uncertainty without support. God's nearness goes with you, steady and reliable. As the morning continues, allow this quiet awareness to remain in the background. You do not need to keep checking it. It stays whether you think about it or not. Let these words rest softly as movement becomes part of the day. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains with you in motion, in activity, in the unfolding hours ahead. I am with you. Rest now. You carry God's nearness into movement, and you step into the day gently, not alone. Beginning the day without losing rest. The day opens before you without taking anything away. What you received in the quiet of the night is not diminished by waking, movement, or engagement. Rest does not end simply because the day begins. It settles deeper, becoming the ground you stand on, rather than a place you leave behind. You are not starting from depletion. You are beginning from fullness that does not need to be protected or guarded. Calm remains present, steady and reliable, even as the world comes into clearer focus around you. The body continues to move with ease as the day unfolds. There is no sudden demand for strength or speed. Muscles respond without strain. Breath remains steady. You do not feel pulled into effort before you are ready. Rest has shaped the way you enter this day. The mind stays clear without becoming crowded. Awareness grows without rushing ahead. Thoughts may begin to appear, but they do not overwhelm or dominate. You are not required to take on everything at once. The day can be met one moment at a time. God remains with you in this beginning, not stepping back as responsibilities appear. His presence does not belong only to quiet moments. It remains just as close when the day becomes active, ordinary, and real. You do not need to recreate the peace of the night. It has not disappeared. It has simply taken a new form, steady enough to remain with you as you move, speak, and decide. The transition into the day does not require you to leave gentleness behind. You are allowed to carry it forward, letting it influence how you walk, how you listen, how you respond. Calm becomes part of how you live, rather than something you visit briefly. There is no pressure to prove that you are ready. You do not need to measure your energy or confidence. Beginning the day does not require certainty. It requires presence, and that is already here. God does not rush you into performance. He does not measure your worth by what you accomplish. His care remains steady, allowing you to begin the day grounded rather than driven. If challenges appear later, they do not erase this foundation. Rest does not vanish at the first sign of difficulty. It remains beneath your responses, offering steadiness even when things require effort. The morning does not demand perfection. It does not ask you to be fully formed or fully prepared. You are allowed to grow into the day gradually, supported at every step. God remains attentive as you begin. He does not leave you to manage the hours alone. His presence does not fade as attention shifts outward. You are not moving away from him as you engage with the world. the sense of being held continues, even if you no longer notice it actively. It does not require constant awareness to remain real. It stays with you in the background, quiet and reliable. You are not required to keep this calm intact through effort. Calm remains when it is not challenged. It does not disappear easily. It follows you when you move gently. As the day unfolds, allow yourself to begin without haste. There is time enough. There is space enough. You are not late to your own life. God's presence remains woven into the ordinary moments that follow. Eating, walking, speaking, working. None of these remove you from His care. They take place within it. You are not stepping into the day alone, and you are not stepping into it empty. Rest remains part of you, shaping how you meet whatever comes next. Let this beginning be simple. Let it be unforced. You do not need to know everything that will happen today. You only need to be here now, supported and held. As these words settle quietly, allow them to fade into the background of your awareness without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains with you beyond this moment, beyond these words, into the living of the day itself. I am with you. Rest now. You begin the day without losing rest, held in peace, accompanied in every step, stepping into the day gently. The first steps of the day do not need to be strong or certain. They can be simple, almost quiet, taken without force or urgency. You are not required to launch yourself into motion. You are allowed to enter the day the same way you entered waking, slowly and with care. There is no rule that says the day must begin at full speed. You do not have to match the pace of the world the moment you rise. Your day is allowed to start softly, grounded in the calm that has already been given to you. As you move through the early moments of the morning, notice how gentleness can guide your actions. Small movements, simple tasks, ordinary steps. None of these need to be rushed in order to be meaningful or effective. God remains with you as you step forward, not urging you to hurry or do more. His presence does not pressure you to prove readiness. He walks with you at a pace that protects peace rather than disturbs it. You are not falling behind by moving slowly. You are not missing something important by beginning this way. Gentleness does not delay what matters. It creates space for what matters to be carried well. The body responds well to a gentle start. Muscles move without strain. Breath stays steady. There is no sharp transition from rest to effort. The body is allowed to warm into the day rather than brace against it. The mind does not need to organize everything immediately. Thoughts can remain loose and flexible. There is no demand to solve the entire day at once. Each moment can arrive on its own. God does not require you to step into the day perfectly. He does not expect clarity before movement or confidence before action. He meets you exactly where you are, in the simplicity of beginning. As you take the first steps into activity, notice how peace can remain present. It does not disappear when you move. It adjusts quietly, expanding to include walking, preparing, and doing simple tasks. You are not meant to leave calm behind as you begin. Calm becomes the way you begin. It shapes how you enter the hours ahead, not as something fragile, but as a steady foundation. There is no competition between gentleness and responsibility. You can move forward and remain gentle at the same time. You can begin the day without becoming tense or driven. God remains close in these early steps, not waiting for you at the end of the day, but walking with you from the very beginning. You do not need to arrive somewhere else to be accompanied. If you notice habits of rushing, trying to return, you do not need to fight them aggressively. Simply slow, slightly. Gentleness does not require force. It only requires permission. The day does not ask you to abandon who you are in order to participate. You are allowed to bring the calm of the night into the light of morning. Nothing requires you to switch into a different way of being. Each step you take can be ordinary and still be enough. You are not required to make the day meaningful through effort alone. Meaning can be found in presence. God does not hurry you past this beginning. He honors the way you enter the day. He remains patient, attentive, and steady as you move forward. You are free to begin without pressure, without fear, without needing to impress or perform. The first steps of the day can belong to peace rather than urgency. As this chapter settles into the background of your awareness, allow these words to remain lightly with you. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not fade as you step into the day. It walks with you, steady and quiet. I am with you. Rest now. You step into the day gently, and you are held from the very first moment. God present in ordinary moments. Ordinary moments carry more than they appear to hold. They do not arrive with ceremony or signal importance, yet they are quietly filled with presence. As you move through simple tasks at the start of the day, nothing separates these moments from God. He is already there, steady and near, without requiring recognition. You do not need a special setting to remain connected. Standing at the sink, reaching for a cup, opening a door. These moments do not fall outside spiritual ground. God does not wait for silence or stillness to be present. He remains with you in the ordinary flow of life. There is no need to pause what you are doing in order to acknowledge Him. You do not have to stop and refocus. His presence does not depend on interruption. It weaves itself naturally into what you are already doing. As your hands move through familiar routines, notice how little effort it takes to remain calm. The simplicity of ordinary moments allows peace to stay close. Nothing is asking you to perform or prove awareness. God does not rank moments by importance. He is not more present in prayer than in preparation, not closer in quiet than in motion. He remains the same in small actions as He is in significant ones. You are not required to elevate ordinary moments to make them meaningful. They already carry meaning because God is with you in them. Nothing needs to be added or improved. The mind does not need to label these moments as sacred. They do not need a name. Presence does not announce itself. It simply remains, steady beneath what you are doing. As you continue through the early parts of the day, let ordinary actions remain just that. Simple, familiar, unremarkable. God does not require them to become symbolic or profound. His nearness does not depend on intensity. You are not missing God by being practical. You are not less connected because your attention is on simple needs. God meets you where you are, not where you think you should be. Peace remains available in these moments because nothing is pulling you out of the present. Ordinary tasks anchor you gently in now, allowing calm to remain intact. God does not ask you to separate life into spiritual and non-spiritual parts. He is present across the whole of it. There is no boundary you cross when you move from stillness into activity. You do not need to remember everything you felt during the night to remain connected now. God's presence does not depend on memory. It remains whether you recall it or not. If your attention drifts briefly to what comes later, you do not lose this nearness. God does not leave when focus shifts. He remains patient and constant beneath every movement of awareness. The simplicity of ordinary moments allows rest to continue internally. You can be active without becoming scattered. You can move without losing calm. God remains with you in the unnoticed parts of the morning. He is present before anything important seems to happen. He does not wait for significance to arrive. There is no pressure to make these moments meaningful. Their meaning is already secure. You are allowed to pass through them without commentary or effort. As you continue into the day, allow ordinary moments to remain gentle and unforced. They do not need to carry more than they already do. Let these words settle softly without interrupting what you are doing. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains with you in ordinary moments, steady and quiet. I am with you. Rest now. God is present in the ordinary, and you are never outside His care. Moving at a pace that protects peace. The pace you choose shapes the way the day feels within you. You are not required to move as fast as the world around you. You are allowed to find a rhythm that keeps peace close rather than pushing it away. This rhythm does not resist responsibility. It supports it gently. Moving at a pace that protects peace does not mean avoiding action. It means letting each action arrive fully before rushing to the next. One step completes itself before another begins. Nothing is gained by speeding past what is already here. Your body responds to this pace with ease. Muscles do not tighten unnecessarily. Breathing remains natural. There is no sense of being chased from one moment to the next. The body understands when it is allowed to move without pressure. The mind also benefits from this steadiness. Thoughts have space to form without colliding. Attention can rest on what is in front of you instead of scattering across everything that might come later. Calm does not require emptiness. It requires space. God does not hurry you. He is not anxious about your progress. He does not equate speed with faithfulness. His presence invites you to move in a way that keeps you whole rather than fragmented. You are not late because you choose steadiness. You are not inefficient because you move with care. Peace is not something you earn after the work is done. It is something that accompanies you while the work unfolds. If the urge to rush appears, notice it without judgment. You do not need to push it away forcefully. Simply slow slightly. Often, that is enough to restore balance. Peace returns easily when it is given room. The day does not collapse if you move gently. Responsibilities do not vanish or multiply. They wait to be met, one by one, in their proper time. You do not need to carry them all at once. God remains present in this chosen pace. He walks with you step by step, not ahead of you, not behind you. You are not trying to catch up to Him. You are moving together. A steady pace allows you to notice when tension begins to rise. You can respond early, softening before strain takes hold. Peace is protected not by force, but by awareness and kindness toward yourself. You are allowed to pause briefly between tasks. These small pauses do not interrupt productivity. They restore clarity. They keep you connected to the calm that began your day. The world may continue moving quickly around you, but you do not have to match it. You are not responsible for keeping up with every external rhythm. You are responsible only for the care of your own interior space. God does not require you to sacrifice peace to be effective. He does not demand urgency as proof of commitment. He values your well-being and meets you in steadiness. As you continue through the day, let your movements remain deliberate rather than hurried. Let your attention stay with what is in front of you. Peace stays close when it is not pushed aside. There is strength in moving at a pace that protects peace. It allows you to remain present, attentive, and grounded. It prevents the day from scattering you before it has fully begun. You are not falling behind by choosing this way. You are beginning well. Peace is not fragile here. It remains with you as long as you allow space for it. God remains near as you move in this rhythm, steady and patient. His presence does not increase or decrease with your speed. It remains constant. Let these words settle quietly as you continue your day. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains with you as you move at a pace that protects peace. I am with you. Rest now. You move forward steadily, and peace stays with you along the way. The mind working without overload. The mind is capable of working without carrying everything at once. It does not need to hold the whole day in view to function well. As thoughts begin to organize, they can do so calmly, one at a time, without pressure to solve or manage everything immediately. You are allowed to think without becoming tense. The mind does not need to race ahead in order to be effective. Clarity comes more easily when attention stays with what is present rather than jumping forward to what has not arrived yet. As tasks and ideas begin to appear, notice how they do not all need to be addressed right now. The mind can acknowledge them without engaging them fully. There is space to let one thought complete itself before another takes its place. God remains present in this mental activity. He does not step back when thinking begins. His presence does not belong only to silence. He is with you as the mind works, steady beneath each thought, allowing clarity without overload. You are not required to think perfectly. You are not expected to anticipate every outcome. The mind does not need to perform at its highest level immediately. It is allowed to warm into focus gradually. When the mind is not overloaded, it becomes more discerning. It can choose what matters and let the rest wait. This is not avoidance. It is wisdom. Peace is preserved when the mind is not forced to carry more than it can hold. If pressure begins to rise, you do not need to push harder. Often, the most helpful response is to slow slightly and return attention to what is in front of you. Overload loosens when urgency is released. God does not demand constant mental engagement. He does not equate worth with mental effort. He remains with you whether the mind is active or resting, focused or simple. You are allowed to take breaks in thinking, even while working. Brief moments of quiet awareness can exist between thoughts. These moments restore clarity and keep the mind from becoming crowded. The mind does not need to solve everything in order to move forward. Many things resolve themselves when given time. You do not need to force conclusions before they are ready. God's presence brings steadiness to mental activity. He does not rush your understanding. He does not pressure you to know more than you do. He walks with you through each step of thought as it unfolds. You are not behind because your mind works gently. You are not failing because you choose simplicity. The day does not require mental strain to move forward. As you continue through the day, allow the mind to engage where needed and rest where possible. There is a natural rhythm between focus and ease. You do not need to override it. The mind can remain clear without being crowded. It can function well without carrying fear or urgency. Peace stays close when thinking is allowed to be spacious. God remains with you in this balance, supporting clarity without overload. His presence does not demand more than you can give. He honors the way your mind is designed to work. Let this approach to thinking accompany you through the hours ahead. One thought at a time is enough. One decision at a time is enough. As these words settle quietly, allow them to fade into the background of awareness without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains beneath every thought, steady and reassuring. I am with you. Rest now. The mind works without overload, and you move through the day with clarity and calm, carrying prayer without words. Connection does not always arrive through language. Sometimes it is carried quietly beneath speech and thought, resting in the simple awareness that you are not alone. As the day continues, prayer does not need to be spoken aloud or shaped into sentences in order to remain real. You do not need to stop what you are doing to pray. You do not need to withdraw or become still. Prayer can exist as a gentle openness within you, present while you move, listen, and respond to what the day brings. This kind of prayer does not ask for attention. It does not require form or structure. It remains like a soft current beneath the surface of your awareness, steady and unobtrusive. You are not required to maintain it deliberately. It continues because God remains near. As you move through responsibilities and interactions, prayer does not compete with action. It does not interrupt focus or slow you down unnecessarily. It accompanies what you are already doing, allowing you to remain grounded while engaged. God hears more than words. He is attentive to your presence, your intention, your openness, even when nothing is spoken. Silence does not separate you from Him. It often becomes the place where connection feels most natural. You are not failing to pray because you are busy. You are not less connected because your attention is on practical things. Prayer does not disappear when you are occupied. It adapts, becoming quieter and more subtle. This wordless prayer does not demand consistency or perfection. It does not vanish if you forget about it for a while. God does not require constant awareness in order to remain present. He stays whether you remember or not. As the day unfolds, you may notice brief moments of stillness between tasks. These moments do not need to be filled with words. Simply allowing them to exist is enough. Prayer often lives in these spaces without announcement. You do not need to check whether you are doing this correctly. Prayer without words cannot be measured. It does not depend on technique. It exists because relationship exists, not because you manage it well. God does not require explanation or effort to remain close. He does not wait for formal prayer to draw near. He is already with you, attentive and gentle, holding what you do not say. When emotions arise, they do not need to be translated into prayer immediately. understands them without interpretation. When thoughts pass through quickly, they do not need to be organized. Nothing needs to be shaped or refined. This quiet prayer does not replace spoken prayer. It simply accompanies life in the moments when words are unnecessary or unavailable. It allows connection to remain uninterrupted. You are allowed to let prayer remain simple. It does not need to deepen or intensify. It does not need to feel powerful. It is enough that it exists quietly, like a thread that runs through your day. God remains attentive within this simplicity. He does not overlook quiet connection. He does not value noise over stillness. He meets you where you are, not where you think prayer should be. As you continue through the day, notice how little effort it takes to remain open. You do not need to repeat phrases constantly or hold awareness tightly. Openness remains when it is not forced. Prayer without words does not disappear when the day becomes busy. It adjusts, staying present beneath movement and sound. You are not required to protect it. God sustains it. There may be moments when you become aware of this connection briefly, and then moments when you forget entirely. Neither interrupts what is real. Prayer does not break easily. Relationship does not end when attention shifts. You are not required to make this prayer visible or noticeable. It does not need to be acknowledged to remain true. It lives quietly beneath your actions. God remains with you in this unspoken connection, attentive without demand, near without pressure. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be said. As these words settle softly into the background of your awareness, allow them to remain without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not need to be repeated constantly. It stays with you, holding prayer quietly within you as the day continues. I am with you. Rest now. Prayer continues without words, and you remain connected, steady, and held. God with you in responsibility. Responsibility enters the day quietly, without needing to take over your inner space. Tasks and obligations may begin to appear, yet they do not arrive as burdens you must carry alone. They come into a place already supported, already held, where you are not the sole source of strength or wisdom. You are not required to face responsibility with tension. You do not need to brace yourself before engaging with what is asked of you. Responsibility does not demand anxiety in order to be met well. It can be approached with steadiness rather than strain. As you turn toward what needs to be done, notice how God remains present with you. He does not step aside when duty appears. He does not withdraw when attention shifts to work, decisions, or care for others. His presence remains constant, offering support beneath every obligation. You do not need to carry the full weight of outcomes. You are responsible for what is given to you, not for everything that might result. God remains with you in the effort itself, not only in the results. You are not measured by perfection. The body responds differently when responsibility is met with calm. Breathing stays even. Muscles remain flexible. There is no need to tighten in order to be effective. Strength does not require rigidity. The mind can engage with tasks without becoming crowded. One responsibility at a time is enough. You are not asked to solve everything simultaneously. Clarity remains when attention is allowed to stay with what is present. God does not ask you to separate faith from responsibility. He is not present only before or after the work. He He is present within it, attentive to each step you take, each decision you make, each effort you offer. If responsibility feels heavy at times, you do not need to pretend otherwise. You are allowed to acknowledge weight without letting it define you. God meets you in honesty, not in denial. You are not failing because responsibility exists. You are not overwhelmed simply because there is much to do. God does not equate busyness with burden. His presence lightens what might otherwise feel too much to hold. As you move through duties, allow yourself to remain grounded. Notice simple things that keep you present. The feel of your feet on the floor. The rhythm of your breath. These anchors help responsibility stay within its proper place. God remains attentive when decisions must be made. You are not required to know everything in advance. Wisdom unfolds as you move forward. You are not expected to foresee every outcome before taking the next step. Responsibility does not remove gentleness from the day. You are allowed to be kind to yourself, even while meeting expectations. Kindness does not weaken responsibility. It strengthens your ability to carry it well. If mistakes occur, they do not separate you from God. Responsibility includes learning, adjusting, and continuing. God remains with you through all of it, not withdrawing when things are imperfect. You are not alone in carrying concern for others. God shares that concern. You do not need to absorb every worry personally. Some things can be released into His care without neglect. As the day progresses, responsibility may change shape. New tasks may appear. Others may resolve. You are not required to anticipate all of this now. God remains with you as responsibility unfolds naturally. There is no need to rush through obligations to be done with them. You can meet them steadily, one moment at a time. Peace is not postponed until everything is finished. It remains available while you work. God does not pressure you to prove your worth through responsibility. Your value is not determined by how much you accomplish. His presence affirms you before, during, and after every task. When responsibility feels unclear, you are not required to force clarity. Pausing briefly, breathing, and remaining present often allows the next step to reveal itself. God remains patient in uncertainty. You are allowed to set boundaries within responsibility. Saying no when appropriate does not remove you from God's care. Wisdom includes knowing limits, and God honors that knowledge. As you continue through the day, let responsibility remain connected to presence rather than pressure. You are not meant to carry everything in isolation. Allow these words to remain quietly beneath your actions. I am with you. Rest now. That truth stays with you as you meet responsibility, steady and supported. I am with you. Rest now. God is with you in responsibility, and you are not carrying the day alone. Returning to calm. When pressure does not have to determine how you feel inside. When demands increase or situations tighten, there remains a way back to steadiness that does not require escape or withdrawal. Calm is not lost when pressure appears. It becomes something you can return to quietly, right where you are. You do not need to remove pressure immediately to find peace again. Calm does not wait for conditions to improve. It exists beneath the surface, ready to be accessed without force, without explanation, without delay. As pressure begins to rise, notice the first signs gently. A quickening of thought, a subtle tightening in the body, These signals are not failures. They are invitations to soften before tension takes hold fully. You do not need to push pressure away aggressively. Resistance often strengthens it. Instead, allow yourself to pause for a moment, even briefly. That pause is enough to reopen space for calm to return. God remains with you when pressure appears. He does not withdraw when things become difficult. He is not waiting for you to handle everything on your own before stepping in. His presence remains steady, offering support beneath the strain. Returning to calm does not require silence or stillness. It can happen while you continue moving, speaking, and responding. Calm adjusts to activity. It does not demand that life stop. You are not weak because pressure affects you. You are human. Pressure is part of living in a world that asks much. What matters is not avoiding pressure entirely, but knowing how to come back to steadiness when it arises. As pressure builds, let your breath remain natural. You do not need to change it deliberately. Simply allowing it to continue evenly helps signal safety to the body. Calm often returns through simplicity rather than effort. The mind does not need to solve everything immediately when pressured. You are allowed to narrow your focus. One small step is enough. Overwhelm lessens when attention stays with what is manageable. God does not demand that you remain calm perfectly. He does not judge moments of tension. He meets you in them, offering patience rather than expectation. Calm is something you return to, not something you maintain flawlessly. You are allowed to step back mentally without stepping away physically. A brief inner release can happen even in the middle of responsibility. Pressure does not own your interior space. When pressure feels heavy, remember that it is not permanent. It moves and changes. Calm does not disappear permanently because of it. It remains available, waiting without urgency. God remains attentive as you navigate pressure. He does not minimize what you feel, and he does not amplify it unnecessarily. His presence steadies you without denying reality. You do not need to justify your need for calm. You do not need permission to pause inwardly. Caring for your interior state is not neglecting responsibility. It allows you to meet it with greater clarity. Returning to calm does not require long breaks or dramatic changes. Often, it happens in a few quiet seconds of awareness. Pressure loosens when it is not fought or feared. You are not required to carry pressure alone. Some weight can be released into God's care without explanation. You do not need to articulate everything for it to be held. As the day continues, pressure may come and go. Each time it appears, calm remains something you can return to again and again. The path back does not close. God stays with you through pressure, not waiting on the other side of it. He remains present within it, helping you breathe, soften, and continue. Let this understanding remain gently with you as you move through demanding moments. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not disappear when pressure rises. It remains a quiet anchor beneath every challenge. I am with you. Rest now. You can return to calm when pressured, and you are never alone in the weight you carry. Letting God carry what you cannot. There are moments when the weight is simply more than you were meant to hold. Not everything that presses on you belongs in your hands or on your shoulders. Some things exceed your strength, not because you are failing, but because they were never meant to be carried alone. You do not need to sort out exactly what is yours to carry and what is not. You do not need a perfect understanding of limits in order to release what is too heavy. Often, letting go begins with a simple willingness to stop gripping so tightly. As you move through the day, notice when effort turns into strain. That shift is not a sign that you must push harder. It is an invitation to pause inwardly and allow support to enter where you have been holding alone. God does not ask you to manage everything independently. He does not expect you to have endless capacity. He knows what is beyond you, even when you are unsure how to name it. His care meets you at the edge of your strength. Letting God carry what you cannot does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means recognizing that outcomes, timing, and control do not rest entirely with you. You remain present and willing, but you are not required to be all-sufficient. You do not need to explain what you are releasing. You do not need to form the right words. God understands the weight without language. Even an unspoken surrender is received fully. The body responds when weight is released. Shoulders soften. Breath deepens slightly on its own. Muscles no longer brace unnecessarily. Relief does not need to be dramatic to be real. Small easing matters. The mind also quiets when it is no longer trying to solve everything. Thoughts slow. Perspective widens. You are not losing control. You are regaining balance. God does not take what you release and judge you for needing help. He does not measure your faith by how much you endure alone. He receives what you offer with gentleness, not scrutiny. You are allowed to let go, even if you are unsure how things will turn out. Trust does not require certainty. It begins with acknowledging that you do not have to carry every outcome in advance. If fear arises as you release control, let it be present without resistance. Fear does not invalidate surrender. It often appears at the moment you loosen your grip. God meets you there as well. Letting God carry what you cannot does not remove you from the situation. You remain engaged, but you are no longer crushed by weight that does not belong to you. There is a difference between participation and burden. You are not weak for needing this support. You are human. Limits are not failures. They are invitations into relationship, where care is shared rather than hoarded. God does not rush you through this release. He does not require it to be complete all at once. You can let go gradually, piece by piece, as trust grows naturally. Some things may return to your awareness after you release them. That does not mean you failed. Simply notice, soften again, and allow them to rest where they belong. Releasing can happen more than once. As the day continues, remain attentive to moments when weight begins to accumulate. Each time, you are free to let go again. God's capacity does not diminish. His care does not tire. You do not need to monitor what God is doing with what you release. That is not your responsibility. Trust does not require supervision. It rests in allowing. God remains with you as you practice this quiet surrender. He does not disappear when you let go. He moves closer, meeting you where effort ends. Allow this understanding to remain gently with you as the day unfolds. I am with you. Rest now. That truth holds even what you cannot. I am with you. Rest now. You are free to let God carry what you cannot, and you do not walk forward under weight alone. Resting internally. While active activity does not require your interior to become busy, even as your body moves and your attention engages with the world, there remains a quiet place within you that does not need to hurry or strain. Rest is not limited to stillness. It can remain present beneath movement, steady and unchanged. You do not have to stop what you are doing in order to rest internally. Rest does not mean withdrawal. It means allowing your inner life to remain grounded while action continues naturally. You can participate fully without becoming scattered inside. As you move through tasks, notice how little effort it takes to soften inwardly. Shoulders can remain relaxed. Breathing can stay even. The body can work without bracing. Internal rest supports activity rather than competing with it. The mind does not need to grip every detail tightly. Attention can focus where needed without clinging. When thoughts loosen slightly, clarity often improves. Rest within allows work to feel lighter and more spacious. God remains present in this interior rest. His presence does not require you to slow down externally. He stays near, even when life is moving. You are not more connected when you are still and less connected when you are active. His nearness remains constant. You are not required to maintain inner rest through effort. Effort tightens it. Rest remains when you allow yourself to stop managing how you feel inside. It returns easily when you stop resisting movement or change. If activity begins to pull you outward too strongly, you can return inward gently without stopping what you are doing. A brief awareness of breath, a softening of posture, a reminder that you are not alone. These small shifts are enough. Internal rest does not make you less effective. It often makes you more present. When you are not rushed inside, your responses become clearer. Your actions become steadier. You remain grounded even in complexity. God does not ask you to choose between being active and being at peace. He is present in both. You do not need to protect rest from activity. Rest adapts to movement when it is not forced away. You are allowed to notice when internal tension begins to rise. That noticing is not failure. It is awareness. You can soften again without judgment. Rest is something you return to, not something you hold perfectly. The body responds quickly when internal rest is allowed. Movements become smoother. Fatigue lessens. There is less resistance to what needs to be done. Activity feels less like effort and more like flow. God remains attentive to your interior state. He does not ignore the quiet strain you may carry while appearing fine on the outside. His care reaches inward, offering steadiness even when no one else sees. Internal rest does not require long pauses or silence. It can exist in brief moments throughout the day. A few seconds are enough to reconnect. Rest does not need to be prolonged to be real. You do not need to wait for the day to end to rest again. Rest can accompany you through the middle of activity. It is not reserved for later. It belongs to now. If you forget about this internal rest for a while, nothing is lost. You can return at any moment. Rest has not gone anywhere. It remains available whenever you soften inwardly. God remains with you as you practice this way of living. He does not require constant awareness. His presence supports you even when attention shifts outward. As activity continues, allow this inner steadiness to remain quietly beneath it. You do not need to name it or analyze it. Simply let it be there. Let these words remain softly in the background as you move through the day. I am with you. Rest now. That truth stays with you even while you are active, steady, and quiet beneath everything you do. I am with you. Rest now. You can rest internally while active. and you remain held and grounded throughout the day. Living the day, held by God. The day unfolds, and you are not managing it alone. From the first moments of waking to the ordinary hours that follow, there is a steady holding that does not loosen or fade. You are not stepping in and out of God's care as circumstances change. You remain within it as the day moves forward. Living the day held by God does not mean the day will be simple or effortless. It means that whatever the day contains is not carried only by your strength. You are supported beneath every moment, whether it feels light or demanding. You do not need to keep reminding yourself to trust. Trust is not something you must maintain actively. It grows naturally when you allow yourself to be held instead of constantly bracing. God's care does not depend on your vigilance. As the hours progress, notice how you are not required to face each new situation from scratch. You do not arrive at every moment empty. You arrive already accompanied, already supported, already known. God does not stand at a distance watching how you perform. He remains close, attentive to the interior movements you may not even notice yourself. He is present in your listening, your responding, your deciding, and your resting. You are allowed to experience the full range of the day without losing this foundation. Joy does not pull you away from God. Difficulty does not push him aside. His presence remains constant across changing conditions. Living held does not remove responsibility, but it removes isolation. You are not the sole source of wisdom, patience, or endurance. When those qualities are needed, they are shared, not demanded from you alone. The body benefits from this way of living. When you are not carrying everything internally, tension eases, breath remains freer, movement feels less forced. Being held affects even the way you inhabit your physical space. The mind also settles when it knows it is not alone. Thoughts become less urgent. Decisions feel less pressured. You are able to think clearly without being driven by fear of getting everything right. God does not require you to stay aware of his presence constantly. You do not lose him when attention turns outward. He remains with you, whether you are focused, distracted, confident, or uncertain. You are not expected to carry the whole day at once. Each moment arrives and passes within God's care. You meet what is in front of you, and when it passes, you are not required to hold on to it. If the day brings moments of forgetting, nothing is broken. You do not need to recover something that has been lost. God has not gone anywhere. Being held does not end when attention wanders. Living held by God does not require perfection. It does not require you to respond correctly every time. God's care is not withdrawn when mistakes happen or plans change. He remains with you through adjustment and learning. You are allowed to move through the day with a sense of being carried rather than pushed. Life does not have to feel like constant effort. There can be a quiet support beneath everything you do. As the day continues, you may notice moments where you feel this holding more clearly, and moments where you do not notice it at all. Both are normal. Neither changes what is true. God's presence is not fragile. It does not require protection. It does not disappear under pressure. It remains the steady ground beneath your life, whether the day feels calm or full. You do not need to remember every word from these chapters to live this way. You do not need to recall the night perfectly. What was given has already become part of how you move forward. Living the day held by God means you are not alone in any part of it. Not in the visible moments, not in the hidden ones, not in what you understand, not in what feels unclear. As the hours unfold, allow yourself to rest into this truth without effort. I am with you. Rest now. That truth is not limited to night or quiet. It carries you through the day, steady and sure. I am with you. Rest now. You live the day held by God, and you walk forward accompanied, grounded, and never alone. Noticing weariness without judgment. Weariness arrives quietly, often before you have time to name it. It settles into the body and mind as the day moves on. Not as a failure, not as a sign that something went wrong, but as a natural response to living, giving, and being present. You do not need to resist it or explain it away. You are allowed to notice that you are tired. There is no requirement to stay strong or alert until the very end of the day. Weariness does not mean you lacked faith, discipline, or effort. It simply means you are human, and the day has asked something of you. As you become aware of this tiredness, let it be seen without criticism. There is no need to judge yourself for slowing down. The body knows when it needs rest, and the mind knows when it has carried enough. Listening to these signals is not weakness, it is wisdom. God sees this weariness clearly. You do not need to point it out to Him or justify it. He does not measure your worth by your energy level. He does not love you more when you are strong, or less when you are tired. His presence remains unchanged. Notice how weariness does not demand immediate action. It does not insist that you fix it right away. It simply asks to be acknowledged. When you stop fighting it, tension often eases on its own. The body may feel heavier now. Movements may slow. This is not something to correct. It is a natural shift toward rest. Allow it to happen without resistance. You are not falling behind by honoring this change. The mind may feel less sharp than earlier. Thoughts may come more slowly or feel less organized. This is not a problem to solve. It is a sign that the mind is ready to release the work of the day and begin stepping back. God remains with you in this softening. He does not withdraw as your energy fades. He does not require you to stay alert, to remain connected. He stays near in tiredness, just as He does in strength. You do not need to compare how you feel now to how you felt this morning. The day naturally moves from beginning to middle to end. Weariness belongs to this rhythm. There is nothing wrong with you for arriving here. As you notice this tiredness, let your breath remain natural. There is no need to change it or deepen it deliberately. Simply allowing it to continue evenly supports the body as it begins to slow. You are not required to push through weariness to finish everything. Some things can wait. Some things are allowed to remain incomplete. The day does not require perfection before it can close. God does not ask you to review everything you did or did not do. He is not waiting to evaluate your performance. He is present with you now, attentive to your need for rest rather than your list of accomplishments. Weariness does not separate you from God. It often becomes the place where His care feels most tender. When your own strength lessens, His steadiness becomes more apparent, not less. You are allowed to let go of the need to be productive right now. The value of this moment is not measured by output. It is measured by honesty and gentleness toward yourself. As the evening approaches, Allow weariness to guide you inward rather than frustrate you. It is not an obstacle. It is a doorway, inviting you to slow, release, and prepare for rest. You do not need to fix how you feel before resting. Rest does not require readiness. It meets you exactly where you are, tiredness included. God remains with you as you notice this weariness without judgment. He does not hurry you past it. He does not minimize it. He simply stays, steady and kind. Let this awareness remain gentle and unforced as the day continues to quiet. I am with you. Rest now. That truth holds even your tiredness, without condition or demand. I am with you. Rest now. You are allowed to be weary, and you are still fully held. God with you as energy fades. As the strength of the day slowly recedes, nothing essential is lost. Energy naturally rises and falls, and this gentle decline is not a problem to solve. It is part of being human, part of the rhythm that leads toward rest. You do not need to resist this change or hold yourself up artificially. When energy fades, you are not being left behind. God does not remain only in moments of clarity or strength. He does not step away when your pace slows or when your body asks for less. His presence does not depend on how much you can give. You are allowed to let your energy diminish without fear. There is no requirement to stay alert or engaged past what feels natural. Fatigue does not disappoint God. It does not signal that you have failed to manage the day well enough. As the body grows quieter, movements may become smaller. Actions take a little more time. This slowing is not something to correct. It is the body's way of preparing to release the effort it has carried. God remains with you in this transition, steady and attentive. The mind may also soften as energy wanes. Thoughts may lose urgency. Focus may drift more easily. This is not something to fix. It is the mind beginning to step back from the demands of the day. God does not require sharpness to remain close. You are not required to stay productive until the last moment. The day does not demand every ounce of energy you have. Some energy is meant to be kept for rest, for renewal, for tomorrow. God honors this balance. As energy fades, you may notice a desire for quiet or simplicity. This desire is not avoidance. It is wisdom. God does not push you to continue when rest is calling. He meets you where your strength naturally ends. You do not need to compare yourself to others or to earlier versions of yourself. What mattered earlier today does not define what is needed now. God does not measure you against a constant standard of output. He meets you in each moment as it is. When energy is low, it can feel tempting to judge yourself or worry about what remains undone. Notice those thoughts gently and let them pass. They do not need to be answered. God is not anxious about unfinished things as night approaches. You are not expected to carry yourself through fatigue alone. God's presence becomes especially gentle here, offering steadiness without asking for effort. You do not need to stay upright internally when you are meant to soften. The body benefits when you stop pushing against its natural signals. Breathing deepens slightly on its own. Muscles release their grip. This easing is not something you cause. It happens when resistance ends. God does not withdraw his care when your energy fades. He does not love you less in tiredness. He remains near, not waiting for you to recover, but staying with you exactly as you are. You are allowed to let the day wind down without urgency. There is no need to squeeze more out of yourself. Evening does not ask for strength. It invites release. As you notice this fading energy, allow yourself to slow further. Let movements be unhurried. Let attention soften. You are not late for rest. You are arriving at it naturally. God remains present in this quiet decline, not asking you to rally or persevere beyond your limits. He honors the need to stop striving and begin letting go. There is nothing you need to do to deserve rest tonight. You do not need to earn it by finishing everything or staying alert. Rest is given, not achieved. As the evening continues, let this truth remain gently with you. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not weaken as energy fades. It becomes more tender, more near. I am with you. Rest now. Even as your energy fades, God remains with you, steady and kind, letting the day be enough. The day does not need to justify itself before it can end. What has happened, what has been done, and what remains unfinished are allowed to rest without explanation. You do not need to review every moment or weigh its value. The day is permitted to be complete simply because it has been lived. You are not required to measure today by outcomes or accomplishments. The worth of this day is not determined by how much you produced or how smoothly things went. Living, showing up, and moving through the hours is enough. As evening approaches, there may be moments you wish had gone differently. There may be things you hope to finish, or say, or resolve. Notice these gently, without tightening around them. They do not need to be corrected right now. Letting the day be enough does not mean pretending everything was perfect. It means allowing imperfection to rest without judgment. The day does not ask to be defended. It asks to be released. God does not require a full accounting of your hours before night arrives. He is not waiting for explanations or apologies. He sees the day clearly, with compassion rather than critique. You are allowed to stop replaying conversations or decisions. You are allowed to set aside thoughts about what could have been better. Reflection can wait. Tonight does not need analysis. It needs gentleness. The body responds when you stop evaluating the day. Shoulders ease. Breathing slows slightly. The nervous system recognizes that effort is no longer required. Let this settling happen without interruption. You do not need to carry today into tomorrow. What belongs to tomorrow will meet you when it arrives. For now, the day can remain where it is, finished enough to release. God remains with you as you practice this letting go. He does not rush you through it. He does not insist that you feel satisfied before resting. He stays present even if acceptance comes slowly. You are not failing because the day felt ordinary or uneven. Most days are. God does not wait only in extraordinary moments. He walks with you through the simple and incomplete ones as well. Letting the day be enough creates space inside you. Space for quiet. Space for rest. Space for sleep to arrive naturally. You do not need to fill this space with explanation. If thoughts about the day return, meet them softly. There is no need to argue with them. Simply allow them to pass through without settling. The day does not need to be carried any longer. God does not require closure in the way you might imagine it. He does not demand emotional resolution before rest. He accepts what is unfinished and holds it gently without pressure. You are allowed to trust that what matters will be taken care of in time. Tonight is not responsible for tomorrow. Tonight is responsible only for rest. As the evening deepens, allow yourself to stop striving for completion. Completion is not something you achieve at the end of the day. It is something you allow. Let the hours you have lived be enough for now. They do not need to be improved or explained further. God remains with you as the day settles into memory. He does not leave you alone with what you remember or forget. His presence stays steady as you prepare to rest. Allow this understanding to remain quietly with you. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not depend on how the day went. It holds you regardless. I am with you. Rest now. The day is allowed to be enough, and you are free to let it rest. Releasing what still lingers. Some parts of the day remain quietly present, even as evening arrives. Thoughts that did not finish their sentences. Feelings that did not fully settle. Moments that still echo faintly. You do not need to push these away or resolve them now. They can be noticed gently and then released. Releasing what lingers does not require effort. It begins with allowing these remnants to be seen without tightening around them. You do not need to explain them or carry them forward. Acknowledgement is enough. You are not responsible for completing every emotional process before rest. Some things soften only when you stop working on them. Evening is not the time to solve. It is the time to loosen your grip. As you notice what still lingers, let your body remain relaxed. There is no need to brace against memory or feeling. Breathing can stay slow and natural. The body understands when it is safe to release. God remains with you as these remnants surface. He is not unsettled by what is unfinished. He does not require resolution before rest. He holds what lingers with patience and care. You do not need to revisit conversations or replay decisions. You do not need to prepare better responses or imagine different outcomes. Those loops can pause here. They do not need to follow you into the night. If emotions arise, let them be present without analysis. You do not need to name them perfectly or understand their origin. They can pass through without staying. Releasing does not require clarity. The mind may try to hold on to what feels unresolved. Gently remind yourself that night is not the time for completion. Some things belong to daylight. You are allowed to set them down now. God does not measure your faith by how thoroughly you process the day. He is not waiting for emotional neatness. He meets you in the honest state you are in, without expectation. As you release what lingers, notice how space opens quietly inside. This space does not need to be filled. It prepares you naturally for rest. Silence becomes more comfortable when weight is released. You are not avoiding responsibility by letting go tonight. You are choosing rest at the appropriate time. What needs attention later will return when you are renewed. If thoughts return again after you release them, that does not mean you failed. Simply notice and soften again. Releasing can happen more than once. Each time, the grip loosens a little more. God remains attentive as you practice this gentle letting go. He does not grow impatient. He does not rush the process. He stays present until calm settles naturally. You do not need to remember everything you release. You do not need to track what has been let go. God holds it without requiring your supervision. As evening deepens, allow this release to continue quietly. There is no need to hurry. There is no need to finish perfectly. Enough has been done. Let the mind step back. Let the body soften. Let what lingers be carried somewhere else for the night. Allow these words to settle gently. I am with you. Rest now. That truth holds what still lingers, freeing you to rest. I am with you. Rest now. You are free to release what remains, and you enter the evening lighter and held, returning to God without words. Again, the evening does not ask you to speak before resting. As the day releases its hold, there is a quiet invitation to return to God without explanation, without recounting, without shaping thoughts into prayer. Words are not required to be close. Presence is enough. You do not need to tell God how the day went. You do not need to organize your thoughts or summarize your feelings. He is already aware, already attentive, already near. Nothing needs to be added through speech. Returning without words is not distance. It is intimacy. It is the kind of closeness that no longer needs language to be real. You are not silent because there is nothing to say. You are silent because connection does not need sound. As you settle into this quiet return, let your body relax further. The effort of the day no longer needs to be held upright. Muscles soften. Breathing becomes slower without being directed. Silence supports this easing naturally. God does not wait for a proper prayer before receiving you. He does not require clarity or articulation. He receives you as you are, tired or calm, full or empty, without condition. The mind does not need to stay alert in this moment. Thoughts can drift without being followed. You are not required to stay focused. Returning without words allows attention to rest without responsibility. You are not avoiding prayer by being quiet. You are allowing prayer to become simpler. This kind of prayer does not begin or end. It remains as a gentle openness, steady and unforced. God remains present in this wordless return. He does not withdraw when silence deepens. He remains close, not filling the quiet with instruction or expectation, but honoring it. You do not need to hold yourself in this silence. You do not need to maintain awareness deliberately. If attention fades, nothing is lost. God remains, whether you notice him or not. As the evening continues, let this quiet presence remain in the background. There is no need to check in or confirm connection. Relationship does not require constant reassurance. Returning to God without words does not require stillness of life. It can happen while you prepare for rest, while you move gently, while the day closes around you. Silence travels with you. You are allowed to let go of spiritual effort now. There is no need to try to feel something specific. God does not measure this moment by depth or intensity. He simply remains with you. If emotions surface briefly, let them pass without commentary. They do not need to be offered or explained. Silence receives them without demand. The quiet of this return creates space for rest to arrive naturally. When words fall away, the body often follows, settling into deeper ease. The nervous system recognizes safety in this stillness. God does not require your silence to be perfect. It does not need to be uninterrupted. Moments of thought may come and go. None of this breaks what is real. You are not required to stay awake in order to remain present with God. He does not leave when sleep approaches. He remains with you as awareness softens and fades. As the night draws closer, allow yourself to remain in this simple, wordless closeness. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be said. Let these words settle gently, then release them as well. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not need to be spoken again. It remains beneath silence, steady and sure. I am with you. Rest now. You return to God without words, and you are received completely, quietly, and with peace, allowing the body to slow. The body knows how to move toward rest when it is allowed. As evening settles, there is a natural invitation to slow without instruction or effort. You do not need to tell the body what to do. It recognizes the rhythm of the day ending and responds on its own. Movements become smaller now. Gestures soften. The body no longer prepares for action. It begins to release the subtle readiness it carried through the hours, letting muscles loosen without being asked. You are not required to stay alert or upright. There is no expectation to remain productive. The body does not need to prove its usefulness before resting. It is enough that it has carried you through the day. Breathing deepens slightly as the body slows. This is not something you cause. It happens when tension releases. Each breath signals safety, letting the nervous system step back from vigilance. God remains present with you in this slowing. He does not wait for stillness to draw near. He is with you as the body eases, as energy fades, as readiness gives way to rest. You are not leaving His presence by slowing down. You are allowed to feel heaviness now. Limbs may feel warmer, more weighted, more grounded. This is not discomfort. It is the body settling toward support, toward being held. There's no need to correct posture or remain poised. The body is allowed to find comfort. Shifting positions, sitting back, lying down. These movements belong to rest, not indecision. As the body slows, notice how effort drains quietly away. You do not need to release it deliberately. It falls away when you stop holding yourself up unnecessarily. God does not require your body to remain strong in order to be cared for. He is attentive to you when strength fades. His presence does not depend on energy or alertness. You are not failing the day by letting the body slow. You are completing it. The day does not close through effort. It closes through release. The body has no unfinished business now. It does not need to revisit the day. It does not need to prepare for tomorrow. Tonight belongs to rest. If sensations arise as the body slows, notice them without concern. Warmth, heaviness, stillness. These are signs of settling, not problems to solve. God remains with you in each of these sensations, steady and kind. He does not hurry the body through this transition. He allows it to unfold naturally. You are allowed to stop responding to external demands. Sounds may fade into the background. Light may soften. Attention turns inward without force. The body recognizes when it is safe to rest. You do not need to convince it. Slowing happens when resistance ends. As the evening deepens, allow the body to remain unhurried. There is no next task waiting. There is only this gradual easing into rest. God stays near as the body quiets. He does not leave when movement slows. He remains present as awareness softens and the body prepares for sleep. Let this slowing continue gently, without interruption. I am with you. Rest now. That truth supports the body as it releases effort and settles into stillness. I am with you. Rest now. The body is allowed to slow, and you are carried safely toward rest. The mind stepping back from the day. The mind no longer needs to stay engaged with what has passed. As evening deepens, there is a natural shift away from processing, reviewing, and planning. The mind is allowed to loosen its focus, releasing the need to stay involved with the day that has already unfolded. You do not need to keep thinking in order to remain safe. Nothing important depends on continued mental effort right now. The day has already lived itself. The mind does not need to watch over it any longer. Thoughts may still appear briefly, but they do not require attention. They can rise and fall without being followed. You are not required to finish conversations in your head or replay moments from earlier. Those loops can pause here. The mind stepping back does not mean losing awareness. It means allowing awareness to become softer, less directed, less concerned with outcomes. You are not becoming careless. You are becoming ready for rest. God remains with you as the mind releases its grip. He does not require reflection or evaluation before night arrives. He is not waiting for you to understand everything that happened. His presence stays close, whether the mind is active or quiet. You are allowed to stop trying to make sense of the day. Meaning does not need to be extracted tonight. Insight does not need to be reached. Understanding can come later when the mind is rested again. As the mind steps back, notice how tension eases. The forehead softens. The space behind the eyes relaxes. There is no longer a need to hold thoughts in place. They are free to drift without direction. You are not irresponsible for letting the mind rest. You are honoring its limits. The mind was not designed to remain engaged without pause. Stepping back is part of its natural rhythm. God does not leave you alone when thinking slows. He does not equate awareness with effort. He remains present even as thoughts become fewer and less distinct. Silence does not distance you from him. If concerns about tomorrow try to surface, you do not need to follow them. Tomorrow does not require preparation right now. The mind can trust that clarity will return when it is needed. You are not required to resolve unanswered questions tonight. Some questions do not need immediate answers. The mind can set them down without losing anything essential. As evening continues, allow the mind to become more spacious. Let thoughts pass through like quiet movements, not demanding response. There is no need to organize or conclude. God remains attentive as the mind grows quieter. He does not fill the silence with demands or instructions. He honors the space where thinking slows and rest becomes possible. You are allowed to forget about the day for now. Forgetting does not mean neglect. It means release. The mind can step away from responsibility without guilt. The body often follows when the mind steps back. Breathing deepens slightly. Muscles soften further. The whole system recognizes that vigilance is no longer needed. God stays with you as awareness becomes less focused. He does not require you to stay awake to remain connected. He remains near as attention softens and drifts. There is nothing you need to remember from today before sleeping. There is nothing you need to prepare. This moment belongs to release, not retention. As the mind continues to step back, let it do so gently. There is no edge to fall off. There is only rest approaching naturally. Allow these words to remain briefly, then let them fade as well. I am with you. Rest now. That truth holds you as the mind steps back from the day and prepares to rest. I am with you. Rest now. The mind is allowed to step back, and you move quietly towards sleep, held and unburdened. God holding what is unfinished. Some things are not meant to be completed before night arrives. There are tasks left undone, conversations not resolved, thoughts without conclusions. These unfinished pieces do not need to be carried with you into rest. They are not yours to hold through the night. You are allowed to set down what did not reach completion today. Nothing essential is lost by doing so. The night does not ask for closure. It asks for trust. What remains unfinished can be held somewhere else, safely, without your effort. God does not wait for you to finish everything before He cares for it. He does not require neat endings or resolved plans. He is able to hold what you cannot complete without confusion, without strain. As you notice what remains undone, let it be acknowledged briefly and then released. There is no need to review details or imagine solutions. Simply allowing these things to rest outside your hands is enough. You do not need to worry about forgetting something important. What truly needs your attention will return when the time is right. Tonight does not require vigilance. It requires release. The body responds when unfinished weight is set down. The chest softens. Breathing deepens slightly. Muscles no longer brace against imagined responsibility. Relief does not need to be dramatic to be real. God holds what is unfinished without anxiety. He does not rush toward resolution. He does not pressure outcomes. He remains steady, capable, and patient with what has not yet taken shape. You are not being careless by letting go tonight. You are honoring the rhythm of rest. Some things require daylight and renewed strength. They do not belong to the quiet of night. If worry arises as you release control, allow it to be present without resistance. Worry does not cancel surrender. Often, it appears at the moment you loosen your grip. God meets you there as well. You do not need to imagine how God will handle what you release. That is not your responsibility. Trust does not require visualization or reassurance. It rests in allowing. God does not forget what you set down. He does not lose track of what matters. You are not required to keep reminders active in your mind for things to be cared for. As evening deepens, let unfinished matters move gently out of your awareness. They do not need to be pushed away forcefully. They can fade naturally as attention softens. You are allowed to rest even if things remain unresolved. Rest does not depend on completion. It depends on permission. Tonight, you are permitted to stop holding what cannot be finished now. God remains with you as you practice this release. He does not step away when you let go. He moves closer, holding what you cannot without asking anything further from you. You do not need to make peace with everything before sleeping. Peace can arrive even while some things remain open. God's care does not require closure. If thoughts return briefly to what is unfinished, notice them gently and release again. This can happen more than once. Each time, the grip loosens a little more. The night does not ask you to be responsible for tomorrow. Tomorrow will arrive with its own strength and clarity. Tonight belongs to rest. God remains attentive through the night, holding what you have released. You do not need to check on it. You do not need to supervise care. You are free to rest. As this understanding settles, allow these words to remain softly beneath awareness. I am with you. Rest now. That truth holds what is unfinished, freeing you to sleep without weight. I am with you. Rest now. What remains undone is safely held, and you are free to enter rest unburdened. Rest becoming the place. You return to rest no longer feels like something distant or unfamiliar. As the night settles around you, rest becomes a place you recognize, a place you are allowed to return to without resistance. It is not an escape from the day, but a home you step back into naturally. You do not need to force yourself to rest. You do not need to convince your body or mind to let go. Rest arrives more easily when it is welcomed rather than demanded. Tonight, you are permitted to return without effort. The body begins to recognize this place. Muscles soften without instruction. Weight settles downward, supported and safe. There is no need to stay alert. The body remembers how to rest because it was made for this rhythm. The mind also recognizes this return. Thoughts lose their sharp edges. Attention no longer reaches outward. There is less need to name, plan, or resolve. Rest does not require the mind to be empty. It only requires it to stop reaching. God remains with you as rest becomes familiar again. He does not wait outside this place. He is already here, steady and welcoming, not asking questions, not making demands. Rest is not separate from His presence. It is held within it. You are not giving something up by resting. You are returning to what sustains you. Rest is not absence. It is fullness without effort. It is where you are held rather than holding everything yourself. If the body shifts or adjusts, allow it. These small movements are part of settling in. There is no right position you must find. Comfort arrives gradually when you stop searching for it. The mind does not need to guard this rest. It does not disappear easily. Even if thoughts appear briefly, rest remains underneath them. You do not need to chase thoughts away. They fade on their own when not engaged. God does not require awareness to remain sharp for rest to continue. He stays with you even as attention softens and begins to drift. You are not required to stay present in order to be cared for. Returning to rest does not mean the day was too much. It means the day has reached its natural end. Just as morning brings waking, night brings rest. Both belong equally to life. You are allowed to let go of control here. Nothing needs to be monitored. Nothing needs to be watched. The night does not ask for vigilance. It asks for trust. As rest deepens, notice how safe it feels to stop striving. There is no consequence for letting go now. Everything that matters is already being held. God remains attentive as you settle more fully into this place. He does not step away as awareness fades. He remains present through every stage of rest, steady and kind. You do not need to return to rest perfectly. There is no technique to master. Simply allowing yourself to stop reaching is enough. Rest meets you where you are. If sleep begins to arrive, let it come naturally. You do not need to guide it. You do not need to prepare for it. It arrives when the body and mind are ready. Rest becomes familiar again because it has always belonged to you. It is not something you earn at the end of the day. It is something you return to because you are allowed. God remains with you in this return, not asking for anything further. You are received as you are, without effort or explanation. As these words soften and begin to fade, allow them to do so without resistance. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains as rest becomes the place you return to, night after night. I am with you. Rest now. Rest is your place of return, and you are safely held as you settle into it. Entering the night, held once more night, arrives without asking anything from you. It does not require strength, clarity, or readiness. It comes gently, like a covering, settling over what the day has been and what it did not finish. You are not required to stand at the edge of night alert or prepared. You are allowed to enter it already held. As darkness deepens, there is no loss of safety. Light does not define protection here. God remains present as the night unfolds, not withdrawing when visibility fades. You are not stepping into the unknown alone. You are being received. The body recognizes this return to night. Muscles relax further. Breathing becomes slower and more even. There is no need to stay responsive. The body understands that it is safe to let go completely now. The mind no longer needs to stay near the surface. Thoughts lose their grip and begin to drift without direction. There is no requirement to follow them. Night does not ask for attention. It asks for surrender. God remains with you as awareness softens. He does not leave when consciousness begins to fade. His presence does not depend on your alertness. He stays through every layer of rest, steady and unchanged. You are not required to hold yourself through the night. You are not responsible for staying watchful. Night is not a test. It is a gift, offered freely, without condition. As sleep approaches, let it come without resistance. There is no need to hold on to the day any longer. There is no need to anticipate tomorrow. This moment is complete as it is. God does not ask you to remain awake to remain connected. He does not step away when you sleep. He remains near, attentive even when awareness fades completely. The night does not carry threat here. It carries rest. It carries renewal. It carries the quiet continuation of care that does not pause when you do. You are allowed to stop thinking now. You are allowed to stop sensing. You are allowed to stop effort altogether. Nothing is lost when you let go. Everything that matters is already being held. God remains with you through the night hours, not watching from a distance, but staying close. You do not need to imagine him guarding you. His presence does not require imagery. It simply remains. As sleep deepens, there is no final instruction to follow, no posture to maintain, no awareness to preserve. You are free to fade into rest completely. The body rests. The mind rests. The day rests. All of it settles together without separation. God remains with you in this settling, not ending his care when the day ends. His presence does not sleep lightly. It does not tire. It remains constant through the night. There is nothing you need to say before sleeping. There is nothing you need to remember. The truth that holds you does not depend on repetition or awareness. Allow these words to be the last thing that gently passes through, and then let them go as well. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not fade when sleep arrives. It remains beneath it, steady and sure. I am with you. Rest now. You enter the night held once more, and you rest deeply, safely, and not alone. Drifting deeper, without awareness. Awareness loosens its hold without needing permission. There is no moment you have to notice, no signal you must recognize. The shift happens quietly, as attention softens and the need to follow words fades on its own. You do not have to listen anymore. Nothing depends on understanding. The body already knows how to sleep deeply. It does not wait for instruction. It does not ask the mind to stay near. Muscles remain relaxed, heavy and still, supported without effort. There is no reason to move. There is no reason to adjust. Breathing continues on its own, slow and steady, without being noticed. Each breath carries you further into rest, not because you focus on it, but because the body remembers how to let go. Nothing needs to change for this to happen. Thoughts no longer form in complete shapes. They do not arrive with meaning or direction. Images blur and dissolve before becoming clear. The mind does not try to follow them. It has already stepped back. There is no need to stay aware of where you are. The sense of the room fades gently. Sounds lose their edges. Time no longer has a shape. You are not tracking anything now. You are drifting. God remains present without needing your attention. His presence does not depend on awareness. You do not have to remember him. You do not have to feel anything. He remains with you even as consciousness softens and thins. You are not falling asleep. You are being carried into sleep. There is no effort involved, no choice required. Rest deepens naturally when there is nothing left to hold. The boundary between listening and sleeping dissolves. Words pass through without being received. Meaning fades into sound, then into quiet. You do not need to stay with them. The body is fully supported now. There is no tension left to release, no alertness to maintain. The nervous system has settled into safety. Everything knows it can rest. God does not leave as awareness fades. He does not step back when you cannot notice him. His presence remains steady through every layer of sleep, deeper than thought, deeper than sensation. You do not need to protect yourself in this drifting. There is nothing to watch for, nothing to respond to, nothing that requires readiness. You are safe to let go completely. Sleep deepens without interruption. There is no need to turn over, no need to check anything. The body remains still because it no longer needs to move. The mind has no task now. It does not hold memory or expectation. It does not prepare for morning. It simply rests, quiet and inactive. God remains with you in this unawareness. He does not require your presence to stay present himself. He holds you through what you cannot experience consciously. There is no edge here, no sudden drop, only a gradual fading into deeper rest. You are not required to cross anything. You are already there. If any awareness remains, it is faint and distant, like a light dimming without effort. Soon, even that fades, and rest continues on its own. Nothing needs to be remembered from this moment. Nothing needs to be carried forward. Sleep does its work without instruction. God remains with you now, as you drift deeper, without awareness, holding what you cannot hold, guarding what you do not watch. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not require hearing. It remains beneath sleep, steady and unchanged. I am with you. Rest now. You drift deeper without awareness, and you are held completely as sleep continues. The body fully letting go. The body no longer holds itself in readiness. There is nothing left to support or stabilize. Muscles release completely, resting into stillness without effort. Weight settles downward, fully given to the surface beneath you, with no need to adjust or respond. There is no desire to move, no impulse to shift position. The body has found a place where it can remain without interruption. Every part feels allowed to be heavy, quiet, and unmoving. Breathing continues without awareness. It flows evenly and softly, guided by the body alone. There is no need to deepen it or follow it. Each breath happens and passes on its own, carrying calm deeper into every system. The nervous system has stepped out of alertness. There is no scanning, no listening, no readiness for response. The body recognizes safety fully now. It does not wait for confirmation. It simply rests. Sensations fade into background stillness. The boundaries of the body soften. There's less distinction between where you end and what supports you. Everything blends into quiet heaviness without concern. God remains present in this complete letting go. He does not require the body to stay responsive in order to be cared for. His presence does not depend on tension or awareness. He remains near even as sensation dissolves. There is no effort holding the body together. No part is bracing. No muscle is waiting to act. Everything that needed to move has already moved. Everything that needed to respond has already responded. Sleep deepens as the body lets go entirely. There are no small adjustments left to make, no comfort to search for. The body has arrived at rest without needing to be guided there. The mind no longer checks in with the body. There is no internal conversation. Awareness does not hover. The body rests independently, supported and safe. God continues to hold you without interruption. He does not step back as the body becomes unresponsive. He remains with you through this depth of rest, attentive without requiring reaction. There is no need to wake if a sound occurs. The body does not respond. Sleep remains steady and undisturbed. Nothing pulls you upward from this depth. The heart rate slows naturally. Circulation remains calm and even. Every internal rhythm aligns with rest. The body knows how to heal and restore without instruction. Nothing needs to be protected now. There is no vulnerability here. The body is not exposed or alone. It is covered by care that does not sleep. God remains present as the body rests completely. His care surrounds you even when the body is unaware of itself. There is no sensation that asks for attention, no discomfort that needs adjustment. The body remains still because it has nothing left to do. Sleep holds the body gently, keeping it deep and uninterrupted. Time passes without being noticed. Rest continues on its own. You are not required to return to awareness. There is nothing to check or manage. The body remains fully let go, safely held through the night. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains beneath all sensation, steady and constant. I am with you. Rest now. The body is fully letting go, and you remain safely held as sleep deepens. Thoughts no longer forming. Thought no longer gathers itself into meaning. There is no beginning or ending to what passes through the mind now. Images dissolve before they become clear. Ideas do not complete themselves. Nothing arrives with purpose or direction. The mind has stepped beyond thinking. It is not working. It is not observing. It is not trying to follow anything. There is no effort holding attention in place. Awareness has thinned into quiet absence. There is no need to understand what is happening. There is no one left to ask questions. Thought does not notice its own fading. It simply loosens and disappears without resistance. Memories do not assemble. Plans do not form. Language does not organize itself. The mind rests in a place where nothing needs to be shaped or interpreted. Silence holds everything without definition. Breathing continues without reference. The body remains still without instruction. The mind no longer checks these rhythms. Everything functions without supervision. God remains present even here, where thought no longer reaches. His presence does not depend on cognition or awareness. He is not found through thinking, and he is not lost when thinking stops. There is no watcher now, no listener, no sense of self holding the experience together. Identity softens. boundaries blur. Nothing needs to be named in order to exist. Thought has no momentum left. It does not loop or return. It does not attempt to rise again. The mind has entered deep rest, where content is unnecessary. Sleep stabilizes in this depth. There are no brief awakenings, no internal movements. Nothing interrupts the stillness. The mind remains quiet and inactive. God continues to hold what you cannot perceive. He does not require awareness to stay close. He remains with you through this unknowing, steady, and unchanged. Time no longer registers. There is no sense of passing minutes or hours. Sleep exists outside of measurement. The mind does not track anything. There is no dream forming clearly yet. There is only deep, even rest. The mind remains empty without effort, not resisting, not grasping. Nothing calls you back toward awareness. Nothing pulls you upward. Sleep continues uninterrupted, carrying you deeper into restoration. God remains present beneath the absence of thought. His care does not pause when the mind rests completely. He stays near without signal or sound. There is no task remaining for the mind. Nothing to finish. Nothing to prepare. Nothing to remember. Everything has been set down. If awareness flickers faintly, it fades again without resistance. The mind does not re-engage. Sleep remains dominant and steady. You are not required to return to thinking. You are not needed anywhere else. Rest continues without interruption. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains even when no thought can receive it. I am with you. Rest now. Thoughts are no longer forming, and you rest deeply, held beyond awareness. God remaining. When you are unaware, nothing changes when awareness disappears. God does not wait for consciousness in order to remain present. He does not withdraw when you cannot think, feel, or notice. His presence is not activated by attention and not diminished by sleep. It remains steady, uninterrupted, complete. You do not need to be awake to be accompanied. You do not need to remember God for Him to stay near. Even now, when awareness has faded, when thought no longer forms, when the mind is quiet and still, God remains with you fully. There is no moment in sleep where you are unguarded, no place in the night where care stops. God does not step aside while you rest. He does not pause His presence while you are unaware. He holds you through what you cannot perceive. The body rests deeply, without signal or response. The mind remains inactive, without images or language. Yet even here, beneath all sensation and thought, God remains present, steady and unchanged. You are not alone in this unknowing. You are not left to rest without care. God's presence does not require your participation. He stays near without being invited, faithful without being remembered. Sleep does not separate you from God. It does not create distance. It does not interrupt relationship. God remains as close now as He was when you were awake, when you were listening, when you were aware. There is no need to protect yourself through the night. No need to stay partially alert. God does not ask you to watch over yourself. He remains attentive while you rest fully. Nothing in this depth of sleep escapes His care. Breathing, heartbeat, stillness, restoration, all unfold within His presence. You are held at every level, even where you cannot follow. God does not require prayer now. He does not wait for words or thoughts. Silence does not distance Him. Unawareness does not remove you from His care. You are not lost when awareness fades. You are not unreachable. God remains with you, not through sensation or thought, but through being. His presence does not depend on experience. The night passes without danger here. Darkness does not hide you. Sleep does not expose you. God remains your covering, steady and sure. There is no moment when you slip beyond His reach. No depth of sleep where His presence cannot remain. You are held even where you cannot know you are held. Time continues without concern. Hours move without being noticed. Through all of it, God remains present, unchanged, and faithful. Nothing interrupts this presence. Nothing weakens it. Nothing causes it to fade. God remains with you when you are unaware, just as fully as when you are awake. There is no need to return to awareness. There is no reason to wake. Sleep continues naturally, safely, uninterrupted. God remains with you now, holding what you cannot hold, guarding what you cannot watch, caring where you cannot see. I am with you. Rest now. That truth does not require awareness to be real. I am with you. Rest now. God remains when you are unaware, and you rest completely, safely, and not alone. Sleep, deepening, without interruption. Sleep continues without effort or disturbance. There is no movement upward toward waking, no shifting at the edges of awareness. Rest settles more firmly now, deep and even, without interruption or pause. Nothing pulls you back. Nothing asks for response. The body remains completely still. There is no need to turn or adjust. Comfort has already been found, and the body stays there naturally. Muscles remain loose. Joints remain quiet. Everything rests where it is. Breathing stays slow and regular, guided entirely by the body's own rhythm. It does not change suddenly. It does not react to sound or silence. Each breath supports deeper rest without being noticed. The mind remains inactive. There are no thoughts forming, no images assembling, no stories beginning. Sleep is stable now, not drifting, not light, not easily disturbed. It holds steadily on its own. Sounds in the environment do not reach you. They pass by without entry. The mind does not register them. The body does not react. Sleep remains intact, unbroken. God remains present as sleep deepens. He does not step back when rest becomes heavier. He does not require alertness to remain near. His presence stays constant beneath the stillness. There is no need to protect sleep. It does not need guarding. The body knows how to remain asleep. The nervous system remains settled and calm, without scanning or alertness. Time moves without being tracked. Hours pass without awareness. Sleep continues evenly, without spikes or disruptions. There is no sense of waiting for morning. The body continues its quiet work of restoration. Muscles repair. Systems rebalance. Nothing needs to be directed or encouraged. Healing unfolds naturally in this depth. God holds this process gently. He remains attentive without interrupting. His care does not interfere with rest. It supports it quietly, fully. There is no dream pulling you toward lighter sleep. There is no surface awareness forming. Sleep remains deep, consistent, and uninterrupted. You do not need to wake briefly and return to sleep. There is no flicker of consciousness. Rest remains continuous, smooth, and steady. Nothing requires your attention. Nothing asks to be noticed. The mind remains disengaged. The body remains supported. Sleep does its work without interruption. God remains with you through every hour of this deep rest. He does not leave when nothing is perceived. His presence remains beneath the stillness, unchanged. There is no reason to shift or stir. The body remains settled because it is comfortable and safe. Sleep continues without effort. Morning is not approaching yet. There is no transition happening now. This moment belongs fully to deep, uninterrupted rest. God continues to hold you through the night, steady and faithful, without asking anything of you. I am with you. Rest now. That truth remains beneath uninterrupted sleep, constant and sure. I am with you. Rest now. Sleep deepens without interruption, and you remain held safely through the night. Being guarded without watchfulness. There is nothing you need to stay alert for now. Sleep has moved beyond the place where vigilance exists. The body does not listen. The mind does not scan. Nothing remains on watch, because nothing needs to be watched over by you. Guarding does not require awareness.